Introductory Preface of the Psychology of Alcoholism. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kurt Walton. The Psychology of Alcoholism by George Barton CUTTEN. Introductory Preface. The study of alcoholism from the psychological point of view, which the author now brings before the public, may be said, I think, to have considerable scientific value. And no one interested in the humanity will be inclined to dispute the value of whatever practical suggestions may be derived from the same study of the relief of the victims of this physical, mental, and moral disease. In even larger measure than most pathological conditions, the phenomena of alcoholism suggest lines for investigating almost all the inquiries which concern the general relations of body and mind. They also raise and illustrate certain more specific problems connected with the mental life of memory, imagination, and the emotions. With regard to the physiological and psychophysical conditions and laws of the first two of these three classes of psychosis, little that is suggestive of the new views seem to be connected with the study which Dr. CUTTEN has made of the subject. In a word, the effects of the excessive use of alcohol upon memory and imagination, through the histological and functional changes which it works in the central nervous system, are in the main such as might be a priori anticipated. In respect to the emotional peculiarities of the victims of alcoholism, however, the case seems to me not to be precisely the same. This study contributes something of importance towards establishing the truth that disturbed central conditions are the determining causes of the changes which occur in the habitual feelings of the alcoholic patient, and that the reverberations of the peripheral organism, such as are brought about by a degenerate musculature, disordered centers of the sympathetic system, etc., are of only secondary although real importance. From the physiological as well as from the more purely psychological point of view, then, the profound nature of the disturbances which alcoholism affects in all the emotional life, higher and lower, passions and affections, and also moral, artistic, and religious sentiments, is more readily comprehensible. The poison is subduing the physical citadel of the higher life, and of those motives which inspire, elevate, and sustain the spiritual nature in its struggle against the lower animal nature. Turning now for a moment to the more practical side of this investigation, it is no surprise to find that the suggestions looking toward the relief of the sufferer from alcoholism are almost entirely of the psychological order. General sanitation is, without doubt, here as everywhere else in the field of pathological conditions, of great and indisputable value. But it is doubtful whether the beneficial effect of administering drugs is not chiefly, if not even wholly, due to their psychological rather than their primary physiological value. Almost certainly the same must be said, and said a fortiori, of all hypnotic practice in the case of alcoholic patients. And really, from every point of view, theoretical and practical, physiological and psychological, the most interesting and astonishing of all the phenomena are those connected with the cure of alcoholism by religious conversion. The indubitable facts of experience upon which Dr. CUTTEN dwells in some of these chapters, and which show the remarkable results that follow from abrupt and decided changes in the life of feeling through religious ideas and influences, are deserving of an even more detailed and critical treatment than he has been able to give them in this book. The confessions and actual performances of reformed alcoholic debauchees require and are worthy of a much more thorough discussion from the point of view of psychology and by the methods of the trained psychologist than they have as yet ever received. It is for these and other reasons, which have regard both to the advancement of science and to the improved welfare of humanity, that I take pleasure in introducing Dr. CUTTEN's investigation to the entire public of readers. George Trumbull Ladd, Yale University, New Haven. End of introductory preface. Preface of the Psychology of Alcoholism by George Barton CUTTEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface. In 1902 there was presented to Yale University by the writer, in partial fulfillment for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, the thesis under the title of The Psychology of Alcoholism. Portions of chapters 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, and 11 of this work were there included. The following year, in partial fulfillment for the degree of Bachelor of Divinity at the same university, chapter 10 of this work was presented as a thesis, in very nearly its present form. In July 1902, the former thesis was among those selected for publication in 1903 by a committee of the faculty appointed for that purpose. Owing to some interruptions, the enlarged study was unfinished at that time, and it was thought best to defer publication until it was more nearly complete. The pathological study is now presented to the public in the hope of its filling a need among thoughtful men and women who wish to know the relation between the use of alcohol and mental states. The preparation of this work, willing and valuable assistance has been rendered by Professors Ladd, Ferris, Mendel, and Doctors McAllister, Deftendorf, Ayling, and St. John, all of Yale University, and Dr. T. D. Crothers and Mr. Fred L. Emmons, as well as many others, to all of whom indebtedness is acknowledged and gratitude expressed. I also wish to tender my thanks to the authors and publishers who have so kindly allowed me the use of illustrations for this volume. GBC, January 1907. End of preface. The Psychology of Alcoholism. Chapter 1. Introduction. The use of alcoholism is universal, and it is coeval with the history of the race. The earliest Egyptian, Babylonian, and Hebrew writings show drunkenness to have been common, and from this we infer that it existed long before the art of writing was known. Some form of intoxication has always been found by investigators of the most primitive people, and it was also discovered that the early races were excessive and violent drinkers, their debauches accompanied by uncontrolled excitement rather than steady and habitual imbibers. The warnings found in early Egyptian and Hebrew writings show that the danger of drunkenness was apparent over 3,000 years ago. With the boasted wisdom and intelligence of our advanced civilization, when we clearly recognize the ever-increasing danger, we seem as powerless as they to prevent the increase of the use of alcohol. In addition to the increase of its consumption, the effects upon the body seem to be getting more injurious and to be developing new forms and types. Moderate drinking has rarely been carried out successfully, for it almost inevitably develops into excess. But today there appears to be less and less control, the moderate drinker passing very quickly into the impulsive, violent consumer. It has been stated, evidently on sufficient historical basis, that the nations which have the longest used alcoholic drink have become partially immune to their effects. The Jews and the nations of southern Europe being pertinent examples. It seems hardly necessary, and certainly not profitable, for any people which is seeking its own highest development to go through this process in order to be able to drink alcohol with comparative impunity. What the solution of the problem will be is uncertain, but with the safety we may predict that with the great number of men and women now devoting thought and energy to the subject, some lessening of the abuse must come, especially when we consider that it is a battle for the highest good of both individual and race. The proportionate increase of drunkenness seems to be the greatest among women, and England has the disgrace of furnishing the greatest proportion of female inebriates of any country in the world. There the women drunkards equal or exceed the men in numbers. In America the drinking is largely confined to males. The proportion in continental countries falls somewhere between these extremes. The Committee of 50 computes that in America not more than 20% are abstainers, and on the other hand the percentage of excessive drinkers is only placed at 5. The latter figure is not too large. Within the past few years there has been a great awakening on the subject, and the reasons for this awakening we wish to consider in the remainder of this chapter. The nature of the attack upon alcohol was formerly a religious character. Drunkenness was regarded as a sin, and dealt with from that standpoint only. So the clergymen, the more religious of the church members, and those who suffered most from its effects, the wives and children of the drunkards, were the principal opponents. The character of this movement was largely of an emotional nature, gross and exaggerated statements being made, which were easily refuted. The more recent allies have contributed much of the scientific and solid nature, many very prominent physicians and other able investigators adding valuable knowledge concerning the subject. It has not been on account of any particular principle at stake, or to uphold any theory, that these men have assembled to the anti-alcoholic cause, but because their observations showed them the injury which alcohol is doing, and their scientific desire for the sway of truth compelled them to warn the people, and in other ways endeavor to increase the use of alcohol as a beverage. The attitude of the physician has changed so greatly that it is especially noticeable. In the days of Dr. Ford, in England, alcohol was almost universally prescribed for every disease. Today, the bill for alcoholic liquors at some hospitals is almost zero, and it is difficult to find a physician who orders it to his patients to any great extent. The British Medical Temperance Association numbers about 600, and, in addition, over 400 students belong. This is evidence of the awakening among the physicians. The International Medical Manifesto on Alcohol would have been an impossibility a few years ago, but it met with the encouragement of every hand, with scarcely a dissenting voice to be heard. The physician should be, as he is, the greatest enemy of alcohol, because he, more than any other, comes in contact with its disastrous and physical and mental effects. As Sir Victor Horsley so well says, we think that the British nation ought to refrain from spending £179 million per annum on drink. The medical profession, more than any other, sees the working of that expenditure of £179 million. It sees more than any other profession the working of physical laws and conditions on the morals and on the welfare of the nation. But whether under one guise or the other, the medical profession knows well that it is a potent cause of disease, crime, poverty, and death. The significant words of Dr. Lorenz, the eminent Austrian surgeon, when declining wine at a banquet tendered to him in New York, would indicate the position of many physicians. I cannot say that I am a temperance agitator, but I am a surgeon. My success depends upon my brain being clear, my muscles firm, and my nerves steady. No one can take alcohol liquors without blunting these physical powers, which I must always keep on edge. As a surgeon, I must not drink. Viewed from the standpoint of a half-century ago, one of the wonders of the 20th century was the 11th International Anti-Alcoholic Congress, held at Budapest in September 1905, which was attended by 1,400 members, composed of some of the greatest scientists, most noted physicians, and men and women of repute from all the countries of Europe and America. The Anti-Alcoholic Congress of France, which convened in Paris during January 1904, is another example of the awakening. Attending this were about 500 representatives, including pastors and priests, officers in the army, university and lycée professors, judges, physicians, and others from the leading and influential circles. With a place for the sale of liquor for every 81 inhabitants, France has become aroused, and it is the purpose of this Congress to educate the people to the dangers, as well as to restrict the sale by legislation. Professor Fowlet of Lille began a scheme of education by posting large placards all over his town to warn the people of their danger and to acquaint them with the scientific facts concerning the action of alcohol on the body. When the writer was in Paris in 1903, the same scheme was in evidence there. Large placards on all the bill-posting boards were very conspicuous, and must have inevitably attracted the attention of all classes. Some Danish physicians have lately formed a total abstinence society, and posted warning notices in railway stations and other public places so that they can be read by everyone. It is not only the men of science, but also the legislators who are awakened on the subject, and in all countries you find political parties or sections of parties endeavoring to restrict or prohibit the manufacture and sale of alcoholic liquors. In the Anti-Alcoholic Congress of France, just referred to, the Social Democrats participated, with the pronounced statement that they owed it to the welfare of the working man. In some sections, a prohibitory law has been enacted, and has been enforced for years, and not petty politicians, but leaders in legislation are considering the question of alcohol. Note the forceful words of Lord Rosebery: "I view the uncontrolled condition of the liquor traffic as a serious danger. No one can deny that there is a great deal too much drink in this country, and that much of the crime, much of the pauperism, and almost all the degradation prevalent in this country are attributable to the curse of drink. If the state does not soon control the liquor traffic will control the state." The German emperor appointed a commission to inquire into the drinking habits of his subjects. This commission has recently reported to him, and the results of the investigations were a revelation to both Kaiser Wilhelm and the people. The knowledge thus gained will probably be the occasion of restricting legislation. The Russian and other European governments are also aroused. There comes the report that the Imperial Russian Minister of Finance has offered a prize of 50,000 rubles, or $25,750, to the person or persons who will invent some way of making alcohol undrinkable. Pamphlets giving the exact requirements governing the competition have been printed in the French language and sent to the Russian consulates in foreign countries. In Canada and Australia, India and Ireland, Europe and America, all over the world there seems to have been a spontaneous awakening, the laws of the land proclaiming the progress which has been made, and acting as harbingers of a public restriction of the manufacture, sale, and use of alcoholic beverages. The changed attitude of society during late years concerning alcohol and the alcoholic is another form in which we notice the awakening. No longer is the inebriate tolerated. No longer the admiring onlookers proclaim the staggering drunkard to be as drunk as a lord. While drinking still flourishes, it is with less public encouragement, less manifestation of noisy revelry, and with less pride in drinking as an enviable accomplishment than in the days of our fathers. Public sentiment is reflected in the words of King Edward: "An officer does me as much honour in drinking my health in water as by using wine." How unthinkable these words would have been a few years ago. For the sake of civilization, we may well be pleased that the man who made his boast that he could drink his companions under the table is a relic of the past, and the society which could tolerate such a man is dead and buried. The excuse of necessity has now been abolished, for experiments in the French army show that under all circumstances the French soldier is 40% more efficient when subjected to a regime of total abstinence. Generals Robert and Kitchener in Africa have made very practical demonstrations of the same fact with the English army. The laboring man who used to feel the necessity of having his dram regularly in order to do his work and do it well, now knows that he was formerly deceived, and that he is the better workman without it. The economic phase of the alcoholic question has attracted much attention, and has had a great influence on the recent awakening. Look at the United States, which is far less drunken than some European countries. It was estimated that in 1905 the sum of $1,325,439.74 was spent directly for alcoholic beverages. This estimate was made from government excise statistics. But if one adds to this the additional amount which the consumer pays for adulteration and the product of illicit stills, the amount would probably approach near $1,500,000,000. The indirect expense must also be counted. It has been computed that 1,500,000 men and women are daily either mentally or physically disabled for work as the result of drinking. In addition to this, Let us compute the public expenses for the extra number of the judiciary, the police force, the jails, the prisons, the poorhouses, and the insane asylums, the value of grain wasted, and the labor used in the manufacture and sale of alcoholic beverages, although already included in the annual drink bill, should again be added inasmuch as it would increase the wealth of the country if put into some useful business. The total cost of alcohol to the United States, directly and indirectly, cannot be less than $3 billion per year. The commission appointed by the German emperor, which lately reported to him, estimated the annual drink bill of Germany to be 3 billion marks, or $720 billion. This great sum is 1/8 of all the German people earn, and is 4 times the amount which Germany spends yearly for her immense army and navy, under which the people are supposed to be greatly burdened. Add to this the indirect cost, and we have another great sum, the worst feature of which is that of this amount there has been a direct increase of 800 million marks during the last 5 years. Sweden, for defense, spends annually 35 million kroners. For alcoholic beverages, 80 million. Denmark's bill is 17 million kroners. Her alcoholic bill amounts to 63,500,000 kroners. With a population of only 3 million, Switzerland spends 264 million marks per year for liquor. In regard to England, the Reverend John Watson says, it is calculated that an average English working-class family spends 6 shillings per week in drink, or about 1/4 of their wages. The drink bill for the United Kingdom for 1905 was computed to be no less than £164,167,941, or $797,856,193. Computing the population of the United States at 86 million, Britain's bill is comparatively larger. James D. Wepleys, writing in the Saturday Evening Post on the terrible destitution in England, says, "It is at these times that the terrible evil of drink, the curse of Great Britain, comes predominantly to the fore. The liquor bill of England and Wales amounts to about $22 per capita. It is all incurred, however, by about 1/2 of the population, and over 2/3 of the amount by people whose incomes are less than $750, or £152 a year." The enormous sum of money spent for alcohol must inevitably cause much poverty. The amount of drunkenness caused by poverty cannot be estimated, but the amount of poverty caused by drunkenness can approximately. The replies to questions sent to every almshouse keeper in the United States show that at least 51% of the inmates of almshouses become paupers through drink. To put this into statistical form, about 1,530,000 persons who have come to poverty through drink are dependent upon the taxpayers of the country. Warden Roberts of the New York almshouse on Blackwell's Island told the writer that he considered 9/10 of the inmates, of whom he then had 2,593, came there through drink. Mr. Tudor Trevor says that 70% of the paupers of England, costing the nation 10 million sterling annually, are the result of alcoholic drinking. Japan, with practically the same poor laws as Great Britain, has only 24,000 paupers, while Great Britain 100,000. A Japanese statesman, being asked to explain this difference in results, replied, "The Japanese drink tea, the British drink alcohol." Large business concerns have discovered the danger and economic loss in employing drinking men. This increasing demand for sober and reliable men is destined to be a great reformatory force. Railroads all over America, large railroads, as example given, the Northern Pacific, have prohibited the use of alcoholic liquors by their employees at all times. Only a year or two ago, the French governor director of railroads said that the government roads had agreed to discharge all employees who persisted in using spirits and wine while on duty. All persons who continue to drink should be dropped from the pension rolls of the company, and would not participate in the endowment funds in case of accident. Restaurants on the road were forbidden to sell spirits to workmen. The Christian Endeavor World is authority for the statement that the marine insurance companies doing business in New York City now offer a reduction of 5% in rates to ships on which no ardent spirits are drunk during the voyage. It may be the economic loss rather than the physical or moral which will be the occasion of the remedy. Leaving out all other considerations and counting the cost only in dollars and cents, the price we pay for alcohol is astounding. If the alcohol were manufactured and poured into the sea, the world would be much poorer because it was made. But how much better it would be than, in addition, to pay for it in the lives of men, sickness and disease, misery and sorrow. This is the greatest price which we pay. This price, which cannot be expressed in terms of money. Michaelides, in a thesis presented to the University of Copenhagen, Denmark, in 1902 as partial fulfillment for a degree of Doctor of Philosophy, estimated that during the last 30 years, 7,500,000 persons died in Europe from alcohol drinking, this number being greater than the total of all who died as a result of wars during the 19th century. He further states that in Denmark, 1 out of every 7 of the men who die between the ages of 35 and 55 die in alcohol drinking. Further computations have been made by him concerning other European countries. He computes the annual number of deaths from alcohol to be as follows: Great Britain 40,000, Belgium and Holland 20,000, Russia 100,000, France 40,000, Germany 40,000, Scandinavia and Switzerland 20,000, for a total of 260,000. Dr. T.D. Crawthers computes that 10% of the mortality is due to the abuse of alcohol, and 20% of all disease is traceable to this cause. Dr. Carter of Liverpool says that the mortality from almost every disease has fallen in England, but that from alcohol is an exception. The direct death rate has risen from 45 per 100 million of those living in 1878 to 77 per 1 million in 1897. Dr. Charles Macfie of Edinburgh says that there are yearly 60,000 deaths from consumption and the same number from alcoholism. Many place the latter at 100,000, and both of these are preventable complaints. These figures must be largely matters of opinion, as their death certificates show only the case where alcohol is the direct cause. As Whitingwell says, half the certificates we write are mere anodynes for the public conscience. The following suggestive figure are taken from Temperance, August 1905. The experience of the Scepter Life Assurance Society Limited for the 20 years from 1884 to 1903, inclusive, gives the following figures for abstainers: expected deaths 1,440, actual deaths 792, being 55% of the expected. Non-abstainers, expected death 2,730, actual deaths 1,880, or 79% of the expected. The experience of the Scottish Temperance Life Assurance Company Limited for the 20 years from 1883 to 1902, inclusive, gives the following figures: abstainers, expected death 936, actual deaths 420, or 45% of the expected. Non-abstainers, expected death 319, actual deaths 225, or 71% of the expected. In another company they have kept the figures for over 60 years, and the results are as follows: non-abstainers, male lives, total number of years of exposure to risk, all ages, 466,943. Expected death by OM table, 8,911. Actual deaths, 8,947. Percent of actual to be expected, 100.4. male lives, abstainers, whole life policies, transfers to excluded. Total number of years of exposure to risk, 398,010. Expected death by OM table, 6,899. Actual deaths, 5,124. Percent of actual to be expected, 74.3. The non-abstainers are not all drunkards, but include all persons who take alcohol in any quantity. The evil effects are shown in disease as well as in death, both in the drunkard and his offspring. This Oliver Wendell Holmes expressed a number of years ago as follows: when nature has made up her mind that she has had enough of a particular stock, and that its room is better than its company, the work of patching up the constitutions of its offspring and keeping them sober is one of the most desperate tasks assigned to the healers of men. So many men think that there is no harm in drinking so long as they never get drunk. The businessman at the close of the day must have his bitters and thinks that only good comes from his temperate indulgence. But Dr. W. H. Riley has made the statement that he has seen scores of cases of paralysis caused by alcohol in those who never became intoxicated. Man does not need to be so intoxicated as to dethrone his reason in order to have the drug do him harm. It is well known that injuries, which to other people would be but slight, are apt to prove serious even in moderate drinkers, and the risk of death is much greater in surgical operations. The direct relation of alcohol to disease can be seen in the words of Dr. Alexander Lambert when he said, "Of the 24,300 patients in Bellevue Hospital, New York, in 1900, over one quarter went through the alcoholic wards." Indirectly we know the very close relation which alcohol bears to the fatal cases of consumption, pneumonia, and many other diseases. It has been found that out of 100 alcoholics attacked by pneumonia, 70 die, while one of every 100 non-alcoholics so attacked, only 23 die. In addition to these facts already mentioned, the great prevalence of crime and insanity as a result of alcohol drinking has contributed to the awakening. On account of the awakening concerning alcohol, of which we have just been speaking, and the interest in the subject as a result of this, it was thought that a treatise on the relation between alcohol and the mental states would be beneficial, especially as nothing of this kind has come to the notice of the writer, and no author has treated the subject except in an incidental way. In this work only the more permanent mental effects have been treated, and hence only the effects of a continued use of alcohol. In using the title, The Psychology of Alcoholism, we mean it to be an account of the mental changes brought about by the continuous and excessive use of alcohol, and an attempted explanation of the changes. Added to this, in the latter part of the book, will be found 2 chapters on the effect of the mind upon this condition as far as cure is concerned. In treating the mental effects, it is necessary to approach through the physical and examine the effect upon the brain. To this chapter 2 is devoted. The whole of this chapter may not be perfectly clear to the lay mind, but an attempt has been made to put it in form so that it might be comprehensible. It is difficult to find terms which will convey the idea without using technical ones. Chapter 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 deal with the more strictly psychological aspects of the subject, with attempted explanations based on the results found in Chapter 2. Chapter 8 and 9, dealing with the psychological morals and insanity, while necessarily using some technical terms, have been made as popular as possible. The last 2 chapters, 10 and 11, deal with the psychological cures. In the following chapter, the writer has endeavored to take an unbiased position, sifting the testimony, and when 2 sides are presented to give both. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Psychology of Alcoholism by George Barton Cutten. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2, Physiology. In the examination of the psychology of alcoholism, we are necessarily led into the physiological psychology, because the mind is affected indirectly by the action of a chemical substance upon the brain, and directly by the changed condition of the brain. Throughout this work the discussion will be confined as much as possible to the physiological aspect, but it is necessary to speak, at least briefly, upon the physiological import. We immediately meet the controversy concerning the relation between the mind and the brain. It is not our intention to enter into this discussion, but simply to state our position. Considering the facts as we now have them, it is impossible for us to agree with the idealist in his attempt to minimize the importance of the brain and its influence upon the mind. It is equally difficult for us to depreciate the value of the mind as the distinct entity and its power over the brain, and hence over the whole body. Thus, we are also forced to differ from the materialist. Our position is the medium one. We recognize the truth in both, but accept neither one to the exclusion of the other. The interaction of the mind and the brain is hard to doubt, and is equally difficult to explain. At most we know very little of the true relationship, but we do know that there is a real reciprocal action, pathological cases, some of which we will discuss, proving this. Since our subject deals almost exclusively with the influence of the brain over the mind, it seems necessary to state our position in the controversy, especially as many of the publications on alcoholism have been contributed by men who have been able to accept only the view of a one-sided relationship. As we are dealing with the continued effects of alcoholism on the mind, the physiology of acute alcoholism will not be treated, except insofar as it may throw light upon the chronic effects, for we know that a single action, if repeated, tends to change the organism so that it will remain permanently in the same condition as that brought about the temporary effects of the single action. Many volumes have been written upon the physiological aspects of alcoholism, but it is obvious that in a work on psychology we can give only an epitome of the results of the investigations in physiology. For a long time it has been known that an elective affinity existed between the nervous tissue and narcotics, including of course alcohol, but it remained for E. Overton and H. Meyer to define more clearly the nature of this affinity. It has been noticed that all substances which are soluble in fats and do not injure animal tissue are narcotics. The action of these narcoticizing substances is shown most plainly where fatty tissue predominates, and this tissue is most affected by narcotics. The power of a narcotic is noticed to bear a direct relation to its affinity for fats, and an indirect relation to its affinity for water. By testing the relative solubility of olive oil and water with any narcotic, the exact narcotic effect can be calculated. Thus, ether, which is not readily soluble in water, but is speedily soluble in fatty substances, is a quick and powerful narcotic. Alcohol, on the contrary, while soluble in fat, is also soluble in water, and therefore its narcoticizing effect is slower and less powerful than that of ether. When we consider the proportion of every nerve cell which is made up of fatty substances, we can see the bearing of these observations upon the affinity of alcohol and other related narcotics for nervous tissue. The narcotic is taken into the blood and must reach the nerve cell through this medium. If there is comparatively a greater affinity for the blood than for the nerve cell, for the water than the oil, comparatively less the narcotic enters the cell than if the contrary is the case, and hence the narcotization is slower in its action. We naturally ask how these substances act on nervous tissue. It was formerly considered that the narcotic exerted its effect because the fatty substances were soluble in the narcotic, and that the narcotic dissolved these fatty substances, and thus the nervous tissue was for a time more or less devoid of fatty material. This theory had to be discarded in view of the fact that large amounts of fatty substances exist in the neuron, and if these were dissolved, such speedy recovery as is experienced with most narcotics would be impossible. Footnote: Neuron. On account of the frequent use of this term in this chapter, it is thought best to have it defined. Formerly it was thought that the nervous factors, cell, nerves and dendrites were separate parts, but now the neuron has become the nervous unit. It consists of the cell body, dendrites, and axis cylinder process, which are considered to be only different parts of the one structure. The part known as the nerve is now looked upon as the axis cylinder process of the cell, as much a part of the cell as the dendrites. The diagrammatic drawing on the following page gives a comprehensive idea of the neuron and its constituent parts. Figure 1, scheme of lower motor neuron from Barker, The Nervous System, page 41. The opposite theory accords best with the facts, and is now most commonly accepted, viz., that the narcotic is dissolved in the fatty substances, and the change is caused thereby in some way stop interaction between the neurons, and interfere with the conduction of impulses. This is true of all narcotics, but each narcotic has special symptoms, and an excess use causes a distinct set of injuries. Why alcohol selects a certain set of cells we do not know, but, as has been contended by Nissel, each poison gives rise to special lesions because it affects certain kinds of cells to the exclusion of others. There remains much yet to be accomplished in the chemistry of the nervous system, for here is hidden the secret of the nervous processes. Not only is there a difference in opinion regarding the chemical action of alcohol, but the exact physiological action caused by the chemical changes is disputed by the devotees of different theories, divided for the most part into two classes. Up to the last century it was thought that alcohol was a powerful stimulant, quickening and strengthening all mental and physical action, very much as the popular mind today views its effects. The view of the stimulating power of alcohol is still held, notably by C. Binns. He affirms that alcohol stimulates the nerve cells before it induces depression of function, but in this opinion he has comparatively few followers. Schmeineberg suggested that the facts do not carry out this view, and that alcohol is devoid of stimulating power, its whole effect being that of a powerful paralyzer. Instead of stimulating the mental powers, it paralyzes the regulative apparatus of the mind, so that the subject is not able to judge correctly, or to discern his real weakness. Schmeineberg has been reported in his theory by Bung, Mitscherlich, Finley, and Kraepelin, the last proving by experiment that the stimulation was only apparent, because the work, both mental and bodily, was lessened under the influence of alcohol. This theory is probably the one most widely accepted among specialists on the subject, and even Binns leaves room for the same, although he does not support it. He says, "The stimulating effects which small doses of alcohol produce in different parts of the body may, here and there, possibly be due to the paralysis of the inhibitory apparatus. This is a point, however, about which we know nothing." In a recent address, one of the supporters of this theory spoke as follows: "An acceleration of motion may be due to increased power of the engine, stimulation, or to the brakes being raised, paralysis, and it may be very difficult for an onlooker to determine which is the true explanation. The apparent evidence of increased mental activity under alcohol, however, has proved for the most part illusory when carefully investigated. One argument against the stimulant action of alcohol is the narrow limits to which it is confined. Alcohol, on the other hand, appears to have only a depressant action on the nervous tissues, except in the human cerebrum. But when the excitement stage is more closely investigated, it becomes apparent that all the cerebral functions are not facilitated by alcohol. It is common knowledge that under the influence of alcohol an individual may be more brilliant in conversation, more witty, more social, more generous in sentiment, but that he is not so careful in his statements, and has not the consideration for his own position or that of others which he usually manifests. He loses his self-control and self-restraint, and thereby often proves more entertaining and social than in ordinary life, but he also loses sense of responsibility, and his power of discriminating between the trivial and the important, or between the merely plausible and the actually proved. In a word, it is generally recognized that some of the highest functions of the brain are thrown out of action by alcohol administered in quantities which induce the phase of exhilaration. The further question is, what functions are actually increased in activity, and how far is this increase dependent upon the reduced activity of the processes which are depressed by alcohol? The question is, of course, a psychological one, which can be answered only by a psychological analysis, which is as yet very far from complete. But it is obvious to everyone that the exhilarations may be due to a loosening of the associations which ordinarily control our actions and feelings. Lately there have appeared those who oppose this view, and again uphold the stimulation theory. They do not claim for it what was formerly asserted, viz., that alcohol is a general stimulant of great power. But while admitting the facts of recent experiments which prove that less and a poorer quality of mental and bodily work is done under the influence of alcohol, they present the stimulation theory in a new light. They say that alcohol is not a depressant, but a stimulant. It is selective in its stimulation, affecting principally the inhibitory mechanism and not the motor, hence the apparent paralyzing effect. The flushing of the skin under the influence of alcohol is accordingly not due to the paralysis of the vasoconstrictor nerves, but to the stimulation of the vasodilator nerves. An adherent of this theory says, alcohol favors the irritability of the inhibitory mechanisms. I do not doubt in the least that alcohol stimulates also motor sensory nerves, or the organs of activity in general. I only suggest that it is a certain dilution, and at a certain stage, alcohol, when in contact with the nerve cells, either directly stimulates, preferably some of the normal inhibitory mechanisms of the body, or increases their irritability. As a consequence of the stimulation, the perception for finer differences becomes decreased, the reaction time is prolonged, the formation of associations and the irradiation of stimuli within the central nervous system become restricted, and also the tonicity of all the muscles is reduced, and the execution of motor is rendered difficult. Strychnine is a stimulant, and alcohol is a stimulant, but strychnine stimulates both, preferably the motor or active mechanisms, while alcohol stimulates preferably the inhibitory mechanisms. Between these two principal theories we have nothing to choose, since they both admit the facts, and this is of greatest importance. These facts will form the basis of the discussion which follow on the psychology of alcoholism, and either theory may provisionally be accepted. The paralysis theory is more widely recognized, and has more influence in its favor, and since the final effect appears to be that of paralysis, and to coincide with general paresis, it seems natural to attribute the initial form to that of paralysis also, rather than to that of inhibitory stimulation. This consistency is not necessary, however, for we have the example of other substances, which in small doses and initial effects give results the reverse of those obtained from large doses in continued use. Not only is it true that alcohol has an elective affinity for nervous tissue, but its effects upon the various parts of the nervous system differ both in manner and degree. Further, we shall see later, even the different portions of the individual neuron are affected in a variety of ways, and with more or less destructive results. The part of the nervous system to be injured first is the cerebrum, which ministers to the highest mental functions. Following this, the cerebellum, the part of the system which controls coordination, is impaired. The spinal cord next suffers, and thus many reflex movements are interfered with. Finally, the medulla oblongata is affected. It is through the paralysis of the medulla that alcohol directly causes death, for in the spinal bulb are contained the respiratory and cardiac centers. The cerebrum may be so affected by alcohol that a person is unconscious, or the cerebellum so influenced that walking is impossible, but respiration and circulation continue, and life does not cease provided that the medulla is not seriously affected. As soon as the respiratory and cardiac centers are injured, death immediately follows. Alcohol seldom causes death directly, in example, through its effect upon the medulla oblongata, but usually indirectly by interfering with the other vital functions. Of course, it will be recognized that when we speak of a regular consequence of the effect of alcohol upon the different portions of the nervous system, we do not mean that the first portion is totally destroyed before the second part is affected. Example given, that the functions of the cerebrum are destroyed before the cerebellum is affected at all, but rather that this is the order in which the effects of alcohol are noticed. The degeneration continues in each part after it begins, and proceeds simultaneously in the portions already affected, probably more rapidly in those parts in which the injury first appears. While alcohol affects the nervous system most injuriously, there are set up in other portions of the body, as the alimentary tract and the liver, structural changes which indirectly cause further injury to the neurons. The degenerating effects of alcohol upon the nervous system may be classed under three heads. First, injury to the neurons. Second, change in the vascular system. Third, pathological growth. These will be discussed in order. 1. Injury to the neurons. During the last few years, much valuable histological work has been done in the post-mortem examinations of the brains of persons who have died directly or indirectly from the effects of alcohol. There has also been some careful work done in comparative histology, where animals have died from the effects of alcohol systematically administered for a greater or less period of time, ranging from a few hours to a year or more. From the results of these investigations, we know some of the disastrous effects of alcohol on the nerve cells and their processes. Footnote: no poison except the virus of syphilis plays so extensive a role in the morbid affections and degenerations of the tissues, nervous or non-nervous. Yet as regards its effects on the nervous system, it is possible to trace its march with a fair degree of accuracy. W. B. Lewis, Textbook of Mental Diseases, page 327, forward. End footnote. How far all the lesions in the following description are due to chronic alcoholic excess is doubtful, but the more serious ones, such as the destruction of the cells, undoubtedly are attributable to this cause. The lesser injuries may be traced to the acute effects. Concerning this point, Professor W. H. Welch says, two different kinds of lesions of the nerve cells have been found, the former designated as moniliform change, the other designated as chromatolysis. There is reason to think that these changes belong, even in the chronic cases, to the more immediate acute effects of alcoholic poisoning. For in Friedenwald's experiments, they were often absent in animals which did not die, but were killed in the course of the experiments, and they were not observed in animals allowed to live a few days after the alcohol was stopped. Dr. J. H. Kellogg gives further evidence along this line. Kleefeld has shown that the retardation of the cell branches and the development of a beaded and varicose appearance is the immediate result of the presence of alcohol in the blood, appearing within 15 minutes after alcohol has been introduced into the circulation of the animals, showing that the condition which is found permanent in the habitual drunkard exists temporarily in a man or in an animal subjected to the influence of this drug. In examining the condition of the neurons in their different locations, it is in order to begin with those of the cerebral cortex. Here, even in cases showing the greatest degeneration, not all the cells are injured, but probably the most of them are. The exact proportion is difficult to determine. Of those injured, more are found in the deepest layers, some cases showing no morbid indications in the uppermost layers. Why particular kinds of cells are selected for an attack by alcohol and others are immune, we do not know at present, neither is the significance of the selection clear. The dendrites are the first parts of the cell visibly affected, the change here being quite startling. The thorns or twigs on which are situated the contact granules soften and swell, at first slightly, so as to give the mere appearance of roughness. Concomitant with the smallest tumefaction or swelling, there seems to be a decrease in the number of buds, and as the swelling increases, these gemmules become less and less in number until they entirely disappear. The swellings enlarge and spread rapidly, soon covering the entire dendrite, and forming rough botryoidal masses or bunches,
which resemble the fungus growth called black knot, seen upon diseased plum trees. With the swelling comes softening and dissolution, the outermost branches disintegrating. These degenerative changes continue until all that is left is a gnarled, knotted stump, deprived of nearly every branch, and lacking in gemmules. See Figure 2. Explanation of Figure 2. Label 6. Advanced moniliform tumefaction of apical dendrites at 560 magnification. Label 7. Small irregular nerve cell from the outer portion of the second cell layer with advanced moniliform swellings of all the principal dendrites, and roughening of the cell corpus at 560 magnification. Label 8. A medium-sized pyramidal cell showing disappearance of the long dendrites and great roughening of the thicker stems, as well as complete loss of the gemmulae. The cell body has a very irregular contour and is shrunken. The axon is intact at 560 magnification. Label 9 and 10 exhibit similar phenomena. From H. J. Berkeley, studies on the lesions produced by the action of certain poisons on the cortical nerve cell. 1. Alcohol, Brain, Volume 18, page 496. A, B, C, D, E, and F. Terminal tufts and endings of the protoplasmic apical processes in the first layer, human brain cortex, showing bead-like and moniliform swellings, coalescence of the fine miliary granules in place, and loss of fine granulation in the most affected parts. The dotted line marks the limit between the first and second layers. Alcoholic insanity. From W. L. Andreessen on some of the newer aspects of the pathology of insanity. Brain, Volume 17, page 669. End of explanation of Figure 2. Finally, the apical processes entirely disappear, together with most of the basilar ones, leaving only one or two enlarged branchless stumps. See Figure 3. Figure 3. 4 nerve cells from the human brain cortex. Occipital region, situated in the deeper part, polymorphic layer, and showing various stages of disintegration. Alcoholic insanity. From W. L. Andreessen on some of the newer aspects of the pathology of insanity. Brain, 17, page 670. End of Figure 3. In cases where degeneration is advanced, the cell body shows signs of decay and disintegration, but before this, even before the least swelling or symptom of decay in any part of the neuron, the cell shows a lack of nutriment. The coagulating albumin thickens and clogs the cell membrane, thereby hindering endosmosis and the assimilation of nutrient materials on the one hand, and exosmosis, or excretion of broken down phytae products on the other. After the formation of this cell wall, so foreign to healthy nerve cells, a considerable amount of pigment is deposited between this and the shrunken protoplasm, making the center tough and giving it a wasted appearance. Following the degeneration of the dendrites, the cell body becomes irregularly shrunken and also begins to waste away. The side of the cell decays until a vacuole is formed in the cell, near which is usually found a mass of debris. Nor is the disintegration confined to one place. Frequently it will begin at several different parts at once, destroying almost the entire interior of the cell, so that nothing is left except perhaps a small crescent and fragments of waste matter. See Figure 3. Sometimes the total remains of the cell body are mere shell, the decay starting from within and working outward. But however the disintegration may start, the cell outline becomes very irregular and ragged, and especially where the decay starts from within. Considerable areas of the cell become transparent. Not only this, but some cells, after becoming vacuolated, undergo fatty degeneration and entirely disappear. Among those which remain, a distinct diminution from shrinkage, apart from the decay, is noticed in some. Degeneration is also very apparent when histological stains are applied to the cells. These show a disappearance of reserved nutriment, pigment granules being substituted for the protoplasm. The chromatic network does not stain easily, and the chromatic bodies are either granular, absent, or indistinct, showing chromatolysis unmistakably. See Figure 10. A further and very serious abnormality is the diffuse staining of the achromatic. In the general destruction and dissolution of the cell, the nucleus does not escape. Frequently it is contracted and granular in appearance. When the process of decay is advanced, the nucleus becomes eccentric, and later, when the cell is further destroyed, may even protrude beyond the cell membrane. The nucleolus stains deeply. The outline is rough, with elongated processes projecting from its surface. Further along in the disintegration it becomes enlarged and spongy, and finally disappears. See Figure 5. Figure 5. Nuclei of normal parietal cells of the rabbit's cortex, showing the nucleoli smooth and sharply defined at 1100 magnification. 2. Nuclei of the pyramidal cells of the alcoholic rabbit's cortex, showing the nuclei roughened and enlarged. The outline of the nucleus is also more irregular than in the normal cell at 1100 magnification. From H.J. Berkeley, studies on the lesions produced by the action of certain poisons on the cortical nerve. 1. Alcohol, Brain, Volume 18, page 496. End of Figure 5. End Figure 4. Granular degeneration of the nerve cell in fifth layer motor cortex and proliferations of pericellular and perivascular nuclei of a case of chronic alcoholic insanity at 210 magnification. From W. B. Lewis, Textbook of Mental Diseases, page 584. A. Small angular cells of fourth layer. B. Perivascular nuclei. C. Perivascular nuclei. D. Motor nerve cell and its nutrient vessel. E. Degeneration of apex process. F. Nerve cell undergoing granular degeneration. G. Diseased arteriole. End of Figure 4. The access cylinder processes apparently remain intact the longest, with the exception of some of its collaterals, which soon degenerate. The protection of the access cylinder process by the medullary sheath probably accounts for this, but finally the sheath becomes granular and wrinkled, with here and there small irregular swellings of a fatty nature. In other portions, the myelin is greatly attenuated and the access is exposed. The sheath may also become much altered by connective tissue invasion. The neural core shows an internal pathological change by uneven staining, and the degeneration is further evidenced by its being greatly swollen and fusiform, as in other cases of inflammation of the nerve fibers or senile decay. As has already been noted, the upper layers of the cortex are comparatively less injured, the degeneration described above being mostly of the motor cells of the fifth layer of the cortex and the large pyramidal cells. The spindle cells of the sixth layer also show effects of an injurious nature, apparently chiefly due to the spider or scavenger cells found in such large quantities in this layer in alcoholism. These spider cells act as phagocytes and destroy the spindle nerve cells so that we find them comparatively few where they should be most abundant. Many nuclear proliferations are seen surrounding the spindle cells, and some of the cells are undergoing pigmentary degeneration. See Figure 7. Figure 6, Diagram A. A. Scavenger element, spider cells, in peripheral zone of first layer of the cortex human brain at 240 magnification. A. Spider cells following vascular tract. B. Spider cells with long, delicate fibrils. C. Coarser vascular branches of spider cell. And D. Plexus of finer fibrils. B. Of Figure 6, aneurysmal dilation of perivascular sac, general paralysis at 210 times magnification. Diagram C of Figure 6, degeneration of nerve cells in cortex with proliferation of the spider or scavenger cells. Section from fifth cortical layer and motor region at 210 times magnification. A. Swollen degenerative nerve cell. B. Vascular process of spider cell. C. Spinous extensions from vascular walls. D. Degenerating nerve cells attacked by spider cells. E. Spider cell with its vascular process. F. Arteriole surrounded by spider elements. From W. B. Lewis, Textbook of Mental Diseases, page 584, 588, and 592. End of Figure 6. End Figure 7. Changes in deepest or spindle cell layer of human cortex. Chronic alcoholic insanity at 180 times magnification. A. Spider cells proliferating. B. Degenerating nerve cell devoid of nucleus. C. Proliferation of nuclei on fusiform cells. D. Perivascular nuclei crowding upon walls of blood vessel. That is from W. B. Lewis, Textbook of Mental Diseases, page 585. End of Figure 7. In advanced cases, a change in the neurogular elements is noticed, consisting of evacuation of the cell protoplasm with pigmentation of the cell body, swelling of the processes, and the abundant formation of so-called colloidal bodies in the brain. See Figure 8. Figure 8. Two protoplasmic neurogular cells of the human brain showing two stages of change. A. Commencing beaded swelling of the protoplasm, and B. A more advanced stage, the protoplasm in coarse, irregularly beaded botryoidal masses with a loss of mossy granulation. Alcoholic Insanity from W. L. Andreessen on some of the newer aspects of the pathology of insanity. Brain, Volume 17, page 684. End of Figure 8. In the cerebellum, the degeneration is equally apparent. Proportionately more of the cells of the Purkinje are injured than of the cells of cerebral cortex. The lesions are very noticeable, both in regard to the disintegration and the tumefaction of the dendrites. See Figure 9. Figure 9. Section showing the degeneration of dendrites throughout moniliform swellings, from H. J. Berkeley. Studies on the lesions produced by the action of certain poisons on the cortical cells. 1. Alcohol, Brain, Volume 18, page is 496 forward. End of Figure 9. And the change is shown by staining. The cell body undergoes decay and the protoplasm loses its characteristic structure. Chromatolysis is apparent. See Figure 10. Figure 10 shows cells that become enlarged and darker with increased exposure to alcohol. End of Figure 10. The chromatic bodies are thin, ragged, granular, or absent, and the network is changed to granules. The normally achromatic portions stain deeply, thereby showing degeneration. The nucleus becomes altered in shape, and both the nucleus and nucleolus are much shrunken. The detrimental effects in the spinal cord are not so consistent as in the higher centers of the brain. There may be very serious evidences of degeneration apparent, or again little or no effect is noticed. The same tracts are not always affected, or the same sections of particular tracts. The degeneration may be unilateral or general. The spinal ganglia may or may not be affected, and corneal changes are not infrequent. This being true, it is difficult to give any but the most general description of the lesions. We find here chronic myelitis and meningitis and systematic sclerosis, the last probably being the chief lesion. This frequently affects the whole sections of the cord, and in connection with scavenger cells is very injurious. Various forms of chromatolysis are observed both in the cord and the spinal ganglia. See Figure 10. But this occurs rather irregularly, especially in the ganglia. There come to be very few chromatic bodies, and a noticeable decrease in the number of chromophile granules is characteristic. The spinal stichochromes show extreme chromatolysis, and these together with the spinal and sympathetic ganglion cells show, besides chromatolysis, lesions described as homogeneous swellings distributed in an irregular manner. Under the consideration of the spinal cord, we must speak of the peripheral nerves, For these are axis cylinder processes, the spinal cells and ganglia. They seem to be acted on directly as well as through changes in the centers, for neuritis has been repeatedly observed ending in local paralysis. Usually these nerves do not show symptoms of injury until after the higher centers have been affected, and frequently not so serious degeneration takes place as in the higher centers. D. Cerna, who made experiments on frogs to ascertain the effects of alcohol upon the peripheral nerves, say that in frogs killed by the administration of large doses of alcohol, the nerves responded to electric stimulation very slightly or none at all. The observed change in the nerve begins near the peripheral distribution. The greatest alteration is noticed in the intramuscular branches of the motor nerves. Some have opined that the spinal alterations are due to the changes in the peripheral nerves, but it is probable that these are coincident affections. S. Martin has described the change as follows. First, at one or more of the spots on the nerve fiber, the medullary sheath disappears entirely. The remainder of the sheath above and below still staining with osmic acid. The axis cylinder in the affected part becomes attenuated and finally ruptures. The part of the nerve fiber between the rupture and the muscle now undergoes Wallerian degeneration. The changes in the neuron which have been mentioned are not all peculiar to alcoholism. They may be brought about by the continuous influence of many different toxic agents, but not all by any one other agent. 2. Changes in the vascular system. The vascular lesions are very serious and form a principal part of the trouble caused by alcoholic excess. No single factor contributes so largely to disease of the blood vessels as much as the chronic use of alcohol poison. Especially well defined in the blood vessels of the cortex is the widespreading hardening and thickening of the arteries, known as arteriosclerosis or atherosmatous degeneration. Here vessels are also found unequally and considerably distended by well-developed aneurysmal dilations. See Figure 6b. Figure 6b shows aneurysmal dilation of perivascular sac and general paralysis at 210 magnification, which latter give rise to a cribriform condition. The usually smooth walls are irregularly shrunken and distended, at times almost botryoidal in shape on account of many rough bulgings. Occasionally the vessel is seen to be stopped up, the swollen condition of the different coats narrowing the lumen, and it becomes plugged with some thrombosis, possibly a fatty embolus. When this occurs, it is followed by rupture of the walls of the arteries, Berkeley denoting miliary hemorrhages as one of the characteristic lesions of alcoholism. Degeneration is further shown and continued by the presence of scavenger cells following the course of the arteries which they attack. See Figure 6. All the walls of the arteries show injury of some kind. In the intima, or inner walls of the artery, a chronic inflammatory state leads to a condition of atheromatous and fatty change. The endothelium cells are swollen and the cell protoplasm undergoes regressive changes. Here, nuclear proliferation is in progress, the nuclei staining deeply. As a result of the endoarteritis and fatty degeneration of the lumen of the vessel is narrowed, and the result is malnutrition, softening and rupture following as a matter of course. Probably the intima is the first part of the vessel affected, on account of its coming into direct and continual contact with the poisoned blood. The media or muscular layer of the vessel increases in thickness. The muscular protoplasm becomes swollen, staining less deeply than normally. The nuclei are occasionally absent from quite large areas, and those which remain are abnormal. The contractile power of this muscular tissue is lost, resistance being diminished by the dilation in aneurysmal states, and more especially the injury to the vasomotor nerves. Harnack so well says, "It should also never be forgotten that even in small doses the paralyzing action of alcohol is exercised most rapidly and energetically upon the tonus of the blood vessels, the importance of which tonus for the regularity of the circulation and the cardiac energy is well known. The abnormal action of the vasomotor nerves causes the small vessels to dilate, and thereby we find a loss of action and movement in the vessels. When this tonus is lost, there is an accumulation and sluggish movement of the blood in the capillary and venous systems. The adventitial sheath, the outer wall of the vessels, also increases in size on account of fatty degeneration of its elements. Nuclear proliferation is most noticeable in this coat, and the outside is attacked by spider cells. The swelling of the walls enlarges the size of the vessel to some extent, but it also presses inward, so that the lumen is decreased or closed. The veins undergo changes similar to the arteries, the walls being frequently ruptured, and the capillaries suffer from the same degeneration which the larger vessels do, the dilations being quite noticeable. See Figure 11. Figure 11, diagrammatic representation of two arteries. 1 normal, 2 affected by alcoholic excess. 1 normal. Adventitia or outer wall. B. Media, middle or muscular wall showing nuclei of muscle fiber cells. C. Intima or inner wall showing nuclei of pavement epithelium. And 2 affected by alcoholic excess. A. Lumen nearly closed. B. Intima folded, swollen, and with nuclear proliferation in progress. C. Media irregularly swollen, staining lighter, and decrease in number of nuclei. D. Adventitia irregularly swollen and undergoing nuclear proliferation. E. Leukocytes. F. Fatty detritus. End of Figure 11. On account of the degeneration of the vessels, blood is found in the brain substance, which has oozed out through the ruptured walls. Not only the extravasated blood, but together with it a collection of hematoidin crystals and fat embolisms is sometimes found. Through the dilations of the blood vessels, the walls become weaker, and this allows the exudation of the plasma to be more readily induced, and thus we frequently find an increased diffusion of plasma. The circulation of the blood is interfered with, and its original course perverted. The peривascular spaces become dilated, and occasionally contain a few grains of hematoidin debris. Besides the change in the blood circulation, the circulation of the lymph is also deranged. The arteriosclerosis and the chronic thickening of the meninges are evidence of the retardation of the lymph, which has induced cirrhotic changes. Further, the Virchow-Robin lymph spaces are found to be entirely obliterated, and the His lymph spaces are almost completely closed. The vessels of the cord, as well as those of the brain, are affected. The increase in size of the vessels makes them much more prominent in sections of the cord, and the thickening of the coats, especially the muscularis, decreases the size of the lumen, and the intima thus appears plated when stained. Lewis gives comparative measurements of the lumina of vessels of the cord, both those affected by alcoholic excess and those devoid of spinal symptoms, showing the decrease in the lumen of the affected ones. In general, the lesions are very similar to those of the cerebral vessels, the posterior portions being more affected than the anterior. These defects in the vascular system would be sufficiently serious if the blood itself were normal, but alcohol has also a toxic effect upon the blood. Lewis accepts Dr. Piercy's experiments of 1839, in which he claims to have found alcohol in the brain. His inquiry was suggested by Dr. Kirk and Dr. Ogston, who said in 1830 and 1831 respectively that the blood of the brain of a habitual drunkard, when exposed to heat, gave off fumes of alcohol, and the fluid in the ventricles of drunkards ignited and burned with the characteristic blue flame of alcohol. We discovered nearly 4 ounces of fluid in the ventricles, having all the physical qualities of alcohol, as proved by the united testimony of 2 other medical men, who saw the body opened and examined the fluid, are the words of Dr. Ogston. In Dr. Pierce's experiment on men and dogs, he did not rely on the odor and inflammability of the fluid, but he procured a quantity of alcohol by distillation. The writer is not prepared to affirm or deny the truth of these statements, or the value of these experiments, since he has been unable to find any confirmation of them in modern experiments or among modern writers, with the exception of the endorsement of Mr. Lewis. The effects of alcohol upon the blood cause its nutritive qualities to be impaired, and its oxygenation and circulation retarded. The hemoglobin forms a close union with alcohol and then parts with its oxygen less readily. If present in sufficient amounts, the strong affinity which it has for water leads it to absorb the moisture from the red blood corpuscles, causing them to shrink, harden, change their form, and lose some of their ability to carry oxygen as well as their readiness to part with it. In this shrunken and irregular state of the red blood corpuscles, with diminished hemoglobin, when oxyhemoglobin is reduced in the presence of alcohol, it becomes less capable of reoxygenation. The injury is not confined to the red blood corpuscles, but extends also to the colorless ones. When alcohol is present in the circulation, it has the power of repelling leukocytes, greatly diminishing their activity, seriously interfering with them in the performance of their function, and causing their disintegration and death. In the veins, more frequently than in the arteries, are found aggregations of dying polynuclear leukocytes, and where perivascular spaces are present, they contain leukocytes in all stages of disintegration, together with large protoplasmic bodies and quantities of detritus, finely granular in character. It is also noticed that alcohol causes an increased amount of fatty matters in the blood. Usually, in alcoholic poisoning, the contents of the skull are markedly hyperemic, the pie very full of blood, and the sinuses and plexus gorged. 3. Pathological growth. The brain as a whole is affected by cirrhosis. The meninges, especially the pie matter, and the arachnoid are much thickened, but whether this is due to an atrophy of the brain or to other causes, as, for instance, the hindering of the lymph flow and the disturbance of the blood supply, or both, is a matter of controversy. The whole mass of the brain is shrunken, the atrophy and wasting of the convolutions causing them to be narrow, flattened, and distinctly separate by sulci. The relation of cause and effect, however, between this atrophy of the brain and the excessive growth of connective tissue is uncertain. In some cases are found a thickening of 3 different meninges, together with an increase in the size of the Pacchionian bodies, and excess of subarachnoid fluid. Further signs of chronic meningitis often accompany the above changes, such as the adhesion of the pie matter to the underlying cortex. The dura matter, too, may be abnormally adherent to the cranium, the arachnoid extraordinarily opaque, and the pie arachnoid thickened with tendencies to oedema. When the connective tissue intrudes, the shape of the cells is changed by the crowding which ensues, thus lessening the functional capacity of the neurons. This crowding by intrusion and the compression by the thickening of the envelopes interfere with the blood supply, causing malnutrition and functional incapacity. Another sign of the disintegration by alcohol is that the spider cells greatly increase in number and form cicatricial tissue. The growth does further injury by invading the medullary sheath of the axis cylinder processes and the collaterals. In the cord, the connective tissue growth is not so great as in the brain, but is sufficient to do much injury. The pathological effects, footnote, have been divided into 3 classes and treated separately. Footnote: W. H. Welch, The Pathological Effects of Alcohol, Physiological Aspects of the Liquor Problem, edited by J. S. Billings, Volume 2, page 370, sums up the pathological effects as follows. The pathological lesions of the brain found with greater or lesser frequency in cases of chronic alcoholism are thickening, opacity, and adhesions of the membranes, chronic hemorrhagic pachymeningitis, transudation of serum, atrophy of the cerebral convolutions, a granular condition of the ependyma, arteriomatous arteries, and increase of neuralgia in the superficial layers of the cortex. End footnote. This cannot be done in fact, for there is a constant interaction between these changes. What is the effect in one class may be the immediate cause of some lesion in another. All, of course, are either directly or indirectly caused by alcohol. A change in the vascular system, which has been immediately caused by alcohol in the blood, may be the direct cause of the pathological growth, or the degeneration of the neurons. The pathological growth may interfere with the vascular system, and hinder the action of the neurons, or the defective neurons may cause the change in the vascular system, and the pathological growth. It is impossible to say which is the cause of the total effects in the other. Probably no one is, but we have here a pathological circle, the one diseased part working disastrously upon another, the second part reacting in a detrimental way upon the first, all being interdependent. Footnote: H.J. Berkeley, Studies on the Lesions Produced by the Action of Certain Poisons on the Cortical Nerve Cell, Brain, Volume 18, page 491, says that the nerves are affected as a direct result of the poison of alcohol, as well as indirectly through a lack of nutriment in the blood. On the contrary, A.E. Stern, The Effect of Alcohol upon the Nervous System, the Mind, and Hereditary, Quarterly Journal of Inebriety, Volume 25, page 59, says, the effect upon the nerve tissue itself is purely secondary, due, in other words, largely to malnutrition of the nerve elements. W.B. Lewis, Textbook of Mental Diseases, page 583, opines that the vascular lesions are the first in point of time. End footnote. Cells of every kind of tissue usually have the ability to hinder or prevent the entrance within the walls of substances which will injure them. Not so with alcohol and other narcotic poisons, which easily penetrate the walls and attack the protoplasm with toxic effects. In fact, here we have three varieties of poison against which the cells have to struggle: that of the alcohol as such, the products of alcohol in uniting with the elements of the blood, and the effete and stagnant matter not eliminated. Thus we see that the whole system is exposed to the toxic changes. The blood supply affects all parts of the body, for the most minute and remote cell has no other source of nourishment, and therefore of life, than the blood. This is especially true of the brain and spinal cord, for on the account of the osseous covering, not only can nourishment be received in no other way, but to a large extent the blood is the only means of injury. Further, with no lesions in the blood and no poisons in the blood, we know that the simple change in the amount of blood has an effect upon the brain, the discontinuance of the supply causing insensibility and almost instantaneously, while the increased supply causes excitation and later unconsciousness and death. It is thus very important to remember in dealing with alcoholism that the neurons within the nerve centers can be, and often are, very significantly affected by influences dependent upon alterations in the flow of blood and lymph. Nerve cells of the spinal cord, deprived of blood for some 6 hours, show an almost total lack of chromatic bodies, except a few near the nucleus. We have also noteworthy alterations in the nutritive properties as well as in the flow. The blood itself is impoverished by lack of oxygen, and the changes in the arteries cause either a lack of blood to a particular part or a rupture of the vessel, allowing the contents to be sent into the brain substance. Thus, in every case of alcoholic cerebral degeneration, we have to deal with the part played by the inflammatory exudate, that of alcohol in the exudate, and the combined effects of nutrition and metabolism of the nervous structure. The retardation of the flow of lymph and blood induces cirrhotic changes, giving us a thickening of the meninges and general increase of connective tissue. The quality of the blood also affects the vessels themselves, and by rupturing or closing the lumina acts upon the nervous and connective tissue. The direct effect of alcohol upon the nervous system, and thus upon the vasomotor nerves, causes much of the disturbance in the vascular system. When these nerves are affected, the vessels dilate and perhaps rupture, or else the walls are swollen, the lumen is closed, and degeneration is completed in this way. In addition to this, the nerves, indirectly through the blood, and probably also to some extent directly, exert an influence upon the excessive growth of connective tissue. The connective tissue injures the nerves by invading the sheath of the processes, pressing the cell bodies, changing the shape, and interfering with their function. By pressure upon the vessels, the lumina are made smaller, and thus the supply of blood and lymph is decreased. It must not be supposed that the foregoing description of the effects of alcohol upon the nervous system is the result of an examination of any one individual, Of course, no one could survive with all these lesions, a small proportion of them being sufficient to cause death. This account is a resume of all the effects which have been observed, supposed to be caused by alcohol upon different persons, the effects varying with the individual. Nor must we think that these are the observations of any one scientist upon a number of persons. It is rather a composite description of the accounts of different observers, none of whom has probably noticed all the lesions described here. It is only natural at the present stage of investigation regarding histological elements of nervous tissue that there should be differences, not only of opinion but of observed facts, according to the personal equation of the observer, the experimental methods, and the numerous other circumstances which must necessarily vary in different individuals when small doses of alcohol are taken by the subject, or even in a single or a few intoxications. We also have different effects according to the variety of alcoholic beverage of which the subject partakes. One kind causes him to be keen and quick-witted, another jolly, another morose, at the same period of the intoxication, while different periods of the same intoxication produce as many different moods. These differences, however, are noticed in acute cases, or with small doses, but with these we are not directly concerned. The effect is different when larger doses are taken. The individual participating does not then show his characteristics so much, and the form of the alcohol does not produce such noticeable differences. Finally, when the doses become large and the participation frequent, the individual characteristics and the form of the alcohol make less and less difference. All the appearances of the stimulation cease, and the apparent effect is that of paralysis only. It is only thus that we can pursue our investigation, for if the same differences were noted in chronic alcoholism that are seen in a single intoxication, we should have to confine ourselves to the investigation of the effects of wine or beer or whiskey upon a certain individual, rather than the effect of alcohol, regardless of its form, upon men in general. There are differences, however, which may be likened to different cases of any disease. The physician knows of many symptoms of every disease or form of poisoning, but he rarely finds all the symptoms present in any one case. They will depend on the constitution of the patient. This is equally true regarding alcohol. With one the effects appear to be largely upon the central nervous system, with another the peripheral nerves are most seriously affected. Some are able to drink moderately and seldom, others cannot control themselves but are continually intoxicated. Between these two extremes can be found individuals to form a gradual scale. There is no more perplexing problem in individual psychology that is presented by the subtle differences of organization which make it possible for one man to drink moderately, without danger, while another, apparently as well constituted and as favorably conditioned, perishes in the presence of alcohol. We know that the effects differ according to the age, footnote 2, sex, footnote 3, profession, footnote 4, hereditary disposition, footnote 5, form of alcohol used, and other factors. Footnote 2, sex. W.B. Lewis, Textbook of Mental Diseases, page 328, says the ages when males are most susceptible to alcohol are from 25 to 30, and from 35 to 40. The explanation which he gives for this is that the former is a period characterized by intellectual advance, and the latter a time when struggle for existence is keenly felt. H.J. Berkeley, Mental Diseases, page 248, says, while chronic alcoholism is found at all ages, its especial predilection seems to be for individuals between 25 and 45 years of age, when the man's activities are at their height, his intellectual development is greatest, and the work and the struggle for a competence at its maximum. End footnote 2. Footnote 3, sex. It has been pointed out by H. Ellis, Man and Woman, page 222, W.B. Lewis, IBID, page 346, and R. Jones, Quarterly Journal of Inebriety, volume 25, page 270, that alcoholism is more common in men than in women, but Mr. Jones says that criminality is more common among women inebriates, and Mr. Ellis affirms that affections of the spinal cord and nerves are found more frequently among women. End footnote 3. Footnote 4, profession. Professions which induce sedentary habits are more disastrous than a more active outdoor life. End footnote 4. And footnote 5, hereditary disposition. Any form of neurotic inheritance tend towards an inebriate life. End footnote 5. Yet in advanced cases the difference is not so great as to prevent our noticing both physiological and psychological laws which apply to all cases. Three things we may note here in passing. Alcohol appears to affect neurotic persons more than the non-neurotic. Persons already degenerated among nervous lines are more seriously injured. The most highly organized centers are first and more permanently affected than the lower centers. This last point will have an important bearing on the psychology, for the principle holds good psychologically as well as physiologically, that in cells subject to the same amount of alcohol, the suspension of activity begins first with the most complex and proceeds to the most simple. The disagreement of the results of scientific investigation regarding the lesions caused by alcoholism makes our task difficult, and the further uncertainty concerning the importance of the lesions concurred in by all the investigators is an additional drawback. One example will suffice to elucidate the point. Chromatolysis, a lesion reported in alcoholism, is also found in ordinary fatigue, the repair of which is brought about by rest. Post-mortem changes are also shown in this way. Noting this, chromatolysis may not be a very serious lesion, but when it is coupled with fatty and pigmentary degeneration, as is frequently the case in alcoholism, we are justified in positing its pathological nature. The basis of the observations, the science and art of staining, is still very imperfect, and not until this is perfected can we expect more certain results. The uncertainty makes it difficult to establish any certain connection between the physical and the psychical, and it seems venturesome to try. When slight successes crown the efforts of those who have tried to establish a proportion between morphological alterations and the amount of functional disturbance, between the two aspects of the physical, how should one be expected to establish the relation between the morphological alterations and the psychical changes over the unabridged chasm between the physical and the psychical? This, in its wider aspect, seems impossible, yet in a limited way we are able to apply the principles of physiological psychology, advance into the known, and reasonable as far as we can, and leave the rest to the future, to the time when the activity of the single neuron in its normal condition shall be more fully understood, and when we can better comprehend the pathological cases. This chapter, which must form the basis of our further study, has given us the resume of the chemical and physiological discussions concerning the action of alcohol on the brain. We have seen that the neurons are so injured that in many cases they are entirely destroyed. This degeneration is found in all parts of the nervous system, but is most disastrous in the cerebrum. The arteries are hardened and filled up so that they are not capable of performing their normal functions, and the blood is deficient both in quantity and quality. The pathological growths crowd and deform the cells so as to interfere with the best work, and at times assist in the destruction of the nerve elements. All these different lesions are related, and prove both cause and effect in the pathological circle, while we find the effects of different kinds of alcoholic beverages vary when taken in small doses and as an occasional indulgence. When the doses are large and continuous, the same differences are not noticeable. Nevertheless, the various conditions under which the individuals live, and the investigations are made, add to the difficulties of our problem. In the succeeding pages, the attempt will be made to follow what is known concerning the relation between the physical and the psychical, and to explain how and why alcohol in affecting the brain injures the mind. One principle, one analogy, seems to permeate the whole. The alcoholic is a victim of premature senility of mind and body, the symptoms of alcoholism and old age being similar. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Psychology of Alcoholism by George Barton CUTTEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Memory. The discussion of the memory of the alcoholic is the first psychological subject taken up, the reason for this order being that memory is fundamental. This can be recognized from three different standpoints. Our whole subject leads us to discuss the relation of the psychological to the physical, which is difficult to discover and quite impossible to explain. The memory gives us the best clue to this relationship, as it is without doubt the physiological factor whose dependence we can most clearly trace to the physical processes, and as such has a claim to the first place in this discussion. It is fundamental as a faculty of mind, because all other faculties are more or less dependent upon it. Our knowledge is based on memory, and without it experience would be useless, and reasoning impossible. The self shrinks with the memory, and every thought and action are based on it. We must recognize that the mind is so much a unit that we cannot dispense with any portion as useless and go on in life without feeling the need of it. That the mind as a whole is dependent upon every part is true, and yet there is a special sense in which it is dependent upon the memory. Life without memory would be a blank, not to be compared in richness with that of the idiot or insane who has lost some other faculty of mind. Not only would other faculties of the mind be impossible without memory, but they fail as the memory fails, so that if the decline of memory goes beyond a certain point, it will prove to be the destruction of other faculties. Memory is not a faculty separate from all the others, but rather the condition of their activity. It furnishes the material for mental life, and without it there is no content. The other reason why memory should be first discussed is because its impairment is one of the first symptoms of decay and decline in the life of the alcoholic, as in almost all cases of mental degeneration. Footnote: H. Maudsley, Physiology of Mind, page 535, W.B. Lewis, Textbook of Mental Diseases, page 348, says, "The memory is specially implicated. Cases compromised in this category, amnesia forms, show the earliest evidence of the structural change due to the prolonged use of alcohol. They are of most serious moment, as they indicate that the borderland between disordered function and real structural change has been passed." End footnote. Sometimes it may be the only symptom. Footnote: J. Dresfield on alcoholic paralysis, Brain, Volume 8, page 437 and page 444, gives two classes of which he speaks as follows. The patient complained of loss of memory, but otherwise her mental condition was normal. I found the patient irritable, otherwise but little affected, mentally, except that he had lost his memory for recent events. End footnote. The slight early affections may be overlooked at first, because of the constant liability to forgetfulness common to normal persons. The decline of the alcoholic's memory may first manifest itself, not in the conscious inability to remember certain things, but in the unconscious effect which it may have upon the other faculties. As the alcoholic has been stricken with premature old age, this symptom, so common to the appearance of senility, is the first one manifested. Since the memory is fundamental in respect, first, to the explanation of the relationship of mind and brain, second, to the dependence of the faculties upon it, and third, because it is the first symptom of degeneration through excessive indulgence in alcohol, the discussion is placed first. The disturbance of memory due to a single intoxication is not within the range of our subject, save as it may throw light upon the effects of the continued use of alcohol. In single intoxications we find at first an exaltation of memory due to the increased supply of blood to the brain, and later a loss more or less complete until the victim lapses into unconsciousness. The fact that he has had his memory exalted or depressed once or twice or many times is not the reason that the memory may fail in advanced cases of inebriety, but the physical condition which cause these temporary changes in the memory tend to cause also such permanent disorder in the cells of the brain as to interfere with the normal function of the mind as far as the memory is concerned. The disorder of memory most common to the alcoholic is that of progressive amnesia. Footnote: W.B. Lewis, Textbook of Mental Disease, page 348, describes the extent of the disorders when he says, "The most notable feature characterizing this class is the peculiar failure of memory, an instantaneous forgetfulness of events which have only just occurred. Every degree is found from slight retentiveness up to a complete and almost immediate abolition of the latest impression. A patient so affected forgets names, dates, and order of sequence to an almost incredible degree. If a name not familiar be repeated over and over again, a moment's conversation will often obliterate its memory, even when told to keep the word as a test word in mind. The recall fails if the attention be momentarily attracted in another direction. End footnote. Sometimes we find also well-defined cases of hyperamnesia and abnormal and excessive paramnesia as solitary symptoms or coupled with amnesia. While forgetfulness is a characteristic symptom of all forms of chronic alcoholism, the loss of memory may be so prominent as to constitute a special form of the disease. Berkeley recognizes this. Footnote. H.J. Berkeley, Mental Diseases, page 274, says of this class, "This forgetfulness of names, dates, the order of work, even of meal times, renders the patient unfit to follow the daily pursuits of ordinary life. This incapacity may exist for the simplest procedures. I have, for instance, ordered a patient afflicted with alcoholic amnesia to bring me a glass of water from the hydrant. He would start off with perfect willingness, would perhaps reach the door, and then return for further orders, with the acknowledgment that he had forgotten for what purpose he had been sent. The scene had been repeated 8 or 9 times in succession, the patient sometimes very nearly succeeding, at other times hardly reaching the doorway before abandoning the attempt." End footnote. And Lewis has made a division on this line, one form of alcoholism being designated by him as the amnesic type. The patients recognize their mental enfeeblement, and strive against it with painful earnestness. Amnesia is not always complete, for often there will be a dim remembrance, or a solitary event or sentence may be retained out of an otherwise amnesic period. Dr. Freud gives 2 very interesting cases of amnesia brought about by alcoholic excess. His accounts are plenary, so only an epitome of the cases can be presented here. The first patient was a woman 52 years old. She had had both bodily and mental disorders characteristic of alcoholism, including a slight delirium, but from these she had mostly recovered, the chief remaining symptom being a very weak memory. This caused her to be considered feeble-minded, another symptom of which was frequent chattering. Her early memory, such as the birth dates of her brothers and sisters, the names of her teacher and school friends, was complete, and many events up to her 30th year were not forgotten. But of occurrences after that, and especially concerning recent events, her memory was largely a blank. At times she knew not the name of her husband, nor the place of her residence. She believed her parents and husband still alive, and thought of her grown-up children as yet uneducated. She estimated her own age correctly, and gave a correct account of her illness. She believed that she had been in her present place of abode only a few days, and mistook the doctor for her old schoolmaster. She did not remember the day of the week, month, year, or even the season. Meal times were most correctly judged, yet a few hours after meals she could not remember whether she had dined, nor could she tell what food she had had. An hour afterwards she forgot that the doctor had given her a close bodily examination, and she replied to the same question she had answered shortly before, not recognizing it. She could only repeat phrases or tunes when they were reiterated or spoken slowly and distinctly. She multiplied correctly, but could not remember the examples. She did not remember a number over a period of conversation. There was no abnormality regarding her writing. The second case was that of a woman of 65 years of age, who after alcoholic excess had isolated epileptic attacks and slight delirium. After a serious attack, when admitted to the hospital, her memory became very weak, much like the former patient, with symptoms of feeble-mindedness and clouded judgment. The boundary time of memory was her 20th year, after which a few scattered events only were remembered. Of early years she could recall her place of birth, teachers, school friends, and church, but she did not know her age, usually saying she was 18. She did not know that she had gray hair, nor did she know that she was in a hospital, but she gave a fair account of her illness. Recollection of simple impressions vanished in a few minutes. She could not remember her bed and similar things. Different from the first case, her power to write was greatly affected. In writing of a spontaneous character, she repeated words and portions of sentences before she could form one letter correctly, and even then it was with great difficulty that she could recall capital letters. Letters which she forgot were frequently remembered shortly afterwards. She could write from copy quite correctly when she spelled aloud the words as she wrote them. Her last success was in writing from diction, and in this exercise, accelerating the speed of the diction increased her errors. Frequently, however, she recognized the errors which she made. Her oral spelling was much superior to her written. The following is a case of hyperamnesia. Dr. Goding, in charge of the Government Hospital for the Insane, informs me that he has seen but 2 instances of hyperamnesia, one in a woman, the other in a man, who suffered from dementia of alcoholic origin. In the earlier stages of his trouble, this man showed surprising memory for the smallest details of his profession, that of chemist, and for minor events and scenes of his previous life, but the augmentation of memory was only transitory, having been replaced by progressive amnesia. Paramnesia is so common in normal subjects that a case seems hardly necessary for description here. The alcoholic's experience in this regard is more frequent and more pronounced, causing foolish and unexpected situations for the patient. He is introduced to a stranger whom he recognizes as an old friend, and may be very familiar with completely new surroundings. This exaggerated and continuous paramnesia is more common in alcoholic insanity than in any other form of mental disorder. It is frequently associated with illusions, and may be the result of them at times. The following extract shows the histological evidence and conclusions regarding the alcoholic's memory. Under the law of psychogenesis, we had previously noted that the power of recalling past memories implies a highly involved cortical mental organization, and that it has behind it a nutritive law of deep significance. This capacity depends upon the integrity of the cerebral organization in 2 regards, viz. A. The integrity of the latest involved in elaborated anatomico-physiological connections or fields of conjunction between the neurons which subserve it, and B. The high nutritive elaboration, the high nerve tension and capacity for spontaneous discharge of the said neurons from time to time. These 2, A and B, are not distinct, but will be discussed separately. In what respect does alcohol produce a change in these 2 above factors? In the normal relation, the dendrites and collaterals of the different cells come into contact, but in the alcoholic there is a softening and decay of the dendrites as already described. There also comes a change in the collaterals. The dendrites and collaterals form connections, not only between one neuron and another, but between one complete set and another, for example, between nerve centers. With the dendrites and collaterals gone, this connection is impossible. When this happens, we have a diminished capacity of the neuron to be excitable to stimuli, and a diminished permeability in the pathways of the nerve currents issuing from one neuron by its nervous processes and its terminals to another in the cortical area, the psychological counterpart of which would be a slowness in the arousing of associated images and delay in reaction time. The nutritive changes are also important. The physiology of nutrition is in the nerve cell elaborated to a high degree, and each nerve center of this or that part of the central nervous system has its own intrinsic nutritive rhythm. In the alcoholic brain, the earlier and subtler changes affect not merely the field of conjunction, but the trophic or nutritive forms, cell body and nucleus, of each individual neuron. These changes show an increased functional activity and degradation therefrom, evidenced by the softening and alteration of the blue chromatic rods and granules and displacement of yellow pigment. The increase in progress of pigmentation is equivalent of the onset and progress of degradation in the functional activity of the cell, the replacement of living protoplasm by non-living pigmentary product, as we see in senile decay. The memory may be divided into 3 factors: the purely physical retention, the psychophysical reproduction, and the purely psychical recognition. Sometimes there is added to these the factor of localization, but this is rather an elaboration of memory than a real part of it. Insofar as it is necessary, this factor will be treated under the rubric of recognition. The effects of alcohol on the memory will be shown by its effect upon each one of the factors in turn, and thus the total injury can be comprehended. It might be remarked here in passing that the theory of the physical basis of memory which the writer accepts can be briefly stated as follows: Memory depends upon a persistent disposition or tendency to movement created in the brain. The prerequisite of memory is an impression made upon and responded to by the mind, of which we shall take perception as the type. It seems unnecessary to say that what is not perceived cannot be remembered, but perhaps it would be less readily accepted if we should say that in proportion as the perception is less distinct, so the memory of it will be not only less clear, but also less lasting. As we shall see when we come to consider the subject later on, alcohol has a very distinct effect upon the senses. This is especially true of the organs of sight, but also of other special senses, common sensations, and the muscular sense. The general affections of the end organs prevent normal perception. The hardening of the brain makes it less susceptible and plastic, while the decay of the cells and fibers, if in process of degeneration at the time, would also prove to be a preventative of the necessary modification. The condition of the body at the time of perception is very important. The question of the energy of the person figures conspicuously. In the previous chapter, when speaking of the histological appearance of the nerve cells in alcoholism, we found that the appearance of the cell when fatigued and when affected by alcohol was quite similar in several respects. We know that when fatigued we cannot respond to a sensation so well, and do not remember so well afterwards, because we have not received the required impression and given the required response to make the necessary modification in cells and fibers. In some experiments with persons deprived of sleep, the memory failed in waves, and at the end of 90 hours it was very much slower or failed entirely. This showed the effect of a low nervous energy on perception, the impression not being made, and the mind not responding to sensuous stimuli. That the flow of blood is necessary in a normal degree in perception is seen in the fact that we are less bright, as far as perception is concerned, after a meal than before. If the stomach demands an abnormal amount of blood, the brain cannot have its normal quantity. The fresher and more energetic the vital processes, the better may things be learned. For example, the sensuous percepts will leave behind more permanent and deeper traces. Even things perceived in an energetic and cheerful frame of mind are more easily retained. We know that on account of the diseased condition of the blood vessels of the alcoholic, the proper amount of blood cannot reach the brain, and so perception is less forceful. The other functions of the brain concerned in perception to make it available to the mind being also affected, the perception, if perfect, cannot be known as such. The element of attention required in all perception is lacking in the alcoholic. The value of attention to memory is shown by the first of a series always being remembered best, because it attracts the attention, and strikes the organs when fresh and forceful. Some have claimed that the difficulty usually attributed to memory in old age and alcoholism should properly be laid to the door of perception on account of the lack of attention, that the attention degenerates first and not the memory. However true this may be, we know that the power of voluntary attention, as well as what might be called spontaneous attention, is diminished in alcoholics, and memory is injured thereby. Voluntary attention is lacking on account of the lack of will. The sensations are also misinterpreted, which makes perception untrustworthy. Many mistakes commonly attributed to recognition may without doubt be due to erroneous perception, and the recognition, at least in some cases, be perfect. Thus the accusation against the alcoholic of being smooth-tongued, fluent liar may not in all cases be due to his moral degeneration, but to his improper perception. He may tell things different from the way in which they appear to the normal person, and yet his account may be as he saw them or heard them, the trouble being that he did not see or hear them correctly. Supposing the perception to be normal, do we find the retentive power of the memory injured? This is a physical process purely, and if the injury comes through the physical, we would expect the trouble, as far as the memory is concerned, to originate here. This is undoubtedly the case, As soon as the modification is made in the elements, the nourishment provided by the blood must be sufficient to continue the modifications in the original way, to allow the cell to produce its kind so as, in the event of its death, to have other cells take its place. The fact that perception received just before sleep, when the cells have immediately afterwards much rest and nourishment, is remembered well, and that the events immediately preceding severe illnesses, such as fevers, cholera, excessive hemorrhages, inveterate syphilis, etc., are not remembered, shows the necessity of nourishment following the perception, if it is to be retained. We find that there is sometimes a permanent loss of memory after lead, mercury, and nicotine poisoning. This might be due as well to the lack of ability to make associations, through the shrinkage of the fibers, for some poisons have the effect of contracting nervous tissue, and a very slight contraction would separate a cell from its neighbor and companions in labor. Fatigue or any lack of nervous force after perception causes a lack of retention. The older particles are dying continually, hence new particles must be supplied to keep up the structure, and this is done by the repositing of new matter in the precise form of the old. The physical basis of memory is therefore nutrition. The lack of nutrition is well known in alcoholics, not only on account of the impoverished condition of the blood, but also on account of the small supply received, due, as we have seen, to embolisms or the closing of the lumina of the arteries. We found that the cells and their dendrites were actually destroyed in some cases, degenerating through the effect of alcohol upon them. Of course, if this is so, the modification cannot remain, and the cell cannot function. Not only the elements directly modified, but those indirectly changed, and upon which the associations depend, may be injured. We know that if a single nervous element is destroyed or paralyzed, that suffices. The well-known mechanism of association will explain the rest. A chain is as strong as its weakest link. This applies to the chain of associations, and if one link is gone, the whole thought perishes. As memory is primarily a process of organization, so amnesia is a process of disorganization and dissolution. The basis of memory is not simply a collection of impressions, but an organization of what have been called dynamical associations or habits of the functioning of the various elements of the brain, which respond to appropriate stimuli. Because of the impression made upon the single cell, it functions in a certain manner, but it functions thus in connection with many other cells and fibers to allow us to have memory. Probably never all the cells and fibers of a system are destroyed, but the system is destroyed when one of its factors is. It is not necessary for the tracks of a whole railroad system to be removed in order to prevent traffic. One rail or even one spike, in infinitely small proportion, if removed, wrecks the train and prevents its arriving at its destination. Thus, if one cell loses its power of functioning in a certain way, loses its retention, then the whole thought is destroyed. This disorganization begins with the most unstable systems of neurons, with those which require a large and complicated mechanism. Because it requires so little, such a small retraction of the dendrites, or a small part of the cell incapacitated, to prevent its functioning. Kleefeld found in his experiments that when alcohol was introduced into the circulation, it produced almost instantly a retraction of the minute branches of the neurons, at least of a great number of them. The pathological growth of the brain as a whole, and the invasion of connective tissue among the individual cells and fibers, so distort the cells as to destroy any modification which they may have had, or prevent them from functioning in their usual manner. This growth must also interfere with the complex systems which have elements all through the two hemispheres, and prevent the working of the systems as wholes. Thus, in two distinct ways, the growth seriously interfere with the memory. We know the brain of the alcoholic to degenerate in this way, so here again an additional cause is found for the loss of memory. It is exceedingly difficult, if at all possible, to distinguish between the destruction of the memory as retentive and as reproductive. We know, of course, when we fail to reproduce a thought at one time and under certain circumstances, and are able to do so at other times, that the fault has been with the reproduction. But when the idea is never reproduced, it is impossible without further data to know where the fault lies. What has been said under the head of the destruction of the memory as retentive may also apply to the lack of reproduction. As we found it necessary to have the body as a whole, and the brain in particular, in a good state of health when we acquire any idea in order to remember it, so it is necessary to be in equally good condition when we desire to recall or reproduce anything. In fact, the conditions necessary, both physically and psychically, are very similar in presentation and reproduction. We require nourishment, good blood supply, and well-functioning nervous elements, as well as attention in both. As we found that the alcoholic lacked these conditions in perception, so he lacks them in reproduction. Both in voluntary reproduction, or recall, and spontaneous reproduction, the alcoholic is very weak. He has lost the power of will, and as we shall see in a later chapter, hence the lack of voluntary reproduction. The general decline of nervous force and the sluggish flow of thought account for the absence of spontaneity. The feeling of strain, so apparent during voluntary attention, shows that mental work is necessary, and this the alcoholic cannot do well. This inattention, so apparent, not only lessens the extent to which ideas can be taken up and retained in consciousness, but in a still greater degree confuses and deranges the associational connections in what is actually recollected. The associations become very unstable, and referring again to our railroad illustration, the train is easily switched to another track through this lack of attention until a few tracks only are used. The others, through disuse, atrophy, and through disease, which would attack the weaker, unused elements, soon decay. The decay of one element not only interferes with the idea directly dependent upon the system to which it belongs, but with the other systems which are dependent upon it. So, as we say, a whole train of thought is lost. This happens not because of the lack of retention in the greater part of the physical basis of this train, but because the connecting elements having gone, it is impossible to stimulate the figuratively more distant elements. The physical basis of associations of ideas being destroyed, we have no means of approach. The idea is therefore past recall unless the damaging factor is removed, and sufficient nourishment comes to the affected part to allow of the renewing of the association fiber, as is sometimes the case after Weir's degeneration. Besides attention and association of ideas, other mental states have an effect upon the memory. All varieties of emotion have an influence, as, an example given, anger, fright, depression, and joy. The first three are generally detrimental, because they lower the nervous force or else divert it. When there is a loss of nervous force, not immediately replaceable, there is a corresponding diminution of memory. In no condition is this better shown than in that of fatigue, nearly all books dealing with memory giving definite examples of this. There is that example of Sir Henry Holland, who, while in the Harz Mountains, became very much fatigued, as a result of which he was unable to remember a word of German, and therefore could not converse with those who were accompanying him. On becoming rested, a full recollection of all his knowledge of German returned. Assistant Surgeon Woodruff, in a paper published in the Philadelphia Medical Journal, gives several examples of entire lapse of memory among the officers of the United States Army doing duty in the Philippine Islands. The phenomena took place usually late in the day, on account of exhaustion, and not until after a rest, differing in length from an hour to a whole night, was the memory restored. We have all had similar experiences of being unable voluntarily to recall something when we were exhausted, and our heads felt tired, while after an interval of repose, when we felt fresh, it was easily recalled. This return of reproductive power is probably due to the renovation of brain tissue and the purification of blood, which has been charged with waste products. If, as is largely the case with the alcoholic, not sufficient blood comes to the affected parts, and what blood does come is surcharged with injurious matter, and if the vascular system is so injured as to prevent the carrying away of the effete matter, whence comes the necessary repair and change. With the alcoholic it never comes, and gradually, through lack of repair, the neurons lose their ability to function, sometimes becoming so weak and degenerated that an ordinary stimulus is not sufficiently powerful to affect them. The very presence of alcohol in the blood is detrimental to reproduction because of the effect it has upon the healthy neuron. Experiments with various toxic substances show that when the neurons come in contact with them, they contract. True, it is a very slight contraction, but a slight contraction is sufficient to prevent the transference of stimuli when the connection is not organic and continuous, but by synapse. The interlacing dendrites and collaterals drawing apart an exceedingly short distance prevent the connection, not only between single neurons, but in doing this, between different systems. So long as the harmful substance continues in the blood, the process of the memory of many experiences may be hindered. Again, the effects of the pathological growths in the brain may be noticed. By crowding and otherwise injuring whole areas of the brain as well as individual neurons, they prevent the normal functions. They thus hinder reproduction, which requires the healthy condition and normal position of every portion of the brain to do its best work. That retention is much broader than reproduction, that is, that many ideas are retained and normally not reproduced, is shown by some cases of abnormal memory in alcoholics. The exalted memory, or hyperamnesia, is also seen in some cases of fever, as, for example, that classic case of the illiterate serving maid, who in her delirium repeated long passages of Greek and Hebrew, which her master had recited when she was about her work in the house, which she had scarcely noticed at the time. In some cases of great sorrow, similar phenomena are noticed. In fact, the phenomena is seen in many abnormal conditions which put an additional burden upon the mind. This, however, is only a proof of amnesia, for it shows a disservice of certain groups and systems of neurons which no normal volitional effort can stimulate, that the physical basis of these ideas have been previously separated from those of the normal stream of thought. The mechanism of these dissevered tracks may still be preserved in working order, except that it would become weaker through disuse, and when some abnormal condition furnishes an exceedingly strong stimulus, this mechanism again functions, with the result of what is called hyperamnesia. We now come to the characteristic factor of memory, recognition. If the quality most needed in memory were demanded, trustworthiness would be the answer. What is memory if not trustworthy, and how can we have trustworthiness unless there is perfect recognition? Yet in our discussion here, we can probably deal less with recognition than with other factors, because, while so characteristic and necessary, it is equally difficult to explain. We know that we do recognize, but why and how we recognize are questions not yet answered. Some have attempted a physical explanation in this way. It is a feeling, caused by the brain elements working in the same way as they have previously done. For example, a sensation of repeating a physical action, but we know on introspection that recognition is not such. Most persons who give a totally physical explanation of memory wholly ignore recognition, and perhaps not unwisely, for it is a physical factor pure and simple. It is because of this psychical nature that it comes in for so small a part in our consideration here, where we have physical causes and look for physical effects primarily. Although we cannot discover a local basis to examine histologically from which to draw conclusions of a psychical nature, we can examine recognition itself through introspection on account of its very psychical nature. We find that in alcoholism, recognition is at fault at the very point where we desire it to be sound, viz., in its trustworthiness. This is shown in two ways. First, it does not recognize some things which have been perceived before and which are brought before the mind again. And second, things are supposedly recognized which have never before been experienced. Footnote: J.R. Wilson, Drunkenness, pages 37 forward, describes the disorders of recognition as follows: but it is in the process of recognition of allied functions that the most interesting and grotesque mistakes are made by the habitual drunkard. The disordered brain refuses to operate for recognition when it should, and accordingly familiar objects seem strange, and facts brought to his recollection fail to excite conviction, or the mechanism for recognition reacts to a wrong stimuli, and he has a sense of familiarity with new surroundings or greets a strange face with assurance of time-honored friendship. Closely allied to these mistakes in identity, there are defects in orientation. In alcoholism, orientation is almost invariably impaired, so that in advanced stages the patient easily loses himself, mistakes the hospital for home, cannot find his way even by a route that he has traveled daily, and fails to judge intervals of time and to realize the drift of the season. The first of these troubles we would speak of as the usual fault in recognition. The second is called paramnesia, and has lately received considerable attention from students, being the subject of various and diverse conclusions concerning its cause. It would be impossible for the mind as a whole to degenerate, or to have the other factors of memory affected, without there being a corresponding effect upon recognition. The fact that the mind as a whole is weakened in alcoholism cannot well be disputed. In some of these faculties of mind, closely allied and necessary to recognition, we find injured. The judgment as a whole is certainly incapacitated, and as far as recognition is a judgment, it is weakened thereby. The self-consciousness is lessened and confused, and if recognition as applied to memory means not only the considering of a certain experience to be in the past, but to be in the past of the individual experiencing it, then it is necessary, in order to have recognition perform its natural work, to have a clear and well-defined self-consciousness. Time and space relations must be easily and surely grasped in perfect recognition, but here again the alcoholic is deficient. He makes frequent mistakes in orientation as well as in other forms of localization. Sometimes the most familiar articles of dress or persons whom he met frequently and knows well are all strangers to him, and he has to be introduced over and over again to acquaintances. He may, however, be able to recognize them as having seen them before, but when he last saw them, whether yesterday or 10 years ago, he is unable to tell. Equally uncertain is he of their place of abode, their relation to him, or anything connected with them. These last cases may be extreme if permanent, but not infrequently does the alcoholic have pronounced temporary attacks of this kind. It is said that women suffering from alcoholic peripheral neuritis lose account of time and are without ordinary knowledge of their whereabouts. But this failure to orient is not peculiar to the female sex, or to peripheral neuritis as a result of alcoholic excess, but in other effects of alcoholism we find it as a common symptom. The phenomena of paramnesia is common. Probably everyone has had the experience of viewing a landscape, reading a passage in a book, or being introduced to a new acquaintance with a distinct feeling of having had the same experience before. Not only the landscape looked the same, but the same friends were accompanying you, you were dressed the same, the wind was blowing, or the sun was shining exactly the same manner. Not only the passage in the book was the same, but you were reading it in the same room, sitting in the same posture, in the same chair, on a similar day, etc. Everything identical, only it seemed to be distant and hazy, notwithstanding the fact that you seemed to know what was coming next, and concerning which you were not often disappointed. This is sometimes accompanied by a feeling of anxiety and uneasiness. There appear to be no other factors of memory in use except that of recognition, that feeling of familiarity with the whole circumstances. Your reason tells you you could not have had this experience before, yet you feel that you have. This is comparatively common. But the alcoholic has it not only more frequently, it takes a firmer hold upon him. He is taken into entirely new surroundings, which he nevertheless remembers perfectly. Everything is exceedingly familiar to him, even the people who are total strangers. It sometimes becomes ludicrous, nothing is strange or unknown. Cases of paramnesia have been divided into three classes. First, simple paramnesia, or pseudo-reminiscence. This is where something dreamed or read or pictures of the imagination are thought to be true. Second, identifying paramnesia. This is the been there before experience described above, which is most frequent in young people and those with a vivid imagination, and at times the fatigue and excitement but which in the normal person is easily corrected. Third, suggested or associated paramnesia. Some actual impression suggests an illusion of memory. Now, while the alcoholic without doubt is troubled with all three forms, it is the second form, that of identifying paramnesia, with which he is especially troubled, with the first form next seriously troublesome. The attempted explanations have been many. Usually only the second form, that of identifying paramnesia, is discussed and explained. It is very difficult to discover any theory exactly fitting the facts, but it seems that there is some disaggregation in consciousness from the physical cause. Both the first and second forms of paramnesia are found often in times of fatigue, as well in times of weakness from old age and disease. We have noted before the similarity between the person fatigued and the alcoholic. Both lack in nervous force, and hence the mind does not work quickly and harmoniously, the connections between the different parts being uncertain. In the normal person, paramnesia may be quickly and easily corrected, but when the critical faculty of mind is impaired, it is impossible to say whether a certain presentation has sufficient evidence of familiarity to call it memory, or whether the feeling of familiarity is stronger than the grounds for disbelieving it. Something familiar may have been dreamed, and made to fit the present case, being substituted for the basis of this memory, and while it is usually easy to tell what is remembered, what is dreamed, and what is imagined, there is an uncertain borderland with the most rational and critical individual. This borderland extends in proportion as the reason decreases, until it may cover the whole consciousness. This latter condition becomes more and more the state of the alcoholic, which in part accounts for the abnormal proportion of his states that are tinged with paramnesia. In common with amnesia generally, the failure of the memory of the alcoholic advances in chronological order. The events most recently occurring are forgotten, while the experiences of childhood or early life are retained. This is the case with senility, with which alcoholism is so closely related in many of its effects. This order of loss is noticeable also in the case of almost all diseases which affect the memory. The events prior to the disease are retained with great tenacity, but those following the illness are quickly forgotten. So, in stating this order of loss of memory in alcoholism, we are saying that this abnormality is perfectly normal as far as the order is concerned. Why the memory of the alcoholic fails has been discussed, but why it fails in this way, why there is this selective failure, may take our attention for a short time. The memories of babyhood, for example, prior to 6 or 7 years of age, are very few and uncertain. Of course, the alphabet we learned then, and other similar things which are frequently repeated, are never forgotten, but here specific experiences are referred to. We have some cases, though, of events in the life of children under 2 years of age being remembered. These recollections were not produced spontaneously, but were recognized when experienced again. The reason for the meagerness of babyhood memories is probably because dynamic associations are not firmly established, and the mental material is in a chaotic state. But just as soon as there is a sufficiently organized basis for associations, then the time for acquiring has come, and the 10 to 20 years following babyhood is the best period for obtaining knowledge, as all readily recognize. The reasons for this are manifold. In children, the cerebral cells are flabby, grayish, and flexible. The sensorial excitement must therefore make an impression upon them more readily, since it finds them in the state of vacuity when they will respond easily and quickly. It thus takes much less to impress a child than an older person. Therefore, little things in childhood make a stronger impression and more things are retained. Neither is there the struggle between the different impressions that there is in latter years, for there are fewer things to distract the attention. The number of associations is much less, so that the last event is connected with more of the preceding, each element in the experience being incorporated into the general association. When later in life the groups of associations are numerous, the event must be connected only with its appropriate groups, and hence is not so liable to recall and repetition as if attached to the whole experience. The tendency of early years is to follow lines already opened, instead of going into bypass where the organization is less complete. It is when the brain is growing that a definite direction can be most strongly and persistently given to its structure. When the blood is flowing freely and the whole body is developing, when the cells are multiplying rapidly, each following the bent of its parent, the impressions and modifications are firmly established according to the laws of nutrition already referred to. Because the early impressions are the only stock in trade of the mind, they are repeated over and over again, and all new acquisitions are associated with them. The idea that comes into consciousness and is revived very seldom or never is very unstable, and many such disappear forever. For example, the ordinary events of everyday life. They may be clear and intense at the time, but are not reorganized. Each return, whether voluntary or involuntary, causes a gain in stability, and the tendency to organize is accentuated. Now, such repetition comes to a relatively small number of ideas in child life. Because the number is small, they must be repeated and revived often, and be incorporated in many associations with the new acquisitions. Thus, the childhood experiences not only become firmly established in the growing and developing mind, but because of this, they are the foundations of the adult mental life, and are intertwined with mature daily experiences. In some investigations, it was computed that 39% of all associations of adult mental life were those of childhood, and the associations of recent years were very few. While this percentage may be a little large, it gives us some idea of the hold that childhood experiences have upon the adult mental life, and the dependence of the latter upon them. With the highly developed state of organization which these childhood experiences have, we can well see why they are retained longer than the more recent ones. In progressive amnesia, such as the alcoholic experiences, during the initial period only partial disorders are manifest. The patient is forgetful only the most recent events, as of those of the past hour or minute. The task interrupted is forgotten. Sent across the room for a book or a pencil, he returns to be told again what he was sent for. The incidents of the day fade away. A resolution made is soon effaced. These things can hardly be considered subjects of memory, for they have not really become a part of the mind's store. The nerve elements, being a prey to atrophy and disease, are no longer capable of the conservation of new impressions, for neither a new modification in the cells nor the formation of new dynamic associations is possible, or at least permanent. The anatomical conditions of stability and revivification are wanting. The events which have really been a part of memory soon begin to disappear, in the chronological order above referred to. The order of time corresponds to the relative stability, the latter experiences being less stable because less organized, the new and complex perishing before the old and simple. In the forgetting of words, we find those denoting concrete and individual objects are the first lost, while abstract concepts and relations are remembered better. Therefore, proper names and nouns generally are forgotten before verbs, adjectives, and pronouns. There are other ways of remembering persons than by their names. We can call up the image in some way, so with a city. Thus, these proper names are not so essential, and not so commonly recalled. On the other hand, words are the only traces of the abstract. It has been harder work to acquire the abstract, and we fortify the words with more associations. We find also an order of disappearance in the general content of the mind. Events go first, followed by ideas, then sentiments and affections, and finally actions. Thus the primitive basis upon which the patient has for a long time been able to live begin to crumble away. Intellectual acquisitions disappear little by little. Only recognitions of babyhood may remain, or he forgets the greater part of his language. Those acquisitions are the last to succumb, are almost entirely organic, such as the routine of daily life and habits long contracted. The memory is so far gone in advanced cases that the events of early life and childhood are spoken of as if they happened a few hours before, and even the most intimate acquaintances are not recognized. Thus the alcoholic lives in his past and becomes more and more childish. He may even be able to reason quite correctly about his childhood, while wholly incompetent to do so concerning present
experiences. In stating the order of loss, it will be remembered that among the last contents of the mind to fade away are the memories of the emotions and the affections. Some have denied that there is a memory of the emotions as such. In the greater number of cases, only the conditions, circumstances, and accessories of the emotion can be recalled. There is only an intellectual memory. There exists an affective type of memory, as there is a visual type. The reviving depends on the cerebral and internal condition more than on the primitive impressions themselves. The above quotations are not incompatible with the expressed order of decline, for while it is very difficult to reproduce the same feeling which we have experienced, we can remember well that we have experienced it. We may not be able to reproduce the pain which we felt on a certain occasion, but we remember clearly that we had it. The feelings truly are much more slowly effaced than the intellectual qualities or faculties. Feelings being innate are much more profound and are concomitant with, and tenacious to, all forms of mental life. With the amnesia of feeling goes the self, but on the other hand, feeling must be controlled. If our feelings are largely dominant, the life will be inhuman and capricious. Such, however, is the case with the alcoholic. His reason is in abeyance and degenerated. His memories may be those largely of feeling. In the experience of the writer, the earliest memories of life are those of feelings. 4 memories of his 5th year are his first distinct recollections, and nothing further is clearly remembered until 2 years later. The chronology is of course obtained from his mother, and he connects these feelings with the circumstances as he has heard them related since the incidents occurred. Many others of his early recollections are of an affective character. Now, if the alcoholic has a similar experience, viz. that his early memories are largely affective, and if the other memories fade before the affective memories do, we would expect him to be what we actually find him, a person largely controlled by his emotions, for they form the principal part of his mental life. While the temperament would have some bearing on the result, still the general principles hold good. Of course, a certain proportion of emotional memories is lost, but this proportion is small compared with that of the intellectual faculties. The far-reaching effects of the loss of memory cannot be well realized without examining each of the faculties separately. The power of abstract reasoning, judgment, imagination, in fact all the faculties, are seriously affected, and the degeneration of these in turn further injures the memory. The very conception of personality depends quite fully upon the memory. For whom do we know, or why do we speak of ourselves as one person except through the assistance of memory? In single intoxications we sometimes have phenomena much resembling those of dual or multiple personality. There is the anecdote of the Irish porter who lost the package when drunk. When he became sober he was unable to remember anything about it, but on getting drunk again he was able to recall where he had left it. In advanced cases we find worse abnormalities than this, insomuch that the whole personality seems to be shriveled, degenerated, and decreased almost to the vanishing point, but these will be treated in another chapter. Along with the memory also goes the morals. We will stop here to refer only to one point, which has already been hinted at. Above, it has been said that perhaps one reason why the alcoholic is a seeming liar is because he did not perceive correctly, but tells things as he did perceive them. Let us make another excuse for him. He does not remember correctly, or perhaps does not remember at all, and hence another reason for his seeming untruthfulness. But subtract all we can from these 2 reasons, and it is but just that we should discount from the accusation on these accounts. Yet there is sufficient untruthfulness left to sustain the reputation of the alcoholic as the prince of liars. In trying to cover the ground of the effects of alcohol upon the memory, we have dealt largely with the physical side, because we were looking for causes. It seems that any derangement of the memory is inexplicable by the person who refuses to pass from the psychological to the physical. It is necessary to be physiological,
but we have tried to escape the error of those who, in treating the derangements of the memory, have been physiological only. Further, as the subject of memory leads us so fully into the study of the mind, content-wise, we fully realize, as we have tried to show by a few, perhaps too few, references, that the mind must also be viewed from the standpoint of its activity. It is because the mind is not able to function, for example, to be active, that is not able to remember. We have found the disorders of the memory to be of three classes: amnesia, hyperamnesia, and paramnesia. The first of these brings the most common and serious. The conditions under which the various divisions of the memory are most active were noted, and the reasons why alcohol affected each division as well as the memory as a whole were discussed. It was found that in every department of the memory, alcohol was a serious hindrance to proper functioning. Hyperamnesia appears to be only a transient phase, and paramnesia is much exaggerated in some cases. Two laws of degeneration of the memory were posited: that of decline inversely to the chronological order of the occurrence of events, and a loss according to the nature of the events involved. There is no faculty of the mind whose injury carries with it such general mental decline. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Psychology of Alcoholism by George Barton Cutten. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Intellect, not including memory. We wake up for examination in this chapter the subject of the intellect of the alcoholic, with the exception of the memory, the treatment of which we have just finished. Included in this will be the distinctively thinking processes: conception, judgment, and reasoning, and the imagination. The latter will be first taken up on account of its close relation to memory, and because it entails simpler elements on which the thinking powers depend, and with which we deal in the latter part of the chapter. Some of the intellectual factors of the mind are among the highest developed characteristics, especially when associated with the moral nature. Their degeneration means the degradation of the victim. The control of the emotions, imagination, and lower psychic factors is usually assigned to the will, but it is well to remember that this control must be under the direction of the judgment. For example, that will acts accordingly to and in harmony with the laws of the judgment. What we judge to be the right or expedient or profitable course of action, that we will to do according to the ideal which we have judged to be best for us. Our conduct, then, should be the result of our mature judgment as expressed by the way in which we will. If we are unable to judge correctly, if we cannot hold the proposition in suspension until we have light on it from all sides and decide on the reasonable side, then our conduct must inevitably suffer, both from the moral and rational standpoints. This condition we find to be that of the alcoholic, and it is with the intellectual phase of his condition, the imaginative and rational decline and decay, that we have to deal in this chapter. Imagination. The imaginative faculties are early affected, and their impairment forms one of the peculiar and constant symptoms through the whole progress of the disease. Imagination does not fail in all particulars, but the higher processes are most affected, while the injury to the lower ones varies, and at times their action may even be augmented. When alcohol is first taken on account of the increased circulation in the brain, which follows, the imagination is usually more active, and some of the wittiest remarks and brightest speeches have followed the first 1 or 2 glasses. It is noticeable, however, that the heightened imagery and freedom of utterance are attended with lack of control and imperfect coordination. Not unusually, remarks are made in the after-dinner speech which are of so low a character that if they had come into the mind when the speaker was possessed of normal judgment, they would never have been uttered. It is further to be noticed that what the speaker considers so brilliant a flow of imagery may be insipid and coarse, the diversion from normal not being in the exalted imagination, but in the defect in judgment. Some old hunters cannot begin their tales, some village speech makers are dumb,
and even some of the orators of bygone days could not respond without the accustomed dram. It is said that Theodore Hook had to be primed by alcohol before versification was fluent, and Sheridan in his latter days could not make a speech on the floor of the House until after the cerebral circulation had been encouraged by whiskey. This is the primary effect of alcohol, to heighten the imagination. As the subject drinks more and more, the dose must be increased to have any effect, and finally with large doses the imagination does not reach its normal activity. In the meantime, the quality of the images becomes lower and lower until the mutterings are incoherent, vulgar, or senseless. In some forms of insanity, of which alcohol is the cause, the imagination is very active. Especially is this true of delirium tremens, but it is also plain that the imagery is of a low and morbid character. It is the higher aspect of imagination which is destroyed, and that which remains might be called physiological rather than psychological, if such a distinction can be made. The psychophysical mechanism may send into consciousness an elaborate chain of representative images showing very little development of intelligence. We see this very clearly illustrated in the mental life of children, savages, and even the lower animals. This may also be true with the alcoholic, but in the latter case the lack of connection between the different images is distinctive, and at times almost unique. With a few extraordinary exceptions, no examples of the higher use of the imagination are found among common alcoholics. That is, no inventors, artists, poets, or seers, although many real geniuses are known to be dipsomaniacs. The dependence of the imagination upon the other faculties of mind is apparent. The physical basis of the imagination is probably the same as that of perception. The neural process in the former is only a milder degree of the same process which took place when the idea or thing now imagined was first perceived. The renewed feeling makes use of the same parts and in the same manner as the original feeling, the difference being in the intensity and the quality of the feeling rather than in the cerebral locality used. The constructive imagination requires a mind richly stored with material permanently fixed and easily recalled. This necessitates keen perception and deep impression. In the preceding chapter the statement was made that the alcoholic could not perceive well, so imagination would suffer on account of this. In its lowest forms, imagination is much like memory with low recognitive energy, and hence the laws governing memory would in a great measure apply to the imagination. It is because of this very close relationship and the plenary treatment already given to memory that the discussion of the imagination requires so little space. Association of ideas is the keynote of both. To have a good imagination requires a mind also endowed with the power of readily reproducing the material supplied by perception, and then the free flow of association of ideas. Memory must be the basis of all imagination, and with memory impaired, as in the case of the alcoholic, it would inevitably have a serious effect upon the imagination. Will cannot create new images. It can only select some which have spontaneously presented themselves, and inhibit the useless ones. By fixing attention on the selected images, and thereby intensifying them, we may use them as stimuli for other similar ones, which association may present. The genius is the man who has the power of bringing forth similar associations to an extreme degree. For example, the genius can usually fix his attention on one thing for a long time, and frequently there is only one subject on which he can fix his attention. On the other hand, the lack of inhibition from any cause results in increasing the rapidity of image making. One can see this illustrated in any form of emotional excitement, the images being more numerous but void of selection. Here we find the alcoholic with will virtually gone, and judgment valueless, unable to fix attention on any particular image except that of drink, and not able to select the best image if he could attend to it. The corresponding process of inhibition of the undesirable images is equally difficult, and the exaltation of the lower and uncontrollable emotions in most alcoholics lessens at times any vestige of inhibitory power which might be left. Imagination has been divided into two kinds, according to the content, viz., reproductive and productive or creative. In reproductive imagination, similar ideas are brought to consciousness free from the original connections of time and place, and elaborated by experience according to the mental development of the individual experiencing them. This depends largely on the memory and fails with it, so the alcoholic is not really strong. The productive is the highest form of imagination. It not only augments the reproductive, but it consciously relates the factors and assists their conformity to certain ideals. This requires and is a mark of superior intelligence, and therefore only its lowest forms are seen in the alcoholic. He has vivid dreams which may be creative as well as reproductive, and this is also noticed in the insane wanderings. In neither of these cases is there noticed any construction according to a plan, or any apparent end toward which it is working. These images are chaotic in the extreme. The specialty in this particular, however, is the wonderful fabric he is able to weave about his circumstances and personality, by which he impresses the unwary with his great need for alcohol. His lies are frequently marvelous as works of fiction, and very often are successful in procuring for him the coveted drink. Equally ingenious are the excuses which he gives for his present condition, but on account of his lack of judgment they are as frequently ludicrous and childlike. He may become very suspicious, and in addition to misinterpreting the actions of his family and friends, may construct a series of incidents which to him seem probable, with no other ground for them than a diseased imagination, and then believe them. The images appear to have more of a touch of reality, and become more firmly incorporated into the life of the alcoholic than in a normal person, until he is unable at times to distinguish between the actual facts and the result of the activity of his imagination. His present condition is the best proof of his lack of normal imaginative ability. If he could picture the consequences of his acts, if he could imagine his condition in a few years, or even appreciate his present condition, a great incentive to sobriety would be present. In these particulars he seems to be powerless. In imagination, especially in productive imagination, there is a simultaneous re-excitation of different central structures which have not before cooperated in this way. To allow of this new combination, the brain must have its normal plasticity, of which the alcoholic has been robbed by the more or less hardening process which is carried on under the influence of alcohol in which it is bathed. For the building up of new and previously unused cells and paths, for the continued action of the centers which have been used in perception, and for the free and uninterrupted activity of the brain as a whole, also necessary to imagination in its highest and best way, a blood supply of both normal quantity and quality must be present. If we refer to the alcoholic's condition as presented in the chapter on physiology, we readily see that the conditions are not fulfilled. In addition to this lack of plasticity and the poor blood supply, we have also to consider the loss of proper function due to the pathological growth and the consequent crowding of the cells. Thinking. The higher intellectual faculties grouped under this one word, thinking, suffer severely in alcoholism, because, more largely perhaps than any other mental process, they need the cooperation of healthy mental activity as a whole, and this in turn is dependent upon a healthy, normally active brain. In acquiring accurate knowledge and in forming correct judgments, consciousness must be unclouded, and the mind should be keenly alive to every detail. On account of the composite character of knowledge, it is necessary for each part to be accurately and carefully obtained. The alcoholic might be described as a man in a state of chronic weak-mindedness. The mental degeneration runs all through a career of alcoholism and ends, if not cut off by premature death, in a loss of thought concentration in the less severe cases, and in insanity in the more severe. The beginning of decline may first be seen in indecision of character. This indecision is exhibited at first in the more important matters, but later is shown concerning some things of little or no moment, until the alcoholic does not know how to decide about anything, and the decision which he may make is of value for a moment only. A minute later it may be reversed. For a time he attends well to duties of a routine and habitual nature, the duties which require little real thought. Any work of a new character requiring initiative is difficult or impossible for him, except that a vestige of his old spontaneity may be recalled by the fleeting excitation of renewed doses of alcohol. If he does accomplish it, he does it in a circuitous manner, taking twice the time ordinarily required, and expending much unnecessary energy. He cannot make his head save his heels. After a new piece of work is undertaken, the original plan may be forgotten, for he is easily diverted from his purpose. If every point is carefully explained and he does not forget, he may carry out the plan given to him and finish the work better than as though he undertook to plan it himself. On this account he easily becomes the tool of others, and in complicated crimes laid at his door he is often innocent, because he is not intellectually able to plan and bring them to a successful culmination. He is the instrument, some one back of him is furnishing the mental power. The course of his ideas is sluggish and they become clogged, refusing to operate when they are needed, and their former continuity and force is lacking. Comprehensiveness of grasping ideas is lost, and a difficulty in seizing the relation of one idea to another is experienced. The mind is incapable of long-continued effort and concentration of any subject submitted to it. The mental weakness of the alcoholic is very clearly seen in the judgments which he makes, especially concerning himself. His friends recognize that his condition is serious, but he does not see that he is any different from what he was 10 years ago, and thinks that his friends are unnecessarily interfering with his private affairs. He does not notice that his relations to his family have changed, does not recognize that he is ill-treating them, and if they remonstrate with him he thinks that someone or something has turned them against him. He judges himself to be a good citizen, considering his ability superior to that of the ordinary man. The writer remembers witnessing a very amusing scene of this character. An intellectual gentleman, a superior businessman, who was lame, was transacting business with some strangers when an alcoholic joined the company. Owing to his inebriated condition, the alcoholic did not understand the business, but thought that the strangers were trying to take advantage of the gentleman because of his being lame, and tried to take the matter out of the gentleman's hands and himself transact it, considering himself the more capable. He believes himself to be much more brilliant than he is, and will frequently laugh at his own jokes when his friends will not be able to discern any joke at all. He is unable to recognize his degradation, which in his eyes is turned into exaltation, and in all things he grossly overestimates his worth. Without the power of judging, he performs acts which to him may seem normal, but to his friends are ridiculous or blameworthy. Kerr well says, "He is born headlong on his career of chronic alcoholism, either blind to the dangers which are before him, or if he sees them at all, beholds them only in a confused, cloudy, indefinable mist which makes no impression on his mind and conveys no sense of peril to him. He can neither comprehend to the full nor discriminate accurately. The pains which might warn him are deadened by alcohol. The diseased and poisoned condition of his organs is unnoticed, and he is really unconscious of the destruction which alcohol has wrought on his body. His judgment regarding moral values and acts is affected to an equal or greater extent. He is unable to distinguish between right and wrong so clearly and definitely as when his brain was free from the effects of alcohol, and in most advanced cases right comes to be simply the fulfillment of his craving for alcohol, and all other things must give way to that. He is unable at times to make the distinction between truth and falsehood, and he lives in a world of false impressions. The real to him may be a flight of the diseased imagination or the result of paramnesia. He becomes confused regarding actual events, except those very clearly and definitely fixed in memory. Violence is often committed quite unintentionally by the alcoholic, because he is not able to judge how hard he is striking, and what he intended for a gentle tap may be a stunning blow. In having a book bound, the writer had an experience which illustrates this. The binder apologized for the workmanship, because the gold lettering on the cover had been impressed too deeply. He explained that the man who had performed this piece of work was formerly a splendid workman, but was now an alcoholic, and he was apparently not able to judge the amount of pressure he was putting on the press. The work was either too deeply or not deeply enough impressed, and usually uneven. As he is not able to judge the strength of the blow, he is equally unable to judge the occasion when a blow is appropriate. He cannot see how unfit he is for social intercourse, and when he is most unfit, he is so deceived that he wishes to appear before men. The conventionalities which go so far to make up gentlemanly conduct he neglects without noticing the fact. He tells his secrets concerning friends, family, and self without recognizing that he is doing anything out of place,
and vulgar actions may seem exceedingly bright and witty because the sense of propriety regarding the personal conduct becomes obtuse. The higher, nobler mental activities are destroyed without his recognizing the loss. However great the offense to guests or host, he never seems conscious of it, and the lack of intelligence on his part is also unnoticed. In vivo veritas does not mean that the alcoholic is always truthful, but that the family secrets and business matters, which a well-balanced judgment would counsel to be hidden from the world, are betrayed during the period when alcohol injures the judgment. The sanguineness of the alcoholic is proverbial. Everything with him is pointing to success, and he is cocksure of every statement. In the clouded mental atmosphere through which he views things, when everything assumes a hazy, contorted appearance, a desire in any direction on his part makes it right, and the result of his imaginations becomes truth. He loses himself, he fails to judge time, he cannot strike the balance between probabilities presented to him, and he cannot judge his action to fit the proper time. One thing is clear, namely that the highest possible perfection of the nervous system is only possible with strict total abstinence. It is equally clear that high, virile thinking and keen, unfaltering judgment cannot be the product of a mind which is dependent on an alcoholized brain. In the discussion of the alcoholic question, one observer has proposed a theory which seems to be hardly consistent with the facts correctly interpreted. He holds that man is distinguished from the other animals by an appetite for brain stimulants. The largest brain, and consequently the most highly intellectual and civilized races now living, consume greater quantities and varieties of brain stimulants, especially alcoholic drinks, than do contemporary semi-civilized or barbarian peoples. He recalls the further fact that a greater disparity of excess characterized the ancestors of such brainy races as far back as we have any knowledge of them. An immediate and total disuse of brain stimulants, including alcoholic drinks, is not desirable in consideration of the highest human interests. Declare the drunkard to be just what he is now recognized to be by the intelligent, a man of unsound mind, who by reason of infirmity is incapable of performing the full function of citizenship unaided, and who also by reason of inability to control his own actions, periodically or continuously is dangerous to society and himself. Inhibition, not prohibition, is the point and keynote of his argument, and he evidently thinks that the highest in mental development can only come through the use of alcohol and other narcotics. The facts which he presents may be true and undoubtedly have a large element of truth, but the conclusion does not follow. The relation of alcohol to the development of the race is accidental, not casual, and probably the truth of the matter might be better expressed if we say that these nations are greater intellectually notwithstanding their use of alcohol, rather than because of it. The words of Dr. Weir seem to express the scientific view today rather better than the theory which has just been stated. Undisturbed reflection and quiet comparison, critical regard and deliberate judgment, impartial observation of facts and the weighing of their relationships. Such are the mental processes to which mankind owes the entire treasure of positive knowledge, including the progress of natural science, technique, and industry. Such processes are certainly not promoted by alcohol. A few years ago, the German authorities at Bonn made an investigation upon alcoholism among pupils in primary schools. Of 237 pupils 7 to 8 years of age, there was not one who had not drunk wine, beer, or whiskey, and 23% of these children were given their glass of whiskey every day by their parents that they might become strong. As a result of these investigations, it was proved that children most accustomed to alcohol showed the least intelligence, and those children who had their morning glass of whiskey, but found no savor in milk, showed great inattention during the morning hour. The experiments of Kraepelin have been very interesting and instructive in showing the effects which alcohol has upon the intellectual powers. He found that the time required for simple reaction, and also that required for choice reaction, was shortened after small doses of alcohol had been taken. But in harmony with other investigations, he found that large doses of alcohol cause a retardation of the action of all forms of reaction time, as well as other mental activities. The result of some experiments on the intellect have been summarized so succinctly that we can do no better than to quote the following.
Those processes which involve the reception and mental working up of conceptual material, like the addition of figures, are affected in a detrimental manner from the very first by alcohol. In other words, alcohol, according to Kraepelin, exerts a stimulating action on the organ of the mind when it is occupied with sensory intellectual material, but has a depressant action when the mind is engaged on purely receptive or constructive operations. Larger quantities of alcohol, say the equivalent of a bottle of ordinary wine, depress every type of psychical energy from the first. It is not without interest in this connection to cite the testimony of a mastermind, Helmholtz, who declared that the smallest quantity of alcohol sufficed to dispel from his mind every idea of the creative order when he was trying to give form and being to some dimly seen conception. Smith had studied the action of alcohol when administered for a number of weeks in small doses, in quantities varying from 40 to 80 grams per diem, in its influence on the simpler psychical processes. The investigator found that there was a decrease in the ability to add figures, amounting to 12 days to about 20%, while the power to memorize was diminished by about 70%. The action of alcohol as affecting reaction times and association was also studied. Among the associations, there was a decrease in the number of those classified by Wundt as inner associations, and an increase in the number of outer and sensorially disconnected associations. Inner associations are interpreted as a higher form of intellectual operation than the two other classes named. The damaging action of the alcohol was sometimes apparent on the very first day, sometimes only on the second day of the alcohol period. No experiments were made until from 8 to 12 hours after the last administration of alcohol, and the influence of the acute or immediate action of alcohol, as illustrated in Kraepelin's experiments, does not enter into Smith's results. The conclusions are drawn that 1/2 to 1 bottle of wine, or 2 to 4 glasses of beer a day, not only counteract the beneficial effects of practice in any given occupation, but also depress every form of intellectual activity, that every man who, according to his own notions, is only a moderate drinker, places himself by his indulgence on a lower intellectual level, and opposes the full and complete utilization of his intellectual powers. In addition to the experiments conducted by Kraepelin and Smith, which are undoubtedly the most important, we should also take notice of the results of other experiments, some made over a third of a century ago. In 1870, Exner experimented regarding the duration of mental reaction during the influence of 150 grams of alcohol. The dose was undoubtedly excessive, and he found that it retarded mental action. He also discovered and put before the public for the first time the fact that the subject was deceived regarding the result, for he considered that the reaction was quicker. In 1878, Diddle and Vichgon continued the experiments of Exner. They showed that if the dose was not too large, not over 45 grams, it produced some acceleration of the mental processes. When 60 grams were taken, the duration was longer, and 90 grams very quickly caused diminution of mental work. With some experiments on animals in 1883, Danilo confirmed these results. He injected into the venous system of a dog a solution of 30 to 45% alcohol, the amount being 4 to 6 grams of the solution per kilogram of the animal's weight. He found after the injection that the region of the cerebral cortex, which is concerned with the movements of the dog's limbs, became inexcitable to any current of electricity. Warren used only small doses, administering by the mouth 12 to 15 grams of alcohol in a much diluted solution. In 3 cases, the alcohol resulted in a pronounced acceleration of mental processes. In 1 case, it produced a long retardation. Fuhrer added to Smith's results the observation that the renewal of indulgence in alcohol after a period of abstinence showed a depression in mental work on the first day. Destry has shown that the paralysis of the motor centers is manifested in weaker doses than Kraepelin used. It is generally admitted that the primary and immediate effect of alcohol in small doses is that of a quickening and heightening of mental processes. We know that for a little while reaction time is shortened, and there is always a feeling of exuberance after alcohol has been taken. Kraepelin made a personal observation in an intellectual experiment which confirms
that of Exner, already cited. During this period of acceleration immediately after taking a dose of alcohol, he judged that it was much easier to learn by memory 12 places of figures than under normal conditions. When he came to examine the records, he found that instead of having accomplished his task more easily and quickly, it had, as a matter of fact, been accomplished more slowly. Two other investigators in the same laboratory confirmed this result by means of similar experiments on themselves. This is a striking example of the deceptive effects produced by alcohol and the lack of ability to judge when under the influence of a small dose. The higher intellectual centers concerned with judgment are benumbed. We have further testimony along the same line. Bruton says, "A celebrated author once told me that if he wrote under the influence of a small quantity of alcohol, he seemed to himself to write very well, but when he came to examine what he had written the next day, after the effect of alcohol had passed off, he found that it would not stand criticism." We have also the following from Professor G. Bung: "Intoxicating drinks never make a man brilliant. The prevailing notion that they do is based on self-delusion, is only a symptom of incipient paralysis. In proportion as self-criticism is diminished, self-reprobation rises. What has been termed Dutch courage is the result of defective judgment. It has been observed among some soldiers who were naturally cowardly that after they had partaken of alcoholic beverages they seemed to be brave, but the fact was they were not in a condition to appreciate the danger, and hence they eagerly charged the enemy. The higher faculties were inhibited, and where they might reasonably have feared, they saw no cause for halting. The effect of alcohol on the thinking powers, according to the observation and experiment, is disastrous, and finally the alcoholic is ruled entirely by the lower mental faculties, and he becomes a machine." We turn now to consider the reason for this. It is difficult to distinguish what are called the higher intellectual faculties from the lower. That is, we cannot draw a sharp line of distinction between thinking and reasoning on one side, and perception, imagination, and memory on the other. The latter are always included in the former, but thinking and reasoning are not so restricted as perception and memory, and with them we are able to accomplish much more. The higher constructive, imaginative processes are very closely identified with thinking and reasoning, and may even ascend to loftier heights, being in turn freer and less restricted than the thinking powers. The distinguishing difference between thinking and the higher imagination is that while both are representative, thinking is abstract, imagination is pictorial. Now, with this very close relation existing between thinking and these other intellectual factors, it is evident that the higher processes of the intellect must fail if the lower ones do. To be enabled to reason, the mind must be stored with facts of observation or instruction. This presupposes perfect qualities of sensation and perception, which unfortunately the alcoholic does not possess. His store of facts is limited, and confined mostly to events of years ago, on which he dwells, in which he inserts at every opportunity. He usually has one humorous story, only one, but all his friends are well acquainted with it. One tale of wonderful prowess is also very familiar. His reasoning is circuitous and faulty, usually running in one rut or circle. His deficient memory is a great drawback, because whatever his experience, he is unable to reproduce it, and thus his store of observations and of facts which he has heard is not augmented. The imagination, so closely related to some parts, and so useful to the thinking processes in all its departments, being obstructed, the thought processes must suffer thereby, and especially the higher reasoning powers. The dependence of thinking upon the will is manifested in two ways. First, and most inclusive, through what is known as voluntary attention, and second, in the inhibition of extraneous elements of consciousness. Purposeful thinking is difficult, entailing as it does long continued effort in one direction, the holding of one thought in the mind for a time, in order that others might be compared with it, analyzing and combining, endeavoring to force or invite contributing thoughts, and using the whole mental power in the most fatiguing manner. Children and lower races of men are incapable of this except in the most rudimentary way. The alcoholic is in similar state. His faculties are so stunted and unfitted for hard work
of this kind that he is only able to reason in the most puerile fashion. He cannot hold himself to definite object for any length of time on account of his lack of will power, and consequently on account of the loss of ability for concentrated effort. The physical basis of the higher intellectual powers is necessarily complex. We can posit no organ of the higher faculties or no specific localization. In primary intellection, a somewhat relatively prolonged and complex excitement of associated cerebral centers is required. The physiological conditions are fulfilled only when two or more cerebral processes belonging to different areas of the brain are united by spreading over the connecting association tracts, and so forming a large unity of combined cerebral excitements. Besides this, it requires the psychophysical conditions necessary to prolong voluntary attention, and on account of the nature of the higher intellectual faculties, using as they do the other mental powers in all their complexity, there are also required the conditions necessary for the activity of all the different mental factors. If any particular region could be named as a specific physical basis of the higher intellectual qualities, it would be the central tracts of the frontal region of the cortex. But, as we have just said, the whole brain is in use probably more than in any other mental activity. In addition to this, accompanying the exercise of the higher intellectual powers, there is frequently an innervation of certain muscles, particularly the eye, head, and articulatory apparatus, causing muscular tension, so often the concomitant of voluntary attention. The pathological changes in the brain of the alcoholic are sufficient to prevent the operations of the higher intellectual faculties. The destruction of the nerve cells, which are constantly degenerating, hinders the direct and uninterrupted flow of impulses which form the physical basis of memory and association of ideas in imagination, and the lack of a sufficient quantity of blood of the proper quality is detrimental to the spontaneity which judgment and reasoning require. There cannot be that facility of construction in the mind of the alcoholic, so necessary to the mental synthesis which judgment presupposes, the nervous correlation of which would be the explosive state of healthy nerve cells. In the cerebral excitement caused by a fresh indulgence of alcohol, the ideas run wild, all inhibitory influences are removed, and all manner of thoughts are thrown together without any apparent relation or association. This we call a state of drunkenness. But with the alcoholic, the continued use of alcohol seems to paralyze the intellectual powers, so that there is a lack of mental activity as a whole, and especially of the higher sort. The mental inefficiency is of inevitable effect of the brain changes, and in chronic cases in which the lesions have been permanent, it may not appear until after years of abstinence. Where indulgences are continued, the breakdown is sure and more rapid, the higher centers being the first attacked and destroyed, the lower ones having control when freed from the inhibitory action of the higher ones. The latest and most highly developed cells first feel the paralyzing toxic effect according to the laws of degeneration, and as the reason and judgment depend upon the cells in this category, we must expect this portion of the mind to feel the effects very early. The reason, being the highest form, would naturally show the earliest decline, for in reason the mind is exerted to make an inference from two judgments already present, a new judgment being the result. Judgment proper follows the next in the order of decline. The judgment is the essential and simple quality uniting things already in consciousness, but of itself adding nothing new. The decline of this synthetic power is the great misfortune of the alcoholic, as far as the intellect is concerned, and this is in reality where we notice the injury most. The stimulus to judgment, which may be nothing more at times than an observed change in our surroundings, is lacking on account of the dull perceptive powers, and on every side we find the foundation for the intellect decaying, so that the loftier part of the structure is soon a complete wreck. We may wonder why some of the intellectual powers act more readily immediately after the indulgence in a small amount of alcohol. The conclusion from Professor Kraepelin's experiments was that alcohol made easy the cortical liberation of movements, the transformation of ideas and memories of movements into deeds, but no real mental power is given.
The feeling of power, ability, and accelerated mental action is due to the facility for liberation of movements from the cortical areas. The injurious intellectual effects of alcohol last 10 hours, and the continued use of alcohol from day to day at the rate of 60 grams each day gradually decreases mental ability. The consumption of 80 grams of alcohol per day causes the ability for work to deteriorate from 5th day onwards. If the use of alcohol is then discontinued, the intellectual power begins to increase towards its normal condition, but by reverting to its use, the intellectual power begins to decrease more rapidly than before. In this chapter we notice the same disastrous results of alcoholic indulgence upon the remainder of the intellect, as in the case of the memory. The primary effect upon the imagination appears to be that of stimulation, but the alcoholic is devoid of control. The latter effects make the imagination valueless for any of its higher uses. The drunkard is weak-minded and without initiative. All judgment, especially that of moral character, is more or less invalid, and on account of this he is unfitted for social intercourse. Experiments show that small doses of alcohol at first quicken and heighten mental processes, but the latter effect is retarding and debasing. The inebriate is unable to judge concerning his own faculties, and his reasoning centers around a defense of his indulgence. As an intellectual wreck, he is an object of pity. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Psychology of Alcoholism by George Barton CUTTEN. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Will. The discussion of the will or volition is taken up for consideration next in order, because of the recognized importance of this faculty to our subject. No more common comment is made about the alcoholic, both by the careful psychologist and the unlearned observer, than that he has suffered a loss or decay of willpower. He continues to be an alcoholic on this account. We shall probably not be able to see the detailed relation between the abnormal will and the degenerate condition of the nerve elements that we were able to trace in the examination of the memory. Yet we trust that we can accept with some degree of probability, if not certainty, this account of the effect of the continued use of alcohol upon the will, which effect we will find to be of a degenerating character. The connection between mind and body, as far as will is concerned, is vague. Some would say impossible to find. If the will is the power of the mind, the true spiritual self, can we posit for it any dependence upon the brain at all? Does it not transcend the physical action of the molecules of the nerve cells? Is not this point where we can say that the mind rules in a despotic, unconditional manner? These and many other similar questions could be asked, to all of which we must reply in the negative. Even if we affirm that we are dealing with the highest factor in man's nature, the most spiritual part, we must hold here, as elsewhere, the interdependence of the mind and the brain. We here meet the ever-present, much discussed and misunderstood question of the freedom of the will, and notwithstanding its importance in other discussions, we wish to omit it here, even if we were able to throw any new light upon it. It is irrelevant in this treatment, and it is neither necessary nor pertinent to approach it, lest some implications might unwittingly, or perhaps necessarily, be introduced. It might be well to state that while the writer does not believe in the freedom of the will, because this phrase has become meaningless, he believes both from the standpoint of psychology and of ethics in the freedom of the self. We must inevitably have some opinion of the subject, and work from that. However much we may try to shun the question, and our discussion is unavoidably colored by our opinion. This much having been said, the subject, as far as we are concerned, is dropped. We then turn to examine the abnormal condition of the will of the alcoholic. Almost every writer on the subject of alcoholism deals with this mental degeneration, but usually in general statements. The purpose in this chapter is to investigate the matter with some detail. We shall find that the deviations from the normal are dependent on changed condition of the physical basis. This derangement appears very early in alcoholic degeneration, so early that some have placed it as the first symptom. Footnote: A. Gustafson, The Foundation of Death, page 160, says, "This power of will is the first stronghold to be attacked by alcoholism. If alcohol were a sentient being, it would hardly act with greater apparent intelligence than it does in its insidious sapping and mining of the will, as if it knew that redoubt once carried no further resistance need be feared. In this subjugation of the will, alcohol incidentally, but very remarkably, defines the distinction between will and intention, so often mistaken for each other, to the moral shipwreck of the mistaking ones. In alcoholism, the will is destroyed. End footnote. The different faculties are so interrelated that it is difficult at times to affirm a chronological order, and as will is dependent upon the intellectual processes, it must follow them very closely in the order of deterioration. The loss or impairment of the will is best understood by comparison with the healthy and developed will, in addition to the description of the abnormality. In comparing the physical differences, we must also compare the brain elements, showing the effect of alcohol on that part which we consider the basis of the will. What is the physical basis of the will? Do we find a will center? It does not seem so, and it is therefore necessary to disagree with those writers who posit a definite seat of voluntary movements. This occasion is differently conceived of as the corpora striata, the frontal lobes, or the outer layer of the cortex. This seems to be carrying the subject of specific localization too far. As we are able to find no special seat of the memory, so we cannot posit a special seat for the will. But as with the memory, the basis of the will is in the centers concerned with a special act. Thus we would say that the seat of will for the motor acts connected with the arm is in these motor centers of the arm movements, and not that a message comes from a seat of will in another portion of the brain commanding these centers to move the arm. The higher voluntary activities are characteristics of man, and because they are acquired to a greater extent than the actions of animals, any injury to the brain causes far more damage to man than to animals. We have seen that the acquired activities far less stable and more easily destroyed than the instinctive and reflex movements, and not only this, but the latest acquired and the most complex and highly developed activities are the first to suffer deterioration through injury. We must recognize the importance of the will in the mind of man, for it is in the controlling, guiding, enforcing, or inhibiting agency. It is the manly character of man. It is the last stage of evolution, especially when concerned with moral conduct. It is the latest and highest product of social development, and as such being most complex, it is among the first activities to suffer injury and undergo dissolution according to the rule. Last to come is the first to go. First to go is the most to go. First to come is last to go. Last to go is least to go. Footnote: A.D. Waller, The Sense of Effort, an Objective Study, Brain, Volume 14, page 245. Further, 2. Maudsley, Body and Will, pages 273 forward, remarks: nowhere is to be found a more miserable specimen of degeneration of moral feeling and impotence of will that is presented by the person who has become the abject slave of either of these pernicious indulgences, alcohol and opium. Alcohol entering the blood is carried by it to the most minute recesses of the brain, and acts there injuriously upon the elements of the requisitely delicate structures. So its finest, latest organized, least stable parts, which subserve moral feeling and supreme will, are marred. End footnote. In the decline of the motor apparatus of the alcoholic we find this order. Trouble starts with the voluntary movements of the hands, while reflex movements are all right. Footnote. In speaking of the alcoholic, 2. Maudsley, Pathology of Mind, page 486, says, one cannot help feeling sometimes that he could grasp better, and make more use of his legs, if he would exercise more will. End footnote. The trouble continues with the arms, legs, tongue, and lips, the order being according to the volition necessary, until only the pure reflexes are left. In the mental expression of the will, the incapacity for sustained attention is one of the first symptoms of impairment of the mind, because the highest expression of will is the power of voluntarily holding the attention for a long continued period of time. Voluntary fatigue, as a temporary impairment of the mind, shows the same symptoms as some disorders of permanent nature, the fatigued nerve cells exhibiting chromatic phenomena analogous to those of alcoholism. It is found that the cell of higher function is, relative to the amount of effort which it can produce, more exhaustible than the cell which is subordinate to it in the cerebro-muscular chain, and the will, standing at the pinnacle of organization, is most seriously affected by injury. As the will develops through a certain course, we find it degenerate in inverse order until we have the very lowest form of movement. The will is developed by means of attempts at willing, and it degenerates as the volitional effort becomes more and more difficult. The very lack of attention by the phenomena habit works against the effort being made, and consequently the will is exerted less. As the will is the highest factor of self, and comprehends all the other mental qualities and is dependent upon them, it is obvious that if any of these more fundamental faculties are destroyed or even impaired, it must inevitably affect the work of the will. This is not only true of the will in general, but as each separate volition is the expression of the whole self at the time, and thus of a hierarchical coordination, if any element in the coordination is paralyzed or destroyed, the whole system is thereby injured or entirely ruined. Footnote: T. Ribot, The Disease is of the Will, translated by Snell, page 120. H. Maudsley, Physiology of Mind, page 450, says, in addition, the loss of coordinating power of our ideas and feelings in their regular and independent reaction reveals the deterioration of the will. End footnote. We have already seen that in the alcoholic the memory is deficient, or at times almost totally lacking. This comes on in the early stages of alcoholism, and it in turn affects the will, for it is memory which makes the distinction between will and some lower forms of cognation. Instinct presupposes no memory. For example, real conscious memory, but will does, so it is very important and distinguishing factor of will. Perhaps the most important effect of the loss of memory to the will would be in the matter of ideals or ends. The mind in willing must have some end towards which it is working, but the end can only be before the mind through memory. If memory is lacking, we can not have the range of ideas or ends. The catalogue of ideas must necessarily be shorter. As it becomes narrowed and more, the will is contracted until perhaps only one end comes before the mind, viz. that of being further affected by alcohol, and the will degenerates into an impulse which has only to be suggested to be gratified. Deliberation is impossible without memory, and for a complete and profitable deliberation it is necessary to have an unimpeded association of ideas, so that the matter may be viewed from every standpoint related to the ideals and presented to the mind. This is necessary to give a valid expression of the self. In will that is unmotivated, where there is no deliberation, memory is still needed. Take, for example, a simple muscular movement. We must have the idea of that movement before we can perform it.
These movements are first made reflexly or instinctively,
yet consciously for us, and then by remembering them we are able to repeat them voluntarily. When movements, although reflex, have not made themselves felt above the threshold of consciousness, the idea of them is not known, and therefore cannot be remembered. Then the movements are never possible volitionally. Examples of such movements would be those of the intestines or blood vessels. With every movement there must be the idea of the movement remembered, apart from the end in view. There must be a mental conception made up of memory images of certain sensations, defining a special act to be accomplished. Of course, we would not contend that every portion of the movement is remembered, but the series as a whole is recalled, and will stimulates the first number of the series, and association and habit finish the work. Thus, not even a simple muscular movement can be performed without memory as one of the chief factors. Dr. D. Hartley has gone so far as to say, all our voluntary powers are of the nature of memory. In morbid affections of the memory, the voluntary actions suffer a like change and imperfection. Agreeing with the last part of the quotation, the first part is undoubtedly too strongly stated, although containing an element of truth.
In the chapter on memory, it was shown that the memory declined in inverse order to the reception of events.
This means that in advanced cases only memories of the younger years were retained, and as will is a matter of development, all the memories present would be those of undeveloped will. The ends set before the mind would be those of childhood, which may account for the puerile actions of the alcoholic. The memory of acts would be of like a period of time, so that we would naturally expect these also to be childish, just as in fact we find them to be. In speaking of the general degeneration of the mind and deterioration of memory, we have been treading familiar ground, and as the preceding discussion has shown these things to be facts, so in showing the relation of will to these in a general way, we feel sure that as our premises are true, so are our conclusions. Let us turn to another relation. We have already found that the intellect is deficient, and by showing the relation of will to the intellect, it will follow that will is lacking here. Footnote: by intellect here we do not include the memory, for that has already been discussed. By judgment, reasoning, and cognition, etc. End footnote. While will and intellect are reciprocally dependent, we wish now to show only the dependence of the former on the latter. Will has been defined as an active and intelligent being acting intelligently.
Spinoza has told us that the will and the intellect are one and the same thing.
Both these expressions set forth the truth, but carry the idea of similarity to an extreme. The intellectual quality separates will from lower cognitive phenomena. In volition, besides the use of the intellectual factor in deliberation, there is associated a judgment regarding the attainableness of what is desired, for unless we judge that we can secure what we want, we do not will it, but it remains a wish or a belief. Will is not creative, but only selective and modifying, and so rests on cognition. All choice is judgment put into execution, and any failure to will through hesitation comes from the defective character of the individual, in part on account of abnormal intellectual states.
The value of the intellect to volition is further seen in the necessity of adapting means to ends to bring about the action desired.
When we find the intellect weak, the impulses are correspondingly strong, and if not a loss, at least an impairment of will ensues. In the growth of the will, we may also see the great value of the intellect, for here there must be a certain development of ideas presupposed, because the extension of will means the extension of ends to be attained. It has been said, it is because the alcoholic does not recognize the fact that he is an alcoholic, that he does not will to stop, and as soon as he does realize that he has this enslaving habit, he discontinues the use of alcohol, thus laying the full responsibility of the continued destructive indulgence upon the intellect. This is only partially true. Many persons do know that they are alcoholics, and deplore the fact bitterly, yet they are unable to use their wills to correct it. The dependence of will on intellect is very apparent, and knowing the latter to be impaired, it necessarily implies a weakness of the will. Let us turn now, and in a few words examine the relation of the will to the affective side of life in the abnormal condition of alcoholism. The will depends as much on the feelings as on the intellectual states. Some would say more.
The development of will is dependent on the growth of the feelings, for feelings increase desires.
Pleasure, pain, and the emotions are springs of action. Not only do they increase the power of the will, but they may also weaken it, as example given in fear, anger, and remorse. In fact, the control of the feelings is the supreme test of the power of the will. In alcoholism we find an exalted condition of the feelings of a certain kind. The feelings and emotions connected with the lower part of man's nature are exaggerated. These consist of the appetites and passions, which, when aroused, are so difficult to control. As the will grows weaker, we find them taking on more of an impulsive nature, and controlling the actions of the alcoholic. And why this? We shall see later in the discussion that the feelings too are impaired in the inverse order of experience, and as the higher and more manly feelings come only with the developed nature, when these decline we have left only the strong, unreasonable feelings connected with the lower centers, which are the last affected, and are of an instinctive nature, rooted and grounded in our very nature as animals. As these are the only feelings left, and as they are all of one kind, there is no strife of feelings, no higher feelings to assist in the control of the lower ones. These latter have all the strength of the affective nature, and become so impulsive that the enfeebled will has no longer power over them, and after one or two impulsive successes, the way is made clear for an impulsive rather than a volitional rule. Having seen the effect upon the will of the degeneration of the mind as a whole, the memory, intellect, and affective nature, we now turn to the special factors of the will, and notice the effect of the use of alcohol upon them. Will is distinguished from the lower cognitive activities by a conscious end to be attained. This is impossible with the alcoholic, not because there is any particular physical basis for ends, and this is destroyed, but, as we have already seen, through the deterioration of the intellectual qualities. Without ideas there is no will. In deliberation the alcoholic is especially weak. If he could deliberate, there would be more hope for him, but the control of thoughts is largely lost. He has no ends to set before himself, and all forms of thought concerning any end which may be presented to him lead to the one end or impulse, that of gratification of appetite. Could he calmly think in a deliberate way, his passion might have time to subside, and give him more of an opportunity to have ideals come before his mind. It requires an active will to deliberate, and being unable to voluntarily attend, deliberation is conspicuously absent in the life of the alcoholic. The power of attention is very necessary to all normal acts of life. In such simple acts as that of sight, it requires fixed attention for clear vision, and accommodation follows. In all higher acts of life, the necessity for attention is still greater, and any diminution is disastrous to voluntary mental experiences. This lack of control of feelings, impulses, and all mechanical activity is the keynote of the alcoholic's condition as far as will is concerned. It seems to be a special attribute of alcohol to exalt the mechanical activity of the mind, and at the same time the power of the volitional control is diminished. This is true, not only as far as they are compared with each other, but absolutely. Coleridge is pointed out as a standard example of this effect. In his late years he had little or no control as far as voluntary attention was concerned. His ideas rambled over the whole universe with no recognizable thread of unity. The whole stimulation seemed to be physical and impulsive. We must recognize that the lack of control is due more to the absence of inhibition than to the exaltation of the impulses. Impulses are always strong in the healthy will, but usually under good control where the individual can say, "This far and no further," but if the inhibition falters, it is fatal for future volition and control. Footnote: for a comprehensive description of inhibition, see F.J. Meltzer. The role of inhibition in normal and in some of the pathological phenomena of life. Medical Record, June 7, 1902. The nature of the impulses must be taken into account. The control develops into the following order: muscular, feelings, and ideas. In degeneration, the control of ideas goes first, then the control of feelings. We can see that the most important control is first lost, and when one comes to lose control of ideas and feelings, he is a mere machine. With the control of feelings lacking, the mind, deficient in concentrative power, is lamentably deranged by any kind of emotional excitement, so far as any volitional effort is concerned. Muscular control is also frequently lacking, and one form of this, tremor, we find as a common symptom in the first stages of alcoholism. This is especially seen in the hands, about the mouth, in the lips, and tongue. This loss of control and exaltation of the impulsive nature may be divided into two classes. First, those who are unconsciously in this condition, and second, those who are consciously afflicted. The latter division corresponds with those who have what we call fixed ideas. There are many alcoholics of the first class, those who can drink or leave it alone, but usually drink, those who can stop drinking whenever they want to, but never want to, men who are actually self-deceived. They drink not because they are impelled to, but because they are hot or cold, fortunate or unfortunate, sleepy or insomnious. It matters not what reason is given. It is sufficient oftentimes to satisfy the affected mind of the alcoholic, even if it is unreasonable and incredible to his friends. In these cases, the impulse is sudden and unconsciously followed by execution. The alcoholic does not think of resisting the impulse until it is too late, and then, if questioned concerning the reason why, an excuse is presented, which is reason at least to him. These impulses fit into the lower nature, and are thus natural to him. It is similar to a certain idea which comes into consciousness corresponding to the higher self and will, and is frequently not distinguished. The character of the impulse will depend largely on the constitutional tendencies of the individual, derived from inheritance, and modified by his conditions of life prior to alcoholic excesses, and the effect of alcohol upon him mentally and physically. It is thus independent of will in persons whose control is impaired. Another reason why it is confounded with will is because it is internally stimulated, although the occasion is not unusually an external stimulation, which it either immediately furthers or inhibits. Thus the alcoholic recognizes the contents of a bottle of whiskey, or the building near which he is standing as a saloon. These are occasions for the arising of an unconquerable thirst in the form of an impulse, which is immediately gratified. This impulse has a double reason for its force. Not only is it an object of appetite, which normally is most impulsive, but it is also an object of habit, which, apart from all appetite or passion, gives a certain impulsive nature to acts within its power. Footnote. N. Kerr, Unabridged, page 302, sets forth the hypothesis of an appetite center in the brain, which is deranged by the effects of alcohol. End footnote. Whenever we find such a case, we find also an absence of social and moral considerations, which should provide motives and reasons to the controlling, inhibiting power, so that the idea does not come into relation with the whole self which the will requires, but action follows the isolated tendencies. There is not here even a conflict of impulsive tendencies. One impulse has the whole field and keeps it. In the first class, the impulse is unconscious, and deliberation is annihilated. But in the second class of cases, where we have what we are called fixed ideas, there may be some deliberation, but of an external character, and with a conclusion which is inevitable because of a lack of control. When the impulses are strong, but are not entirely beyond control, a partial direction and inhibition may be secured. An impulse of this kind might be called an insistent idea, in contradistinction from a fixed idea. In the first stages of alcoholism this is common, but later the impulse consciously gets beyond the power of the will. Footnote. C. E. Cowles, Insistent and Fixed Ideas, American Journal of Psychology, Volume 1, pages 226 forward. In regard to this class of alcoholics, A. MacDonald, Abnormal Man, page 113, says, "There is a weakness of will to carry out good resolutions, and a consciousness of this leads some to request to be placed in asylums, for they are morally certain in advance that they cannot resist temptation. Thus one has been known to have his daughter carry his wages home, as he could not pass a saloon on the way without going in, if he had any money with him." We have also the following from C.F. Palmer, Unabridged, its source, Prevention and Cure, page 107. Coupled with the loss of truthfulness is that weakening of the will which always accompanies chronic alcoholism. How many of his broken promises are due to a debilitated will, and how many to a decay of his voraciousness? It would be impossible for the victim himself to determine. Doubtless his intention to break off his evil habit is sometimes honest, and the failure is due to the paralysis of the will. End footnote. What is seen here is a demand for attention in proportion to the insistence of the idea, until finally the alcoholic cannot possibly withhold his attention from the one absorbing idea, viz., that of further indulgence and its consequent effect, which soon gains dominance in consciousness, and is quickly acted upon. The most normal person cannot prevent feelings and impulses from arising, nor can he say, "Be gone," and be immediately obeyed. But he can direct his attention to other things and thus escape. This the alcoholic cannot do well.
Sometimes the alcoholic is a slave to this impulsive idea. He develops a true mania, as much as any monomaniac. The mania has been called dipsomania, and is irresistible when fully developed. It is but an extension of common experience. Consciously we are carried away by some impulse. It may be in regard to a small unimportant thing, and are unable to control our course. Stout gives the following statements regarding the reasons for indulgence. He says that the commonest cases of involuntary action are those in which an idea becomes fixed through intense appetite or craving, arising from organic conditions. An example given: irresistible craving for alcohol. There are 4 possible situations. 1. Indulgence in the drink may be contrary to the man's express volition at the moment when he drinks. This is rare. 2. A performed resolution to refrain from action, but at the moment when he drinks, the impulse is so strong that the volition is temporarily in abeyance. 3. Action takes place before a voluntary decision has taken place. He acts during deliberation, before he knows his mind. 4. Organic craving may be the motive of a genuine volition, but so against his interest, the real self, as to be involuntary. Here there is full deliberation. Footnote: notice also the following from W.B. Carpenter, Mental Physiology, pages 636 forward. The debasing influence of the continued alcoholic excess is, unfortunately, but too apparent. While weakening the will and exciting the lower propensities, it blunts the moral sense also. Vain is it to recall the motive for a better course of conduct to one who is already familiar with them all, but is destitute of the will to act upon them. End footnote. The first of these 4 divisions seems out of the range of possibility. He may not intend to get intoxicated. He probably does not once in 100 times. But as for not willing to take that drink at the moment when he does so, this seems to contradict all psychology of the will. He may not have intended to drink the preceding moment, but how does he do so against distinct volition? There is no true volition in impulsive action. The other 3 examples are pertinent and agree with what is said above regarding impulse. Footnote: Kerr, Inebriety, pages 302 forward, says, "Serious as the injuries inflicted by intoxicants on the intellectual faculties, the loss of inhibitive capacity is 100-fold more detrimental. To these must be added the progressive paralysis of the will. The damage done to the understanding is great, but infinitely more terrible are the decrease of control and the benumbing of volition. Many inebriates, as long as they retain consciousness through all their outbreaks, know what they are doing, hate with a perfect hatred their drunken excesses, but are as unable to exert their will as is a terror-stricken animal helpless under the fascination of a boa constrictor. Their moral faculties are even more deadened by the poison than their intellectual. Alcohol is a puissant will paralyzer. Such an inebriate is a captive, retaining the possession of his senses, though these are somewhat dulled, and the will is powerless to make an effort at deliverance. Again and again does he resolve to drink no more, but resolution is overborne by the dominating drink impulse or drink crave. The volitional disablement, this palsy of the will, is a direct effect of a pathological degradation." End footnote. We have discussed this subject of self-control under the head of deliberation. For self-control means deliberation and inhibition of impulsive action in order to deliberate. 2 aspects of self-control have been discussed, viz. increased power of impulse and decreased power of will. These have been figuratively expressed as follows: the driver may be so weak that he cannot control well-broken horses, or the horse may be so hard-mouthed that no driver can pull them up. With the alcoholic it may be both. The power of self-control varies with the nervous force. Fatigue, loss of vigor through overexertion, and ill health cause noticeable loss of self-control. The decline of self-control is one of the earliest symptoms of oncoming senile decay and of mental disease. We have before stated that the effects of alcoholism were those of premature senility, and here we have another application of the statement. We can all recognize how the exhaustion of nervous energy lessens inhibitory power in the matter of irritability. When fresh and healthy, we are invariably good-natured, but the tired, overexerted, unhealthy man is very easily irritated, and not infrequently the slightest occasion will throw him into an uncontrollable passion. We have clearly seen in discussing the physiology that the nervous energy is lessened, and continues to be decreased more and more as the blood vessels are more clogged and are unable to convey nourishment to the brain, and any lack of nourishment affects the higher and later developed nerve centers, these being less stable than the lower. In control, as in memory, the alcoholic becomes a child, and his natural tendencies are let loose. As the child and the savage are creatures of impulse to a great extent, so we find the alcoholic. Thus we have the saying concerning him, "What a man is when he is sober will come out when he is drunk." Because of this utter lack of control, we were able to show, when dealing with memory, that association, depending upon the connection between the different cells and centers, was interfered with on the account of this connection being destroyed or injured. If will means control, it is through the coordination of all the centers in just proportion to their importance. This, we can see, is impossible if the connection is imperfect. Taking the alcoholic, as we find him, there seems to be a total incapacity for deliberation in his degenerative mental condition. A few words will be sufficient to deal with the two factors of the fully developed will, viz., choice and desire. It is enough to say of the former that without deliberation we cannot have choice, for deliberation is its sine qua non. In regard to desire, we either have too much or none at all, according to the standpoint from which we look at it. In the description given above, we might say that the desire is all that there is, but impulse is not desire in its highest form. Desire should suppose a choice, or normal mind, taking a liking to something which agrees with and fits into the whole self. In alcoholism, only one part of the self is considered, so whether we take the view of too much or too little desire, we recognize it as abnormal. If we were able to will, it would lead us astray, for a normal desire could not be carried out. We now turn to the factor par excellence of the will, viz. Effort. If a reform is ever to take place in the alcoholic, it must be through effort. If there should be a real desire for departure from alcoholic influence, it requires a great effort to overcome the habit and impulse. And in his weakened condition, the alcoholic cannot well put this forth. Even in normal conditions our will flags, and cannot be brought to do what we would like, and what we know to be right. If all the faculties were normal, except the will, the defect would be very apparent and serious. The term abulia is used for cases of this kind. Footnote. We have the following from E.C. Pitska, Insanity, page 251 forward. The inebriate generally exhibits above all a marked enfeeblement of the will. This enfeeblement of the will is at first manifested in the inability of the inebriate to resist the temptation to drink. Numerous cases are on record where prosperous businessmen and capable men of letters, feeling this abulia, voluntarily went to an asylum for inebriates, and within its walls carried on their labors as well as before they had formed the alcoholic habit. But with the continuance of vice, the volition becomes impaired with regard to other matters as well, and the confirmed and deteriorating inebriate becomes the tool of others. He attends fairly well to duties of a routine character, but is devoid of initiative, or, if he has it, is inconstant and easily diverted from his purpose. End footnote. How many drunkards there are who have all the inducements of a good home, a healthy body, a moral life, etc., for a reward of abstinence, who admit all the arguments brought forth, who recognize their duty in the matter, and yet are not able to make the effort. Sometimes the alcoholic claims a great desire for reformed life, yet tells you frankly that he has not the strength to try, and knows that he cannot reform if he does try. A gentleman of high standing and eminence in his profession was brought to the writer for help by his clergyman. He said that
he wanted to get rid of alcohol. He recognized the danger, saw the effects, but lacked power to stop. He concluded by saying, "I'll be honest though, if there were a glass of whiskey on the table here, as much as I want to stop, and know that I should stop for my own sake and that of my family, I would drink it." Examples of this kind could be enumerated without limit. One more will be given. A gentleman prominent on 2 continents in his profession applied for assistance to the writer. He wanted to stop drinking. It was ruining him for his work. He spoke freely concerning the injury to himself and family, and with tears in his eyes begged for help, but he was unable to make any effort himself in that direction. He would often not even make the effort to come for treatment, notwithstanding his longing for relief. He died at an early age from the effects of alcoholic excess. One of the frequent delusions of the alcoholic is that he has the ability to stop drinking any time he wishes to. The delusion of free will is very common, and seems to be a part of the disease. He seldom thinks that he cannot stop, but for some other reason he continues to drink. This delusion of being able to will to stop at any time is encouraged by friends who also believe it to be true, and condemn the patient for failure to carry it out. If the work of the person has been carried on for some time by reflexes and impulses, the will does become impotent, especially against strong habits. If a single effort is hard, a continued effort is correspondingly difficult. This is why reform is so difficult to attain. An alcoholic holding an article in his hand, example given, a ball or a jug, will often drop it if he is not fixing his attention on it. The motor brain cells seem to require continuous reinforcement to act for any length of time, there not being sufficient reinforcement in the alcoholic's brain to stop spontaneously. He must force the process by continued attention, and even then prolonged action is impossible for him. A steadily kept resolution is a great manifestation of nervous force, the neural correlation of which is a prolonged tension of one and the same group of cortical elements. If the resolution does not last, and in the alcoholic it is often broken in an hour, it is because there is not in his organism the possibility of repeated work in the centers concerned with the volitional effort. Footnote: T. Ribot, The Diseases of the Will, translated by Snell, page 53. Notice also the following from I. Ray, Medical Jurisprudence, page 543. The mind of the inebriate is incapable of long-continued efforts which once were easy, and of concentrating the whole force of its faculties on the subject submitted to its examination. End footnote. It is this steadiness or firmness of will which is the essence of will. The physical condition of effort is that of fullness of energy, ready to overflow, and a free passage of good blood from one part of the brain to the others. One can well see that the condition of the nervous elements in the brain, pointed out in the discussion of physiology, would seriously interfere with the function of the centers, which are the physical basis of will. On account of the highly developed system which will supposes, the cells could not be in a state of decay and degeneration described without making impossible any delicate movements, such as we must suppose occur in the changes which take place during the performance of acts of will. Not only the degeneration, but the pressure and mishapping, due to crowding on account of the pathological growth of connective tissue in the brain, must seriously interfere with the process. Footnote: J.F. Leidson, in writing on toxemias and their relation to alcoholism, etc., says, "In all cases of inebriety there is primarily a weakened willpower incidental to unstable nerve equilibrium. This may be due to acquired organic disease or to heredity, or may be peculiar to the individual himself, and bear no relation to heredity or disease. Its recognition is important if we would cure the disease. It certainly should be considered in studying the general relation of alcoholism to crime, for it is key to the situation." End footnote. But the basis of all is the blood. On account of the bone receptacle in which the brain is enclosed, the mass of cerebral material must be constant. It is therefore impossible for any great amount of blood to enter or leave the brain very quickly, for the only other element of changeable quantity in the brain is the spinal fluid, which cannot flow quickly and is small in quantity compared to the blood. If one part of the brain requires more blood hurriedly, the other portions must give up their supply. In willing a certain part to function, and in putting forth effort in connection with a certain movement, more blood is required in the centers concerned with the movement, and the other parts are anemic on account of their sacrifice to the center's functioning. This puts all the effort of the mind upon one portion of the brain, which alone is in a condition for work. We know that attention has the effect of drawing blood to the organs to which we are attending, and that will works largely through the means of voluntary attention. As it is with other parts of the body, so we may expect it to be with the centers of the brain. When attended to, more blood is drawn to them and taken from the neglected parts, making the centers on which attention is concentrated more explosive, and the discharge in their direction is more easily made. In the alcoholic brain, the mobility of the blood is seriously impaired, so that it cannot quickly move from one center to another, and hence will as a whole, and especially effort, is retarded. The centers the least used become less easily hyperemic, while the blood more easily flows to the centers of habitual action. It is also necessary for the blood to contain nourishment to sustain nervous energy and keep the cells intact. It must be free from any injurious matter and come in normal quantities. The effete matter must also be taken away, so as not to interfere with the metabolism. But none of these conditions do we find adequately fulfilled in the alcoholic brain, and notwithstanding our inability to define the exact molecular change which takes place in the individual cell as the concomitant of the effort of will, we can undoubtedly say that these pathological changes do interfere to prevent these molecular changes, so that no effort of will can be made on account of the physical disability. Footnote: W.B. Carpenter, Mental Physiology, pages 636 forward. Speaking concerning the relation of will to physical conditions as follows: there is no class of aberrant mental phenomena which is more deserving of careful scientific study than that which is produced by the introduction into the blood of substances which have the special property of perverting its normal action on the brain. For, in the first place, these phenomena bring into strong relief the contrast between the augmatic activity of the cerebrum, which manifests itself in the rapid succession of thoughts, the vividness of images, and the strong excitement of feelings, and the diminished volitional control of which we have the evidence in the incoherence of thought, the incongruity of the imagery creations, and the extravagance of feelings. And in the second place, it is perfectly clear that this disturbance of purely psychical action, affecting not merely what may be regarded as the functions of the brain, but the exercise of that attribute of man's nature which seems most strongly indicative of a power beyond and above it, is produced by agencies purely physical. For it is not only that the balance between the automatic activity of the brain and the directing and controlling power of the will is disturbed by the exaltation of the former, so as to give it a predominance over the latter. On the contrary, the absolute weakening of volitional control is clearly a primary effect of these agencies, being strongly manifested when the automatic activity, as often happens, is reduced, as when it is augmented, and this weakening is still more obvious when not merely the quality of the blood, but the nutrition of the brain has been deteriorated by the prolonged action of nervine stimulants, the will becoming as it were paralyzed, so that the mental powers are not under its command for any exertion whatever, while even its controlling power over bodily movements may be greatly diminished. End footnote. Several references have been made in this chapter to the effect produced on the will by fatigue, which shows how a lessened nervous energy causes an impotence of will. Let us consider this further. Remember the histological similarity between fatigued and alcoholic cells. In fatigue, a periodicity of speed is noticeable in voluntary actions, which is generally agreed to be due, not to peripheral or muscular, so much as to central fatigue. This is true whether the action is voluntary muscular contraction, such as tapping upon a telegraph key, more purely mental work, such as adding long columns of figures, or voluntary attention, such as listening to a watch placed at such a distance that the ticking can just be heard. The periodicity is not the only phenomena, but finally, sooner or later, according to the individual, the overexerted centers refuse to respond at all. This may be seen in experiments with the ergograph, of which examples will be shown. The reason for this failure is not
simply because the subject refuses to work on account of pain, but he is positively unable to make an effort. And the time comes when, regardless of the motive, whether physical or mental, example given, pain or fear, there will not be a single contraction in response to the effort. In some experiments made on persons who were deprived of sleep for 90 hours, was found that the voluntary motor inability decreased in waves, according to the time of day and the length of time awake. In some other experiments with tapping, a walk which fatigued the person generally made the voluntary movement slower, and in experiments in control of the reflex wink, the control was lessened after long continued work at the desk. Thus we find in pathological conditions, when a person is weakened by brooding over troubles, he has not strength of will to resist the brooding. But if health can be restored so that the cells have their normal supply of energy, he can turn his attention to other things.
The repair of willpower comes through nutrition,
while conversely, loss of will is sure when the nervous force is lowered. Volition implies an intensive discharge of the nervous elements along a certain definite self-resolved line. In order to accomplish this, every cell must be so nourished as to be explosive when the impulse comes to it. The fatigued and alcoholic cells are not in this condition. Some of the aches and disagreeable feelings about the body, and principally in the head, causing worry and anxiety, the alcoholic is able at first to control by will, but later he loses power to do so, and they become subjects of delusions. Kraepelin has shown directly that alcohol causes a slower reaction time for discrimination and decision. These statements concerning general fatigue show what we have contended all through this chapter, viz. That a loss of nervous energy affects will, and these experiments regarding voluntary movements, etc., show one of two things. While the voluntary movements of the finger, for example, are inhibited, we are able to will concerning other things. It must be either that the will has a definite seat, and we do will, but the connection between the will centers and these particular motor centers is temporarily incapacitated, or that the physical basis for will is in the motor center concerned with each movement, and as the nervous force of the center is exhausted, the will is correspondingly impaired. It is needless to say that we accept the second hypothesis. Some experiments made by the writer in the Yale Psychological Laboratory show the weakness and peculiarities of the will of the alcoholic probably better than anything else we could say in a purely descriptive way. The apparatus used was that usually employed in registering tap time. A telegraph key furnished the means of breaking a 4-ampere current, which passed through the primary coil of a spark coil. The secondary circuit of the spark coil was connected at one pole with a 100 VD fork used as a marker, and at the other pole with the base of the recording drum. Every tap on the key was registered by a spark on the waving line, drawn by the fork on the drum. The subject was seated at a table in an easy position, and told to tap as fast as possible until told to stop. A record was taken of the taps for 5 seconds at the start, and thereafter not continuously, but for the same length of time at the beginning of every 30 seconds. Usually before the records were finished, the subject was told emphatically, "Now, tap just as fast as you possibly can." One record was generally taken after this. Most of the alcoholic subjects were secured through the kindness of Mr. P.C. Butterfield, Superintendent of Calvary Industrial Home of New Haven. With the exception of one, all the alcoholic subjects were sober, and had been so for periods ranging from a month to over a year. With one exception, J.C., they were all mechanics or laborers, persons who worked with their hands. The normals also, with the exception of F.W.M., were of the same walk of life. All the subjects, both alcoholics and normals, were males. 3 of the subjects, 2 alcoholics and 1 normal, T.D., M.T., and A.F., were not required to spurt, but these records are inserted to show the steady decline in both the average and probable error when no spurt was called for. One other, that of D., is excluded from the comparisons, on account of his being under the influence of alcohol at the time of the experiment. Let us now look at the comparison between the alcoholics and the normals. The advantage is obviously with the normals, but as we would expect, does not show itself so much with the younger as with the older men. The ability to will is shown by the decreased average tap time when called upon to spurt, while the probable error is an index of uncertainty, for example, lack of control. Compare the two youngest subjects, F, alcoholic, age 29, and WP, normal, age 35. Both spurt at command, but while WP lowers the average from 179 to 114, a decrease of 65, F, who has the advantage of age, decreases from 213 to 205, a difference of only 8. In this effort, we also observe a difference in control. During the spurt, WP lowers the probable error from 1.2 to 0.8, while F, the uncertainty, is increased from 0.9 to 1.5. Both of these men were healthy, strong, and intelligent, in every way comparable, but F had been drinking since he was 14 years of age, and when 25 was not able to control himself. WP had lived his 33 years without touching liquor. The results of the experiments clearly show the lack of effort and control in the alcoholic. Look further at the rapidity of voluntary movements. The alcoholic's general average is 202. The sober man averages 163, which is a direct contradiction of the results as we would expect them if the two men were judged by their temperaments. Let us look at others. Take two very much alike, DF, alcoholic, and FWM, normal. They were both 39 years of age, and their general average was about the same, DF being 184 and FWM's 183. Their averages kept along very near together, and when called upon, both spurted about the same, and 30 seconds later the fatigue was about the same. Only one difference of importance is noticed, and that is in the probable error to the disadvantage of the alcoholic. During the spurt, FWM's probable error decreased from 1.4 to 0.9, and 39 seconds later had risen to 1.1. But concerning the alcoholic, we observe that during the time of the spurt, his probable error increased from 1.2 to 1.5, and 30 seconds later it rose to 3.0, showing a great lack of control and stability. The older men show a more striking difference. The two oldest alcoholics we have, CC and JC, are 54 and 55 years of age, respectively. The oldest normals, WE and MP, are 61 and 70 years old. Notwithstanding the greatest difference of age, when a few years count so much, the normals make a much better showing. CC, when called upon, fails to spurt at all, but the time is increased from 203 to 217, and the fruitless effort causes the probable error to rise from 1.4 to 3.0. Here we have a total lack of willpower exhibited, and with it a great decrease in control. In the case of JC, we have a spurt, but a very great increase in probable error from 0.6 to 3.0, and 30 seconds later the probable error rises to 5.4. In the normals, both WE and MP spurt. The latter, let us consider, being respectively 16 and 15 years older than the alcoholics. With WE, the probable error decreases from 0.9 to 0.8, and after 30 seconds is only 1.0. MP's probable error increases slightly from 1.2 to 1.4, but 30 seconds later is down to 1.1, a marked difference from that of JC or CC. Something further very noticeable here in the former experiments is the way in which the normals keep up their spurt into the next 30 seconds, but the alcoholics fall again. For the normals, WP gives us the best record in this respect. He averages 192 when asked to spurt. It immediately decreases the average to 157, and 30 seconds later is still lower, being 137. JC, alcoholic, gives us the example for the other extreme. Before the spurt, he was at 190. He spurted to 166, and 30 seconds later was at 194, higher than before he spurted. Takes this out of the language of the psychological laboratory. Translated into a practical case, and what does it mean? The alcoholic is spurted to put forth will in some form. It may be to make and keep a resolution. He makes it, but while he starts well, he is unable to keep it for any time, and before long he is less powerful, as far as will is concerned, than he was before the resolution was made. With the normal it is not so, but he continues to exercise his will. It may even get stronger than before the resolution was made, but is not likely to get weaker. Although it does not directly come under our subject, it is interesting, in passing, to notice the one case of acute alcoholism of which we have record, that of D. His average is very large. He is not capable of making repeated voluntary efforts very quickly, and, as we would suppose, his control is very weak. His smallest probable error is equal to the largest probable error which we are able to find among all the others, viz. 5.6, while it goes up to the enormous figure of 16.6. Under the influence of alcohol he is able to spurt, going from 253 to 221, with a decrease in probable error from 12 to 9.0, but it does not last. 30 seconds later his average is higher than it was before, 268, and the probable error has risen to 14.7. His case will be referred to later. Another form of experiment was tried with the same subjects, and in designation the same initials will be used. In this, the subjects were tested with the Maso-ergograph. Each one was seated comfortably, with his arm resting upon a board to which was strapped. The tape was fastened around his middle finger, and in a given signal he was told to pull as far as he could to the beat of a sounder which was connected electrically with a clock marking off the seconds. The weight used was 3 kilograms. Each movement of the weight was recorded on a drum by means of the ergograph pointer. Very much the same results were obtained as with the tap time experiments. We reproduce a few of the records made. In figure 12, the drum was running more rapidly than in the latter records, yet it has the advantage of giving better details. After the subject had been at work long enough to show a considerable shortening of the exertions of the pointer due to fatigue, an effort was made to increase the length of the exertion by saying, "Now pull harder, do your best." This corresponds to the spurt and tap time records. The vertical arrows point to the places where the spurt was ordered. In this record we see an utter lack of any increase. The weight is not pulled one bit higher, and TD, alcoholic, is apparently not able to put forth any more effort. In the tap time experiments he was not spurted, but this record shows the most clearly of any example of the ergograph experiments the lack of will, for example, power to put forth effort. In figure 13 we have an example of lack of power after a short test. J.C., alcoholic, was not able to move the weight when called upon to spurt. The pointer had made 80 excursions in all, after which he could not move his finger. Compare this with the record of M.P., figure 14. M.P. is normal, is 15 years, J.C. senior, and although we notice that he misses one stroke, yet he recovers himself without suggestion at the next stroke. When commanded to spurt, does so. Only twice does he miss a stroke in his whole record, both times recovering himself well, and at the end of 155 strokes is still able to respond strongly. It is difficult to tell whether or not MC, alcoholic, spurts here when commanded. True, the weight is raised, but it corresponds to the regular rhythm of fatigue and recovery. Probably we can credit him with a small spurt, but it is very small indeed, compared with his record when he first began this experiment. The first part of this record is not shown. In the record of F, alcoholic, figure 16, we can notice where his finger was powerless for 3 or 4 strokes, and in 2 other places where he was unable to relax his finger, showing a lack of control in both ways. At command he spurted, but lost time in doing so, taking the time of about 2 regular strokes to make the effort, showing that he could not readily control his power, or that there was no power immediately available. The record of C.C., alcoholic, is quite like that of F. He spurts, but loses time in the effort. Twice after that he is not able to relax his finger, and finally he becomes powerless. He is unable to move his finger at 65 strokes. Compare this record with that of M.P. The latter was pulling strongly at the end of 155 strokes, and this man, 15 years younger, was powerless at the end of 65 strokes. Compare these 2 alcoholics, C.C. and J.C., with M.P., normal, and we will see the advantage that an abstemious old man has over a middle-aged alcoholic. We also insert the record of D, who was intoxicated at the time it was taken, but this is not for comparison. The two following records, figure 19 and 20, are examples of normals, and the spurts by which they responded when commanded. By looking over the results of these experiments, we can see how they substantiate what has been said in the descriptive part of this chapter. Both in the results of the tap time investigations and those of the ergograph, we find the alcoholic much inferior to the normal in his command and control of himself, and lacking in ability to put forth effort. The tapping and the ergograph give slightly different results, for the work is different. The tapping is very light work, and only the repeated efforts fatigue one, but lifting 3 kilograms with one finger is very tiring. Notwithstanding this, the results are quite in agreement. These alcoholic subjects were far from being of the most affected class, for these men had remained sober for some time, none less than 1 month. It might have been more interesting if the worst class could have been obtained, but as this lowest class is always more or less under the influence of alcohol, the task of arriving at the effect of the continued use of alcohol would have been defeated, and we would have records on the effect of the continued use, added to that of the acute effects, depending upon the amount of alcohol recently taken. We feel that the testimony given by these witnesses has been quite conclusive. We found that the lack of will to be a serious result of the use of alcohol. Not only as a whole, but all the factors of will are injured. The alcoholic is devoid of the power to act at the proper time and in the right way, no matter how much he may admit such action to be correct. On the other hand, he is equally powerless to inhibit incorrect action which is in line with his alcoholic craving. He has the delusion of free will, and thinks he can stop drinking if he wishes, but on account of a lack of nervous energy, he has not the ability for sustained effort. The blood supply has a powerful influence on the will. The experiments with ergograph and tap time prove graphically what has been so long contended, viz. That the alcoholic has lost the power of putting forth effort. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Psychology of Alcoholism by George Barton Cutten. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Emotions. In the study of the emotional nature of the alcoholic, we find a degeneration corresponding in kind as well as degree to that of the intellect and will. The way has been prepared in a small measure for our discussion, by references to the emotions in the preceding chapters, when discussing the relation of the emotions to the other faculties of mind. The emotions, insofar as they relate to the moral nature of man in general, and the alcoholic in particular, will be reserved for treatment in the chapter on morals. This slightly restricts our discussion, yet this chapter is necessary to our subject, on account of the obvious emotional changes which are brought about by alcoholic indulgence. Considerable discussion has taken place between psychologists on the evolutionary aspects of the emotions. For truly the emotions, notwithstanding their indefinite and changing character, do give scope for study in this direction. It seems that pathological cases similar to the alcoholic should be fruitful fields to explore, for the alcoholic in his lowest and most degraded stage becomes little more than a brute, as far as his emotions are concerned. The order of evolution, both regarding the race and the individual, can be traced in a general way by noticing the order of decline, and then changing it to read inversely. Of all the aspects of degeneration through the excessive indulgence of alcohol, there is no one more pitiable, neither is there one that causes more distress, than this change in the emotions. The principle which we have found to apply so well in our discussion, as far as we have proceeded, is also applicable to the emotions. In fact, this is the principle of degeneration in general. It is, that the latest evolved, most complex, and least stable states are those which are the first to be attacked, and the first to be destroyed by any detrimental agent, while the early, simple states remain until the last. In addition to this principle we add another. We found in the previous chapters that general bodily health was necessary to the best normal mental activity, but with the emotions, the least change in the organs of the body
which may hardly be otherwise perceptible to the individual, may make a great change in the emotions. The reverse is also true. Emotional states cause a great change in the functions of the bodily organs, so great at times as to incapacitate them, or, in relation to the heart, to cause instant death. Serious bodily disturbances may or do occur in all emotional experiences. Bright's disease, heart disease, jaundice, dyspepsia, diarrhea, and other well-known changes in the respiration, involuntary muscles, and secretions, as well as in the voluntary muscles, are sequelae of different emotions. The emotions are evidently correlated with serious nutritional disturbances, especially of the viscera, brought about without doubt by changes in the vasomotor nerves, and hence in the blood supply. The health of the brain has been our chief concern previous to this. We must now also consider the health of the alcoholic's whole body. No one can well doubt the deplorable condition of the alcoholic as far as his emotions are concerned. He is emotional enough, too emotional, but the emotions are of a very low order. Everyone is familiar with the absurdly emotional condition of the man who is intoxicated. Perhaps for the first time he either wishes to shake hands or to fight. The sentiments are neither worse nor better, but are not controlled. They are let loose and accentuated, and are revealed in their naked truth. To some extent the same is true with the chronic alcoholic. His emotions are uncontrolled. Footnote: besides there being an infinite variety of emotions, and an equally great variety of the same emotion, as far as its quality is concerned, we notice also a variety in quantity and method of approach. Thus, emotions may be strong or weak, in many degrees in between. They may come suddenly before we know it, or they may be gradual in appearance so that we can easily recognize their approach. Again, they may be intermittently strong and weak, or approaching suddenly for a time. Then gradually, the terms sudden and strong, and the terms gradual and weak, being at times more or less synonymous, although the gradually approaching emotion may attain great strength. The emotions which appear gradually are more or less under control, but an emotion wholly under control ceases to be an emotion. One characteristic of the emotion being its impulsive nature. Nevertheless, there is a slight measure of control in the less violent emotions, which is quite easily recognized. End footnote. But they are also deteriorated by continued indulgence, so that only the lowest ones survive. There is commonly a feeling of depression with vague and gloomy feelings, and a continual apprehension of misfortune which is impending. Footnote: the word feeling is very ambiguous, and may be the general term for all affective states. It may be the place here to make a distinction, for at least to call attention to distinctions which are made between different classes of feelings with which we have to deal. An example given: emotion, sentiment, and mood. In a general way, the sentiments are distinguished from emotions by having less response from the bodily organs, and by being connected with ideals. The mood is a persistent emotional state, with less reference to any particular object, but with the same particular feeling toward all objects. End footnote. His grief may easily become despair, and his lack of hope lead to permanent melancholy. To overcome this, he indulges more freely in the beverages which have provoked it, and these prove temporarily remedial, but only engender further depression. Coupled with this, a morbid irritability of temper is a marked feature. He is peevish and exaggerates his cares and his sufferings. His rage and anger may be persistent and mischievous, or remittent and impotent. In women of weaker mind, the character changes. They become sullen, taciturn sometimes. Very often, on the other hand, they have expansive and even compromising ideas. Occasionally, these two relations alienate. In Huss's well-known experiments, the dogs, to which he gave large doses of alcohol, became very irritable and were easily aroused by other dogs. In Hodge's experiments, where small doses were given, this irritability was not noticed. The alcoholic, whether a victim of large or small doses, is similarly affected in this respect. He is touchy and explosive when crossed in the smallest way. He is exacting, petulant, and hypochondriacal. This disagreeable state he shows unmistakably, and that without sufficient cause. The victim of his anger may be the first person
or object available, regardless of circumstances. Equally unreasonable is his suspicion. This suspicion is characteristic of some forms of alcoholic insanity, but even in his pre-insane days he is extremely suspicious. A conversation which he cannot hear, or the expression on the face of another, is referred to himself. He is suspicious of others' motives and jealous of his wife, both without cause. Acts of kindness are misconstrued, and he may think that persons are taking advantage of his condition to rob or injure him, and he makes much ado about nothing. Distinct and uncontrollable suspicions are very frequently noticed. His faith in others may be shaken on account of a consciousness of duplicity in his own mind, but it seems rather to be from a lack of judgment and balance, and a failure to perceive the correct relations of things. His selfishness is very noticeable. He is utterly heartless as a general thing, and anything approaching apparent altruism will probably have a selfish motive if examined carefully. His self-indulgence in the face of what he knows to be right and the appeals of friends and family would naturally cultivate this. He is an egoist of the utmost unpleasant graceless type. He dwells upon his own excellencies and ability, as well as his worries and fears, and is ever encouraging his egotism by constant contemplation of his own exaggerated virtues. For others he cares nothing. The cries of his wife and children, the claims and entreaties of his parents and friends he hears, but perfectly indifferent to them. The once loving and obedient son strikes and tries to kill his mother. The wife whom he cherished and regarded with the tenderest affection he now loathes and seeks to injure. He looks upon the world and every part of it as fulfilling its duty only when he is provided with alcohol or anything else which he wishes. He has lost all consideration for others, and is no longer sympathetic or charitable. His egotism may show itself in another form. He may be very presumptuous and unduly confident of his ability. Frequently he wishes to assist others in any difficult enterprise which they may be endeavoring to accomplish, evidently with the idea that he is far more able than they to bring about a successful culmination. This may even be ludicrous at times. Again, this egoism may be exhibited in the great amount of sympathy which he has for himself, and concerning which he talks considerably. He also demands sympathy and consideration from others, and feels injured if he does not receive it. In some experiments made by Partridge, there was a very noticeable change made in the character of the associations after alcohol was administered. The egoistic associations were greatly increased. This was more conspicuous than any other change. There is a noted loss of all the higher and finer emotions. His emotional life is restricted in variety. Motives which might naturally excite the higher emotions are unable to impress the alcoholic, or if they do, it is in a way not expected. The principles of self-abnegation, modesty, love, patience, fortitude, self-criticism, and self-control are lost, and correspondingly self-sufficiency arises. This self-sufficiency, the feeling which causes the alcoholic to think that he is extremely clever and acute, but his neighbors, who see things in their proper relations, do not share his opinions. Discomfort, pain, sorrow, anxiety, and fear are deadened and benumbed by every fresh indulgence, and his condition becomes chronically worse. In women there is a diminution or total loss of shame, and in both sexes there is a lack of pride and personal appearance and cleanliness. In Hodge's experiments with kittens, he found that the care of the body soon disappeared. Along with this, all the instincts characteristic of healthy kittens, care of coat, cleanliness, etc., were almost wholly annulled. The alcoholic has lost all taste for work of all kinds, and those more elevating emotions which are occasionally felt even by the least cultivated minds have entirely deserted his soul. In a word, he shows an utter lack of the higher emotions, those which are the signs by which we distinguish the true man. He is a stranger to true moral or religious emotions, although he may have periodic spasms of remorse when he cannot get anything more to drink, or is too ill to take any more. He has no sense of the beautiful, and intellectual emotions are very infrequent. All altruistic emotions are gone, and his condition is well summed up in what we have said before, that he is
the lowest kind of an egoist. There may be in him sudden and persistent perversions of the affections, where love is quickly transformed into hate, and frequently the general emotional content may be altered without any apparent cause. The subject may also alternate between extremes of love and hate. The emotional vagaries of the drunkard take their color according to his inheritance and daily habit. He is usually variable in his views and feelings. 1 hour easily pleased, happy, and facile; the next discontented, querulous, despondent, or obstinate. Frequently he develops a frothy sentimentalism, with a fondness for dreamy self-feeling and emotional expression, which relates chiefly to affairs of love or religion. Sometimes a settled gloom sits on the man that may be madness, or a morbid hilarity in which he dwells as in a happy world of his own apart from all misfortune. In some cases the emotional condition sways between the two extremes. The swing of the pendulum spreads over months or years, a kind of folie circulaire, or the emotional coloring may be of a lighter tinge, so that the moderate man becomes a silly optimist, or dons the darkened spectacles and is unable to see the good that is, much less the good that will be. Perhaps he could do no better than to take one state which we have not yet discussed, and ask why this one should be excessive, or why it should remain at all. Let us take a very characteristic one, viz. fear. We hope by this examination the one emotion to show all the principles of emotional degeneration, and although we use fear as an example, what we say concerning it should be equally applicable to all those emotional states which still remain with the alcoholic. We have one difficulty in dealing with the emotions which we do not find to so great an extent when we consider the other mental faculties. The emotions differ so with different individuals, and differ so much in the same individual, that we cannot speak of one emotion, example given, fear, as a constant quantity. While all emotions of fear possess the distinctive factor which enables us to class them as fear, yet we cannot say that any one fear is identical either in quantity or quality with other fears which we have experienced. Far less can we say that our fear is like that of any one's else. First, let us say that in cases of simple intoxication, or even when an alcoholic is intoxicated, there appears to be an almost total lack of fear. The coward appears bold and aggressive. We hardly know him. The reason for this is that alcohol, as a paralyzer, does not make a man any more courageous, but deadens fear, if we can make that distinction. His judgment is so impaired that he does not realize the true situation, but rushes in where angels fear to tread. Further, the alcohol for the time being causes an increase in the circulation, so as to restore temporarily the normal mental condition, or at least to counteract the baneful influence of a decreased amount of blood to the centers of the brain. If it is possible to frighten a person when drunk, the fear has the effect of sobering him, so that if the fright is sufficiently great, the man is immediately sobered. The task, however, is to frighten a drunken man. Fear is useful for the cure of some other ills, chiefly of a nervous character. We all know what a panacea it is when one is afflicted with nervous contractions called hiccoughs. While fear is comparatively absent and impossible in simple intoxications, we find it the chief mental characteristic of delirium tremens, and prominent in other alcoholic insanities. This excessive fear is occasioned by visual and auditory hallucinations and illusions brought about by the overwrought nervous condition. Footnote: Notice the following from K. Heilbronner, lecture delivered before the Medical Society of Halle, Germany, January 1901. There is generally a close connection between misuse of alcohol and the appearance of the emotion of fear. It seldom fails to be the initial appearance of those cases of delirium tremens which latter show the typical humorous disposition. Most alcoholic psychosis subsides without the excessive fear characteristics. End footnote. The fears of the alcoholic are of a different character from those of the person in delirium. With the alcoholic it is largely a matter of mood. It is a chronic condition, only awaiting an occasion to be manifested. It is, however, hardly as prominent a symptom as irritability. There is fear of friends and enemies alike. There is no courage to undertake any business enterprise, and moral courage is an unknown factor. A certain amount of fear is as necessary as courage in every normal person. Why is the fear excessive and the courage lacking in the alcoholic? A rule to which we find no exceptions. For explanation we fall back first upon our old rule of degeneration spoken of above. The latest received, most complex and least stable acquisitions are first to go, while those acquisitions early developed and simple are the last to suffer from degeneration. Our religious sentiments and emotions, as well as those of ascetics and the intellect, are of late development. As they are of exceedingly complex nature, they soon disappear. The whole decline is from the higher to the lower. Those which deteriorate are recognized as the higher feelings. In the last chapter we found that the alcoholic did not have many ideas, and without ideals we cannot have these higher emotional states. There may seem to be an exception to our rule among these three sets of higher emotions. We would place the religious emotions the highest of these groups, but these may seem to outlast the others. In our religion there is a selfish factor, viz., that of salvation, and this may abide. But as far as true religious emotions, and certainly as far as moral emotions are concerned, they are among the first to disappear. Ribot gives the following order of emotional decline. 1. Disinterested emotions, aesthetic and higher forms of the intellectual. 2. Altruistic, social and moral. 3. Ego-altruistic, sexual love and religion. 4. Purely egoistic, anger, fear, nutrition. It all depends on what we mean by religion, whether we can agree with this classification. If we are able to understand by the religious emotions thus wrought up by frothy, sentimental platitudes, with great pity for the alcoholic as a basis, then we agree. Perhaps it should even be placed in the last class. If we mean those emotions which accompany exalted and truly religious experiences, then we would place the religious emotions in the first class. The best solution of the difficulty would be to divide the religious emotions into two classes, those of the higher, exalted and disinterested character, and those which have connected with them the selfish factor. We can then place the first division in the first class, and the second in the third class, and agree thoroughly with the classification as here given. This brings us right to the heart of the matter. Notice the emotions which we have enumerated as characteristic of the alcoholic, and we find them without exception of an egotistic character. Not only are those very highest emotions all gone, but the altruistic emotions, although attacked later, follow in the same way. The love of wife and children, the gratitude to father and mother, the duties as citizen, or the loyalty to friends are all forgotten. There is nothing considered but self, and that in the lowest and most selfish way. These emotions have disappeared in the inverse order of their acquisition by the individual. There is a broader principle to consider, and one that is important in this question of degeneration, and that is the order of acquiring the emotions by the race. This is where the evolutionary psychology may be of value to us. We have the following order in the general classification of feeling. 1. Feelings which primarily affect the conservation of the organism. 2. Feelings which primarily affect the perpetuation of the race. 3. Feelings which primarily affect the common welfare. 4. Feelings which primarily affect the welfare of others. 5. Feelings which are neither conservative nor destructive. 6. Feelings corresponding with relations between interactions. If we follow this order for the evolution of the race, we find correspondence between individual and race development, and the general agreement of the order of degeneration with the inverse order of development. We can see what is proven here, and what the theory of evolution has contended for, viz. the primacy of the egotistic emotions, for these are absolutely necessary for the survival of the individual. While we have called these egotistic emotions, many of them show themselves before a child has any idea of self, such as fear and anger, but they are all connected with selfish manifestations, and as such they appear first and last longest. This, then, is the first reason to give why fear persists when other emotions disappear. We now pass on to look for further cause. The second reason we will state in the following way before explaining further. The lack of ability of the nerve cells to obtain proper nourishment causes a general lowering of nervous energy, which in turn causes a mood, of which these emotions are the legitimate fruit. Perhaps here we could use anger to better advantage as an illustration, or better, the two, fear and anger, can be taken along together. It is evident that our emotional life is very much influenced by our bodily constitution. A healthy, strong, well-developed man, all of whose bodily organs perform their functions rightly, must differ widely from a delicate, weak, deformed man with a defective organism. Heart, lungs, gall, liver, circulation of the blood and respiration, even the conformation of the muscle and bones are of influence. So are sex and age, geographical, terrestrial, and cosmic influences. It is evident from this quotation that we should not only consider the cells of the brain, but the whole bodily organism as having influence. If the organs of the body are in bad condition, we must expect that the fact will be shown through the emotions. With the alcoholic we know that such is the case, for there is perhaps not one organ in the body in a normal and healthy condition. In a normal person, our old example of fatigue, which is temporary in its effects, shows similar phenomena. We quote the following: "The essential characteristic of a fatigued nerve is its increased irritability. It reacts to less than the normal stimulus, and hence more or less spasmodically. For example, in a state of fatigue, one is more likely to start at small noises. Furthermore, one's reaction is likely to be ill-directed, uncertain, prolonged. Let the same cause produce its natural effect in the workings of the intellect, the feelings, and the will, and we shall have, among other things, an important group of morbid states. The following may be enumerated as examples: worry, despondency, bad temper, emotionalism of various kinds, oversensitiveness, lack of decision in small matters, morbid introspection. Among all the causes which produce anger, illness, and pain stand out predominantly. And further, there has been noticed an agreement in the degree of pain and anger. Many children have been punished for a display of anger when they should have had medicine instead, or a rest, for irritability is often totally the result of a physical state, and probably very seldom separated from physical causes. If we look at the phenomena of fatigue under the most favorable circumstances, we find the same result. It matters not how pleasurable a stimulus may be, if we continue it long enough it becomes painful through fatigue, and causes irritability or anger. Huss, in his experiments with dogs which had received alcohol, already referred to, found them exceedingly irritable, while Hodge, in his experiments, found as the mark which distinguished the alcoholic dogs from others of the same litter which were non-alcoholic, their excessive fear. Footnote: C.F. Hodge, The Physiology of Alcohol, Popular Science Monthly, Volume 1, pages 805 and 807, says, "It was not until alcohol had been given for nearly 2 months that it became quite noticeable that tipsy and bum alcoholics were a little quieter than the others. This became gradually more marked. By September they were rather often caught napping in the shade, while Topsy and Nig, normals, were playing actively. They had developed also a cringing, trembling timidity, for which nothing either in my treatment of them or in their relation to the other dogs could possibly account. Bum has shown several mild paroxysms of fear, with some evidence also of hallucinations. The tone of sadness, the same as noted in Magnan's dog, is characteristic for Tipsy and Bum. It can be lightened up at times so as hardly to be recognized, but still it is the prevailing tone." End footnote. The lack of nutriment thus affects animals in the same manner as men, as far as their moods are concerned. To show the gloomy, fearful moods of an alcoholic, the poetry of E.A. Poe is frequently alluded to, for it is well known that he was an excessive drinker of alcoholic beverages. Footnote: W. L. Howard, The Pervert, says, "Science has changed many of the old views of the order of things in the last decade, but in nothing has she been so gracious as in taking the stigma away of drunkenness too long attached to that American genius Poe. Born with intellectual powers beyond the ken of his contemporaries, he also tried to struggle through his physical life heavily burdened by a physical form of epilepsy over which he could not possibly have control, and which at intervals held him in its impulsive grasp. Literature always recognized Poe's genius. Science now recognizes his disease. End footnote. Other examples in literature might also be given. The relation between fatigue and lack of nourishment on one side and fear on the other was noticed in the infant daughter of the writer when she was not older than 3 weeks. When she was just awakened from sleep, had been recently fed and received her bath, she allowed the nurse to handle her without any apparent fear of falling. But when the bath was taken under similar conditions, when she was tired, sleepy, and hungry, it was impossible to move or turn her without the little hands flying out in an apparent movement to avert a fall. If one wishes any further evidence concerning the relation between nutrition and the emotions, especially the lack of nutrition and the lower emotions, he has only to read himself, and notice the daily rise and fall of strength and the concomitant emotions. In the morning a general good nature and exuberance of spirits exists, gradually diminishing until evening comes with irritability and gloom, which cannot be dispelled until after the night's rest and reoccupation. A man's temper varies with his health. In addition to saying, laugh and grow fat, we should say grow fat and laugh. Mood depends on the nervous system. We trust that we have said enough to make plain that we have stated as the second answer to the inquiry, why does the alcoholic have the aforesaid emotional states? We will now state and endeavor to elucidate a third answer, viz. The memory of the alcoholic declines so that only the states of his early life are remembered. The emotional states have to share the fate of all other mental factors, and so his emotions come to be those of boyhood. Childhood emotions coincide very closely with those of the alcoholic, and as the memory of the feelings is not lost so quickly as that of events, he is proportionally more emotional. Up to the age of puberty a child is selfish, and altruistic feelings do not arise to any great extent until there begin the physical and mental changes of that time. In cases of arrested development in children, or those who are degenerates, they are lacking the social, moral, and higher feelings, but they have the lower feelings abnormally developed. Before puberty, a boy is a most complete egotist, and some have thought that but for the adolescent's change he would always remain so, with the disadvantage of a continued deterioration. It is stated that eunuchs are cowardly, envious, untruthful, deceitful, and devoid of all social feelings. If this is so, and the alcoholic is but a boy in emotion, except that he has not the advantage of the boy's physique, we would expect him to have all the egotistic feelings of a boy, but in the worst form. Not only in the inferior quality, but in the disproportionate quantity, the alcoholic is excessively emotional. The memory is responsible for this, because the emotions are less easily forgotten than other experiences. Footnote: J. Ross on Memory, Brain, Volume 14, page 47, says that although the emotional experiences may be isolated and devoid of associations, they are remembered easier than some events are often repeated. End footnote. Some personal experiences of the writer are convincing to him at least, and to show how tenacious the emotions are, compared with other mental states, they will be briefly related. The earliest memories of my life are memories of feeling. For example, they are all of an affective character. The events connected with them all took place when I was 4 years of age. I remember nothing earlier, and nothing more until about 2 years later. The events themselves I have no remembrance of, but only certain emotional states connected with them. I was living in the city of Halifax, Nova Scotia. At the time of the occurrence of the first three of these four, these three are best remembered. First case: one afternoon I was taken out for a walk in the public gardens by my nurse. I saw my uncle some distance away and wished to go to him. This the nurse agreed to, and I started. Before I could get to him, my uncle moved away, and the nurse had also moved, and I was lost. My weeping attracted the attention of two little girls, who took me to their home, reported me to the police, and at 9 o'clock in the evening My uncle came and took me home. I remember nothing of the circumstances, not the sorrow of being alone or lost, nothing of the little girls in the strange home, nor of my home coming. But what stands out distinctly and indubitably in my memory is the feeling of satisfaction when nestling down in my uncle's arms when he came to take me home. I try to analyze the feeling, and it resolves itself into one of warmth after being chilly, although this could not be, for it was summer and the flowers were blooming in the gardens. Second case. After watching my father shaving one morning, I tried to follow his example. I got his razor and went out on the front stoop to make my first shave. The circumstances I do not remember, either the stoop, the razor, or the cut, of which I still carry the scar, but the feeling of pride that I was able to have the razor and shave is still quite easily recalled. Third case. One day when my mother was entertaining visitors, I went to my father's desk in an adjoining room, grasped a piece of paper, which as it happened was a note of considerable value, and returning to where my mother was, placed it on the fire in the grate. So the circumstances again have faded away. I have no remembrance of the visitors, the room, the grate, the paper, or the punishment which came later, but I do distinctly remember the feeling of pride connected with placing the paper on the fire before other people. Fourth case. This case I am not so sure as of the others. It seems like memory to me, but not so clear and distinct. The circumstances happened in a hotel in Amherst, Nova Scotia. I ventured down into the smoking room one day, where I was given a piece of tobacco to chew by someone present. Again the events have vanished from memory. No remembrance of the room, the recollection of feeling of nausea as such, but the part which seemed to linger in memory is the feeling of inability to keep my eyes open when being carried to my room, and the great feeling of relief and satisfaction when they closed. This, of course, being a feeling connected with the nausea. Recognizing the danger of interpreting imagination as memory in these early experiences, yet I can say that the first three of these are undoubtedly memory. The last one may be misinterpreted by imagination. We will notice that not only are all these memories of an affective character, but they are also egotistic. Not fear this time, nor anger, but 2 out of the 4 are pride, 1 joy, and the 4th, the least clearly remembered, perhaps strictly not to be classed among the emotions. If this experience is general, for example, if the emotions are better remembered than other states of childhood, this accounts, at least in part, for the phenomena of the disproportionate amount of emotion in the alcoholic's experience. The memory of recent emotion fails, as does the memory of all other mental experiences. Footnote: H. Spencer, Principles of Psychology, Volume 1, pages 235 forward, says that feelings excited when the general circulation is very vigorous are more revivable than usual, is a truth that may be variously exemplified. Revivability of feeling excited during a state of feebleness is comparatively small. The effect of depressed circulation, whether produced by disorder or by age, alike shows this. End footnote. The anger, fear, or joy of yesterday may have entirely passed from the mind, and the person whom the alcoholic considered his worst enemy yesterday may be his best friend today. Or, on the other hand, some isolated impressions of the experience may last, just sufficient to cause an unreasonable, persistent ill feeling. The latter is not so common, for the alcoholic has not strength of purpose sufficient to carry out even an expression of ill will against another. In the emotions, as with all mental states, the blood supply has a great influence. Brain, heart, and arm pulsations are immediately changed by the slightest emotion, and the blood supply normal in quantity and quality, with ample provision for a ready transference from one part of the body to another, as well as from one part of the brain to another, is an admitted necessity for normal emotions. The career of an emotion seems to be limited physically, for if the intensity is weak, either through voluntary control or for other reasons, the extensity is greater. But if the emotions are very intense, they are less extensive. The statement has been made that anemia with poor nourishment is the cause of morbid emotions. The general lack of nutrition has been spoken of, but we must remember that the quantity as well as the quality of blood is important. By referring to this first chapter, we will see that in the alcoholic neither quantity nor quality is equal to the standard. If the blood vessels and nerves are out of order, it is impossible that the organic rebound, so necessary in emotional states, should take place. In general, we find that the emotions which have anemia as a concomitant are the ones which remain in the alcoholic. Some might think that there is one great exception, that of anger, but we rarely, if ever, see the hyperanemic form of anger in the alcoholic, except when the circulation is greatly increased by an excessive amount of alcohol. The anger characteristic of the alcoholic is rather the sullen, morose irritation which is present in connection with the anemia. We would not say that emotions requiring hyperanemia are possible, but at least they are not frequent. Emotions can be increased or decreased in intensity by altering either the quantity or quality of the blood. Anger and fear, as well as fatigue, are accompanied by a change in the composition of the blood. Would it be carrying the smile too far to surmise that the change wrought by alcohol may be analogous to that concomitant with anger and fear, and thus these two emotions are assisted? Of the blood supply of the alcoholic we know one thing, and that is that the arteries are so closed by pathological growths as to be unable to deliver the normal supply of blood. This corresponds in effect to contraction of the arteries by the vasoconstrictor nerves. We know further that, in general, fear and sadness are accompanied by vasomotor constriction, while joy and one form of anger are accompanied by dilation. It is not hard, then, to draw the conclusion that the quantity of the blood has its effect upon the emotions in determining which ones shall survive. More than any other mental state, the emotions use the whole brain and nervous system. Footnote: in regard to the physical basis of the emotions in the brain, in common with the intellect and will, we do not believe that any particular portion of the brain is a special seat of the emotions, but rather think that the centers in use for other functions have an emotional function also. End footnote. At first the emotion is only concerned with one set of nerve cells or centers, but the excitement attending spreads to those other centers nearest connected with the first set, and latter over the whole system. In looking for a physical basis we cannot give it a narrow localization, but rather we would say that the emotion depends on the quantity and quality of the stimulation of the different nerves centers all over the body, together with the mood of the person at the time of the excitation. We see then that both the brain and the various organs of the body have an influence, for while the brain may incite and to a certain degree control the emotions, it is also true that if the organs are in such a condition that they cannot conform to the changes normally required by the emotion is thereby hindered or inhibited. Now we come to another question, which we will try to answer in the language of another. The question is this: even if the early emotions are the ones which remain, do we not find among early emotions those of joy as well as sadness? Do we not find emotions of brightness as well as gloom? Why are these not represented in our list? Mr. Spencer assists us here. Pains are more intense than pleasures. Footnote: in common with all feelings, the emotions have a special subjective reference, and are generally pleasurable or painful, and are so classed. Although the hedonic element is a mixed and sometimes contradictory one, as when, for instance, the pleasure of being angry is spoken of, or the joy of grief. Notwithstanding this hedonic element in the emotions, we find that pain or pleasure of a special sort and emotions are mutually exclusive, that we cannot have one when we are experiencing the other. End footnote. The idea of pain follows its antecedent into consciousness more readily than the idea of pleasure. There is a small number of painful feelings which are strong, a large number of pleasurable feelings that are less strong, and a much larger number of feelings which are but slightly pleasurable. When the nervous pressure is high, the current is forced into less permeable lines, for example, into the slightly pleasurable feelings, but as it gets weaker it goes only into the most intense lines, and when at its lowest the content comes to be composed mainly of the aggregate of faintly aroused, painful feelings, so producing gloom and groundless fear and despair. The energy is low and goes into the most permeable path. Joyous emotions are thereby eliminated, as we truly find them to be in the alcoholic.
Closely connected with this are other modifications of organs, which may not be in harmony with the expressions of the emotions, and prevent the bodily symptoms which accompany and augment the primary emotional feelings, as the blood, both in quantity and quality, fails to fulfill the conditions of the emotions which are lacking, and conforms to the conditions of the remaining emotions, so the change wrought in the bodily organs may be antagonistic to the joyous and other absent emotions, and favourable to the gloomy and fearful emotions which remain. For if the bodily organs are set in the opposite way to the customary effect of an emotion, that will in a large measure prevent the appearance of that emotion. The opposite effect should also be noticed. Not only does alcoholism cause a change in the emotions, but changes in the emotions may cause a drinking bout. Men drink on account of their depression and grief, or the exaltation and joy. The emotions, more than any other faculty, seems to contribute to causes or occasions of drinking. It is the impulsive or emotional men in whom we expect to find the alcoholic or dipsomaniac, and in this we are not often disappointed. Footnote. Notice the following from P.C. Remondandino, A Study of the Causes and Nature of Dipsomania, Quarterly Journal of Inebriety, Volume 23, page 136. It is curious to note the retroactive effects of music upon the emotions and the impulses as exemplified among different temperaments. Pathetic music will drive some to drink, and I have seen cases wherein the immediate individual emotional environments became so accentuated by the effect of this form of music as to bring on a sudden suicidal determination, just as the Michaelides spur all the latent belligerency of the French of the South into martial frenzy. As St. Augustine wisely observes, there are perils which we should not attempt to overcome, but wherein discretion is the better part of our valor, and where it is more prudent to flee. An emotional nature, which knows by experience that its poise cannot be disturbed without risks, should by all means avoid all causes of disturbance, and not subject itself to any trials in which it will surely be vanquished, so that whatever the bard may say about the man who has no music in his soul, such dipsomaniacal natures had better avoid music that is not of the lightest order. End footnote. The genius or emotionally unbalanced suffer most in this particular, for alcohol provides the exhilarating effects which such natures demand, even if the effect is only temporary, and administers to a more depressed condition later. We have given a description of the emotional states of the alcoholic. We have endeavored to explain the cause for them. We have to look a little further at the relation of these emotional states to the other mental experiences. Perhaps sufficient has been said concerning the specific relations, but in general let us add that not only does general degeneration cause an emotional deterioration, but a derangement of the emotions is more wearing on the nervous system than perhaps any other mental disorder. So all the faculties suffer in a special degree if the emotions do. The emotions must depend upon all the other faculties: memory, will, imagination, intellection, and they will in turn depend upon the emotions. The ideas which produce the emotions are reciprocally acted upon and disturbed, so as to have the train of thought disarranged and disorganized. There is no cognition free from emotion, and no emotion free from cognition. Lot says, "The force of ideas, therefore, seems to me to rest on their concatenation with emotions, and if I spoke of their strength, I should use the word merely to express the fact that they are victorious over others, and the understanding that their victory occurs in this way, and no other." This refers to the promotion power of emotion on the thoughts. So the emotions, according to their strength, have either inhibiting or promoting effect upon the thoughts, and the effects on all the other mental states is far-reaching. We have tried to eliminate all discussions of theories in our treatment, except in so far as they directly concern our subject. We inevitably come in contact with one discussion to which, while we have treated the emotions without direct allusion, we now devote a small amount of space on account of the light which our subject may throw upon it. The discussion is between persons advocating different theories of the emotions. The arguments are centered now, as for the past few years, in the arena in which are placed what might be called, by way of distinction, the physiological and psychological theories. The former is young and strong. It appears in 1884. having been brought forth simultaneously and independently by C. Lang and W. James. This theory in some form has been accepted by many psychologists, but the opposite theory is now gaining strength, for experimental evidence tends to confirm it. Footnote: in a recent lecture given at Yale University, Professor Sherrington of Liverpool stated that his experiments on animals confirmed the view of Professor Ladd rather than that of Professor James and Lang. End footnote. According to the theory of Professor James, the bodily changes follow directly the perception of the exciting fact, and what we call the emotion is solely the feeling originating in these organs. I now proceed to urge the vital point of my whole theory, which is this: if we fancy some strong emotion and then try to abstract from our consciousness of it all feeling of its bodily symptoms, we find we have nothing left behind. All psychologists will admit that the feeling from the different organs of the body are important factors in the emotion. That is not the dispute. The statement that the emotion consists of nothing, but this is the point where the disagreement arises. The opponents of this theory, chief among whom is Professor Ladd, would deny that because the organic feelings are inseparably connected with the emotion, they are the emotion. In a few words, we will endeavour to present Professor Ladd's theory. The occasion of the emotion may be a presentation, imagination, memory, or thought. Accompanying this is some form of feeling, which, for some reason connected with the peculiar disposition of the individual, causes a fixation of the attention, and by the addition of the associated trains of mental images, the affective accompaniment is intensified. The physiological concomitant of this factor is a nerve storm in some limited portion of the brain, which quickly spreads to other centers, gathering intensity both physiologically and psychologically. In addition to the excitement of the brain itself, there is an unorganized surplus which overflows and sweeps down the different paths of exit upon the lower centers and upon the different systems of muscles, upon the vascular and secretive and respiratory systems. And then, from the peripheral parts, return currents sweep backward further to disturb the centers that lie within the brain. When the bodily organs react with special and a confused mass of sensations, a mixed feeling ensues, entailing the bodily organs and augmenting and heightening the original centrally initiated feelings. The emotion comes to be an extremely mixed and complicated state of consciousness, and may for the time being occupy the whole field. This bodily resonance or somatic reaction is recognized as an important factor in the emotion, but only a factor and not the total content of feeling, for the feelings which are centrally initiated are also recognized. The discussion concerning these theories has been long, and the arguments for and against manifold, but we cannot state them here, only in so far as our subject calls them forth. The contribution which alcoholism makes to the subject is twofold. In the first place, it does not seem that the expenditure of energy which causes the great cerebral deterioration in alcoholism is shown by peripheral reflexes and reactions, but to account for this we must conclude that there is energy disseminated in the brain itself, apart from that shown by the effect of the stimulation of the motor nerves. If this is so, it would pave the way for the view of centrally initiated feelings, as well as those feelings for which the periphery is responsible. The method of degeneration gives the other suggestion. Why should one set of emotions decline and not all? It cannot be that the peripheral organs are injured or the peripheral nerves deranged. For if this were so, the emotions as a whole would deteriorate according to both theories, which is not the case. The reason is that the higher centers in the brain are injured. These centers, which when excited, give rise to the feelings of the higher emotions as such, having degenerated, they cannot entertain the peculiar modifications which are the basis of the emotions which depend on these centers. As will be readily seen, both of these suggestions favor the theory as set forth by Professor Ladd. The emotional degeneration brought about by the use of alcohol corresponds to the decline of the other mental states. The general bodily health influences the emotions more than the other faculties. By encouraging certain moods in the alcoholic, the higher altruistic emotions disappear, and the strength of the whole nature goes into the lower selfish ones. In examining fear as an example, we found the law which applied to the degeneration as a whole. The decline of the emotions proves to be in inverse order to the acquisition by the race. The early memories are usually emotional ones, but the joyous emotions of youth do not appear with the sad ones. The emotional peculiarities of the individual have a great influence upon the question of continued and uncontrolled drinking. The quantity and quality of the blood, the state of the bodily organs, and other somatic factors have a great effect on the emotions of the alcoholic. The study of alcoholism contributes to the discussion of the theories of the emotions favoring that of centrally initiated feelings. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of The Psychology of Alcoholism by George Barton Cutten. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Senses. In common with the other parts of the nervous system, the senses are affected by the continued indulgence in alcohol. The importance of the normal function of the senses is obvious. Locke's statement, which omits the activity of the mind, nevertheless contains its grain of truth. Nihil est in intellectu quod fuerit in sensu. If the senses are disorganized and disordered, the mind cannot otherwise perform its proper functions. Without exception, we do find injury to all the senses, and in advanced cases there does not appear to be any clear perception. The impairment is both cerebral and peripheral, sometimes showing itself more plainly in one particular and again in the other. Alcoholic neuritis has its effect upon every special sense, and this in turn may start hallucinations and illusions. The extent of the abnormality in the senses is shown by these more than any other way, for at times they are very persistent. The senses are often exaggerated at first, giving periods of hyperesthesia and hyperalgesia, but this is only temporary. It is soon followed by a deadening of the senses and a misinterpretation of the message which they wish to give. The affections of the eyes are the most common and most troublesome, and for that reason they will be given a more plenary treatment in this chapter. The relation to central disturbances will be given when discussing the injury to the eyes. This is applicable to all the senses, but is not repeated with the discussion of each one. Sight. Of the special senses affected by alcohol, sight suffers the most. This is seen not only in the hallucinations of vision so common in most cases of alcoholic insanity, but in actual eye affections as the result of continued indulgence, and sometimes in total blindness. It is difficult to posit a specific cause in many cases, and while many investigators lay emphasis on total troubles, others again find the difficulty in central disorders. Footnote: W. L. Andreessen, 1903 Annual Meeting in the British Medical Association. British Medical Temperance Review, Volume 6, page 269. The condition of the chronic alcoholic was due not to changes in the periphery or cord, but in the brain. He had found in post-mortem examinations distinct evidence of changes in the cortex in those who had had visual hallucinations, and had been able to confirm these before he knew the history of the case. End footnote. Probably both are right, for the influence of alcohol upon the nervous system, both central and peripheral, is well known, and this, together with vascular disorders, accounts for all the abnormalities which we are able definitely to trace. As with so many other disorders, we are not able to show a direct and proportionate relation between the known lesion and the recognized effect, nor in some cases are we able to detect any lesion at all. We will attempt to give some of the recognized physical changes due to alcohol. A very common and most serious change wrought by alcohol is the atrophy of the optic nerve and their terminations. According to a total of 166 cases, atrophy of the optic nerve, gathered by Galezowski, 9% are due to alcoholism. Uthoff refers most of the changes in vision to this cause. In reference to this, Spitzka reports the case of a gentleman in later years suffering from alcoholic dementia, in whom the distinguished ophthalmologist Knapp discovered atrophy of both optic nerves some years before marked mental impairment had set in. This is usually shown in the discs. Sometimes in only one or again in both eyes. It commences with simple congestion, uniform redness of the disc with softened edges, gradually passing into neuritis or papillitis with paler discs and slight oedema. This condition of neuritis is found in chronic alcoholism, and in post-mortem examination shows itself in thickened and opaque meninges. Yuval examined 1,000 cases of severe alcoholism in inmates of asylums, and found that 13.9 of these suffered from pathological whiteness of the temporal half of each disc, with a central scotoma in every case. He found this condition in only 1 out of every 100 apparently healthy men whom he selected for comparison. Moreover, Moyle has stated that he has detected changes in the optic disc in 15% of the cases of delirium tremens examined by him. When the condition of the nerve has been ascertained by microscopical examination, granular degeneration of the nerve fibers has been found in some cases. Out of 7 cases examined post-mortem by Yuval, 2 showed interstitial neuritis with marked increase of the connective tissue. The changes were most distinct just back of the globe, and did not extend far back. As the trouble progresses, atrophy follows the neuritis. In addition to diseased nerve and disc, we find that at times there is a pathological condition of the retina. The neuritis may cause some changes to the retina. As example given, white spots, but a few cases of double retinitis have also been noticed in chronic alcoholism. Milder affections of the retina are more common. Dr. Gowers reports one which we quote: "In a fatal case of alcoholism, Lawford found during life widespread cloudiness of the retina, with normal discs, and without any central color scotoma. After death, the retina of one eye was examined by Edmonds himself. There was oedema of the nerve fiber and ganglion cell layers, and in the outer nuclear layer there were spaces filled with a clear effusion between the Mullerian fibers." Footnote: Acute alcoholism does not often exhibit any eye disorders, but Jaeger found a case of retinitis in delirium tremens. End footnote. The change in the pupil is quite noticeable, but the descriptions vary, the agreement being that they are not normal. They may be dilated or contracted, and may or may not fail to react to light in accommodation. Footnote: D.H. Tuke, Alcoholism, Dictionary of Psychological Medicine says, "Pupils are dilated and do not react well to light changes." T.L. Brutton says, "The face and pupil in alcoholic neuritis." British Medical Journal says, "I have noticed that the reflex of the pupil to light is rapid and extensive, whereas the contraction of the pupil on accommodation to a near object is slight and sluggish, or entirely wanting. Indeed, in 1 or 2 cases I observed a dilation instead of contraction on accommodation." End footnote. Hislop affirms that where there is a failure of reaction to light, regardless of whether the pupils are dilated or contracted, there is almost invariably a history of syphilis in addition to that of alcohol. Inequality is present in about 40% of the cases, and irregularity of the margin is also comparatively frequent. The inequality of the pupils is not so significant as the failure to react to light. The cornea may also be affected so that its transparency is duller. On account of the appearance of eye catarrh during delirium tremens disappearing with a critical termination, some have concluded that the alcoholic poison has an inflammatory effect upon the conjunctiva similar to certain bacterial poisons. The most common disease of alcoholism is called amblyopia, which may precede any ophthalmoscopic change. It is more common in regular than periodic drinkers. It varies in degree from a slight dimness of vision to dullness and defect in the recognition of certain colors. Tobacco amblyopia is well recognized and is so similar that some observers affirm that tobacco is the sole cause, most alcoholics being also users of tobacco. The alcoholic cause, however, seems to be well established now. Galezowski found dyschromatopia for green and violet, which he looked upon as a symptom of retinal anesthesia. Before the defect for white light is recognizable, the vision for red may be found defective, extending over that portion of the eye from the fovea centralis to the blind spot. At first, this can only be tested at very short distances. Both the red and green appear as different shades of gray, The field of vision may be restricted for a time, but recovery is frequent. It is not on account of a revival of sensitive consciousness that the railroad directors have begun a rather sudden crusade against the use of intoxicating liquors and tobacco by employees engaged in operating trains, but it is the recent recognition of this disease of amblyopia as a result of these indulgences that has been the cause of the strict orders in regard to the use of these things. The central scotoma, which deprives the patient of the recognition of red and green, is disastrous to the railroad employees, for these two colors are the ones most exclusively used in operating trains. So insidious is the appearance of this disease that only an accident may reveal to the engineer that he is unable to recognize the signals. Of course, there are other reasons on the part of the directors for their desire to be rid of drinking men, and intoxicating men they will not tolerate. But this one reason is enough to discourage the employment of tipplers. Die Schweinitz shows the relative proportion of causes of toxic amblyopia in the following table. Footnote: G.E.D. Schweinitz, the toxic amblyopias. See also the toxic amblyopias, being a review of some recent literature on the subject. Ophthalmic Record, April 1902, where he says, "On this point the statics of Adler are important. Among 100 private patients he concludes that alcohol was the greatest factor in 86%, but nearly all the patients smoked more or less. Only 4% maintained that they were non-smokers. In 12% the patients smoked and did not drink. In his hospital practice there were 19% of nicotine amblyopias and 81% of alcohol amblyopias, but he frankly admits that the testimony of the patients, insofar as their habits were concerned, was not trustworthy. Utah's examinations of 327 cases of intoxication amblyopia revealed a pure tobacco amblyopia in 41 cases. The remaining 286 were divided about equally into cases of alcohol amblyopia alone, or when alcohol was the most potent factor, in cases subject to the mixed influence of alcohol and tobacco." End footnote. Table: alcohol 64, alcohol and tobacco 45, tobacco 23, diabetes 3, bisulfite of carbon 2, lead 1, for a total of 138. We can see how potent alcohol is in the production of this disease, which is recognized by all authorities to be followed by such grave consequences. Footnote: see Richet Alcohol's Dictionnaire de Physiologie, Volume 1, page 241, says something or other in French. Notice also the following from Solberg Wells on the diseases of eye, page 449. This toxic effect may be produced by alcohol, tobacco, lead, or quinine. The amblyopia met with in drunkards, amblyopia potatorum, generally recognizes with the appearance of a mist or cloud before the eyes, which more or less surrounds and shrouds the object, rendering it hazy and indistinct. In some cases the impairment becomes so that only the largest print can be deciphered, but the sight may be completely lost. End footnote. Recently a number of cases of amaurosis have been reported, caused by methyl alcohol. The same effect has been produced by inhalation as by drinking. Of the former method of receiving the blinding effect, most cases concerning which publicly has been given have been in men who have been employed in shellacking beer vats, where the shellac was mixed with Colombian spirits. Ventilation of the vats was almost completely shut off. In one case the patient was completely blind for 1 week, then improved so that he could distinguish large objects, when again vision began to fail. Cases of death and blindness are not uncommon as a result of drinking wood alcohol. In this case the patient, a woman, drank a bottle of clear alcohol and woke blind after a stupor of several hours. She afterwards partially recovered her vision. In many cases of blindness following the drinking of essence of peppermint and Jamaica ginger, it is probable that the effect has been produced by the presence of methyl alcohol in the mixture, substituted by unscrupulous manufacturers on account of its cheapness. No case of amaurosis has been noticed by the writer as a result of drinking ordinary alcoholic beverages, but only the stronger forms, either pure or ethyl alcohol, or some liquid which contains methyl alcohol. Nystagmus has been also observed in a few instances of alcoholism, but some doubt if it was caused by alcohol. Berkeley, however, says it is not uncommon, owing to the defective innervation of antagonistic eye muscles. In a reported case of tea intoxication, nystagmus was present in both eyes. In indirect as well as direct ways, the effect of alcohol on the sight of chronic drinkers is seen. Dr. Gould, in a lecture in Cleveland in 1903, says, "The enormous waste for alcoholic drinks during the past year can be traced in at least 1/10 of the actual loss to the evil effects of eye strain on the nervous system and digestive organs. The sleepiness and irritation with disturbed digestion, described by the term nervousness, headache, biliousness, is traceable to eye strains." While the effect on the eyes might be considered one of the lesser evil results of alcohol, any disorder caused upon so important and useful an organ as the eye must be recognized as of great moment. Some interest has been taken in the effect of small doses of alcohol upon the sight, on persons who do not ordinarily indulge in alcohol, as well as in alcoholics. In some experiments conducted by Ridge, 10 subjects were used. They were first tested by noting the distance at which a row of letters could be read with one eye. Then 2 drachms of alcohol were given in most cases, and experiments made on the same eye of each individual with the letters rearranged. On an average, everyone had to approach near in order to distinguish the same letters, the general average without alcohol being 9.375 feet, and with alcohol 8.538. That is, the distance had to be shortened 9%. In the very thorough experiments made by Kraepelin, with a normal vision would enable him to read letters 1/2 inch long at a distance of 30 feet. 1/2 hour after an ounce of spirits had been given, the distance at which the letters could be read was 18 to 20 feet. That is, the distance had been shortened 35%. In these experiments, more alcohol had been given than in the experiments by Ridge. In Kraepelin's experiments, it was seen that forms and shapes were blurred and indistinct except when seen very near. Colors distinguishable before alcohol was given were found to be obscured or lost altogether afterwards. Red lines had faded away and were totally obliterated, showing effect upon the central part of the eye. In 1895, Rees made some interesting experiments on eye measurements under the influence of alcohol. His apparatus consisted of a strip of wood 1 meter in length, the divisions of which were marked on the opposite side from the observer. A sliding marker was moved until the subject judged the pointer had reached the center of the bar. Equal illumination on both halves and a good light were provided. 10 readings were taken in every trial, the pointer starting alternately from left and right sides. The mean variable error was computed for every trial. In the normal trials, the mean variance was 0.19 centimeters. 15 minutes after 80 cc's of 95% alcohol, properly diluted and sweetened, were taken, it was found that mean variance was 0.44 centimeters, and 1/2 hour later, the mean variance was 0.4 centimeters. 20 minutes later, a second dose of the same amount was taken. Directly after the second dose, mean variance was 0.46 centimeters, and the latter result was 0.9 centimeters. The trials were discontinued as soon as symptoms of mild intoxication appeared. Further experiments confirmed these results. In some experiments with wine, the error was not increased so much as with the pure alcohol. The experiment showed between normal and alcoholic influence the following differences respectively: mean variance of 0.1 centimeters to 0.42 centimeters, and mean variance of 0.1 centimeters to 0.64 centimeters, and mean variance of 0.2 centimeters to 0.69 centimeters. Abel speaks of the results of alcoholic indulgence which he observed while attending a sportsman's tournament where experts were competing in a live bird match. I was struck with the quick and accurate shooting of a man who, on inquiry, was found to be a shot of national reputation. After this man had not missed a bird in some 20-odd shots, I observed that he laid down his gun and went to the building containing the bar room. I followed and observed him in the act of tossing off a glass of whiskey. Once more, an hour later, he made a trip to the restaurant. The effect of the whiskey was soon shown by numerous misses, and at the close of the day's shooting this man was fourth on the list, the first prize having been won by a stolid-looking man who had made no trips after whiskey. The effects of these disorders are seen in all forms of chronic alcoholism, and in alcoholic insanity we find many more perversions of sight than in other forms of insanity. Hallucinations and illusions of sight are very frequent, being usually fleeting and terrifying. Objects may become confused and colors altered. Muscae volitantes, with the clouds and mists accompanying, figures, lines, and flying things, strange floating forms, at first when the eyes are closed, and afterwards, even when the eyes are open, are the bases of illusions and give rise to delusions. Footnote F. E. Anstey, Alcoholism, Reynolds System of Medicine, Volume 2, page 152 says, "Flashes of light are a more serious phenomena, and their occurrence at night, just before the patient drops into his first uneasy half-slumber, is frequently the immediate precursor of the more definite visual hallucinations." End footnote. The chapter of insanity will give the reader a better description of the nature of these hallucinations and illusions. In dealing with the disorders of the sense of sight, we have so far been concerned with the end organ only, but undoubtedly the central disturbances are equally great. Although it may be more difficult to localize them from a physical standpoint, we must recognize that no perception can take place, that we cannot see anything without an intellectual element entering into the process. All perception is interpretation, and from partial or mistaken interpretation, all degrees and kinds of hallucinations and illusions result. Any injury to the brain which would affect any portion of the optic centers would certainly affect the perception of things as far as sight is concerned, fully as much as injury to the eye. If the ideas for which the optical images stand have a still different center, and the optical impulses must be carried from this center to the centers for the ideas in general, then any interference with the association fibers connecting these two centers must be disastrous to the visual perception of things, regardless of the condition of the eye. Thus we have what has been called psychic blindness by some writers, in distinction from sensorial blindness, the former being some difficulty with the association fibers connecting the optic and ideational centers, so that a sensation cannot be correctly interpreted, the latter some impairment of the end organ preventing a correct or perfect sensation reaching the optic centers. It is easy to lay too much emphasis upon this distinction, for the two are so closely connected, and sight is not possible without the ideational connection. There are not two kinds of vision corresponding to this division of blindness, but only one, and any attempt to think of vision without the intellectual element is liable to give us the false psychology of sight. And further, in psychic blindness we cannot be sure that the end organs do give us a perfect sensation. In regard to some other defects, we are liable to lay undue emphasis upon the condition of the eyes, forgetting the part which the centers have to play. It is quite as certain that some forms of color blindness have central origin, as that they arise from an abnormal condition of the retina, and on the other hand some flashes of light which the patient claims to have seen in his hallucinations may not be hallucinations, but some internal stimulation of the optic nerve due to the pathological condition of the nerve or the retina. So much of a unit is the whole nervous mechanism and the organ for stimulating it, that it is difficult to say at any time the trouble is here and nowhere else. Knowing as we do the condition of the brain, we can certainly say that the association tracts are not in their normal condition, and also that both the optic center and the ideational center are abnormal. With these physical bases in the brain in a pathological condition, we can posit another reason for abnormal sight. We fall back again on our old example of fatigue. We know that when the retina is fatigued, there are important modifications of the sensations of light and color. The brain cells in alcoholism were found to be similar to the condition of the fatigue cell, and the retina would probably respond to alcohol as the brain cells do. If this is so, we can point out a direct connection between the effect of alcohol and disorders of sight and the alcoholized condition of the cells of the retina. The movement of the eyes with tired and lame muscles increases the size of the perceived object. And from what we know of the effect of alcohol upon the capacity of any of the muscles for work, we can say that the eye muscles in common with the others must be in a tired condition, and as paralyzed eye muscles interfere with localization, we must expect some result of the localizing power from our knowledge of the effect of alcoholic indulgence upon these muscles. In the inability of the eyes to react to accommodation, we have a further reason for a perversion of sight. The writer well remembers an experience of lack of accommodation. Looking out of the window at a distant object, suddenly he saw an immense bird some distance away, of such large proportions that he was startled, but was so reassured a moment later to find that it was a fly which had passed in the line of vision not far from his eyes. Judging from this, the lack of accommodation may be a potent influence in determining the nature of the alcoholic's delusion, or in starting his hallucinations and illusions. The disturbance of the circulation, both central and peripheral, probably has an effect upon the functions so as to give abnormal impressions. We must go still further in our search for a cause for these frequent disorders of sight in the alcoholic. So unified are the mental processes, so dependent is one upon all the others, that no portion of the mind can be affected without its having a corresponding effect upon the others. Thus, as memory, imagination, judgment, feeling, and will are all necessary to correct perception, so any derangement of these parts of the mind affects visual perception. It is hardly necessary to point out the dependence of perception upon memory. We see things, we know them to be certain things, because we remember the idea which a certain sensation conveyed to us before. Further, we are able to see certain distances on account of our memory of former experiences. The element of suggestion is dependent on past memories, and also has in it the element of imagination. We see what we imagine regarding the relations of space. Here the basis of hallucinations and illusions come in, and the basis of normal perception as well. To the work of the judgment we have already referred, in the connection of the optic with the ideational center. Every perception is a form of judgment regarding the sensation received. The effect of feeling is indirectly noticed, principally in its relation to attention. Our feelings concerning an object in a measure determine our perception of it, or the part of the object which we see. Directly the feelings tend to quicken the perception, sometimes to such an extent as to make it erroneous. By will we exclude the extraneous objects so that we can fix our attention upon the thing which we wish. By the aid of the will we also mix colors, fuse images, make ourselves see things as we know they ought to be, and we find frequently that voluntary attention is necessary for correct accommodation. With visual perception depending upon these other faculties of mind, is it any wonder that the alcoholic cannot see well? We know that he is not normal in any one of these particulars, so we must come to the inevitable conclusion that were his eyes perfect, he would still be unable to see correctly. Hearing. The sense of hearing is interfered with by alcohol, as are all the senses, but not so seriously as the sight. Most authorities on alcohol agree that the hearing becomes less acute, and that there are minor troubles, but no autologists claim any specific disease which is caused by alcoholism. Some mention the effects of alcohol on sight and hearing as if they were equally serious, but this is not the case. For alcohol is responsible for considerable partial or total blindness, but no deafness at all is caused directly by alcohol. There are, however, some disorders of hearing, but they appear to be largely of central origin. At least the end organ is not injured as in the case of the eye. The auditory nerve may be injured, but probably the centers of hearing are more seriously affected. Footnote: N. Kerr, Inebriety, page 98. The sense of hearing is apt to be seriously impaired. The impairment of the various senses usually arises not so much from the organs of sensation as from the paralysis of the nerve apparatus. End footnote. Special and extraordinary sounds, such as a buzzing or rushing wind in the ears, singing, humming, booming as of distant guns, the chime of half-heard bells, whistling monotones, and inarticulate voices are heard, and if continued may become the basis of hallucinations and illusions, and later of delusions. These sounds are frequently accompanied by a dull, diffuse headache. It seems that hallucinations and illusions of hearing develop in proportion to the diminution of auditory acuteness, and, as will be seen in the chapter of insanity, these illusions and auditory disturbances tend to engender delusions of persecutions, enemies, ghosts, and wild beasts. These hallucinations and illusions are not so frequent in acute cases, but when there is a tendency to chronicity, they are relatively more often noticed. There is, however, a more direct effect on the hearing, as can be seen by the two following quotations. In a certain number of cases, inflammation of the middle ear, frequent taking of the stronger alcoholic drinks, undiluted, contributes very apparently towards the keeping of the pharyngeal mucous membrane in an irritated condition. If the patient is allowed to continue the habit, the physician will find it an uphill task to cure the oral disease. Those which act most prominently in the latter capacity as exciting causes to chronic catarrh of the middle ear are dietetic excesses, and particularly the immoderate use of alcohol and tobacco. It can thus be seen that alcoholic indulgence may act as a contributing cause to certain inflammatory conditions of the middle ear, but apart from these, the effect seems to be almost wholly central. The central disturbance of the vascular system is probably a cause of certain of the noises heard in the ears. Footnote: A. Gustafson, The Foundation of Death, page 133, says, "Noises and ringing and buzzing sounds are heard in the head, now suddenly and for brief periods, again for longer or even very long periods of time. The cause of these sounds is simple enough. The arterial tension being reduced, the blood flowing through the internal carotid arteries into the skull through the bony channel called the carotid canal, presses on the walls of the relaxed vessel, dilated under the pressure of the blood, and conveys vibration from the pressure of the blood to the walls of the bony canal. The vibration is communicated direct to the immediately contiguous auditory apparatus, and thus every movement of the blood becomes a murmur of sound, varied in intensity and quality by the varying tension of the artery." End footnote. The hyperemia, the immediate effect of alcohol in the system, causes at times tinnitus and sometimes vertigo, and the anemia, the result of the pathological changes in the blood vessels, produces giddiness or subjective noises, with or without impairment of hearing. With the vascular system in the abnormal condition which we know it to be, with the constant anemia in some parts and the occasional hyperemia, the various noises seem to be accounted for as far as their initiation is concerned. Meningitis frequently brings on unilateral or bilateral deafness, due either to the inflammatory changes in the corresponding nerves in the cranium or to an extension of the inflammatory process to the labyrinth. The meningitis found in the alcoholic may cause the lack of acuity of hearing or the periodic deafness seen in some patients, with the disturbance of the central cells and association tracts, which, in regard to deafness, is the most serious trouble. It is not necessary for us to deal, for the description of the central influences which has been given in dealing with sight is equally applicable here. If the center is diseased, we cannot hope for the correct interpretation of the sensations, no matter how perfect the end organ may be. In the experiments made with small doses of alcohol, we see the same marked effect, which was apparent with sight. Kraepelin's experiment showed that where normally the sound of a watch ticking could be heard at 30 or 40 inches from the ear, in a half hour after the alcohol was taken, the watch must be moved to within 10 to 15 inches. Certain sounds could not be distinguished, and certain tones were confused or lost. This was especially true of musical tones. The intoxicated man usually speaks several keys higher than natural, because he is deaf and cannot hear his own voice except by speaking in a higher key. Smell and taste. Perversions of smell and taste are not so common or so oppressive as those of other senses. Yet they do occur, and are more frequent in alcoholic than in other forms of insanity. They are usually found in the later stages of alcoholism, and are considered by some to be very serious symptoms. Winslow says, "In all cases of excessive indulgence in alcohol that I have seen, in which the senses of taste and smell are deranged, either in a small degree or by total deprivation of the same, it is a clear indication that the brain itself is affected. There are frequently dietetic delusions on account of these disorders, and the alcoholic may become very fussy concerning his food, or refuse to touch it on account of a strange taste and smell, which he may interpret as poison. He may experiment with different kinds of food to minister to a varying appetite, as he craves one article of food at one time and then another. Dr. Hislop tells us perversions of taste may arise in many ways and are commonly associated with alcoholism. The perversion may take the form of a morbid exaggeration of all gustatory sensations, but much more frequently the sense of taste is diminished or absent. Paraguza is seen in nearly every form of insanity, and in alcoholism it usually takes the form of complaints that poison or filth is put in the food. Perversions of smell, especially when there is an olfactory stimulation proceeding from a distorted stomach, may take the form of offensive and foul odors, to which false subjective significance is given. Among the total disorders, the abnormal taste and smell form a small part of the trouble. As with the other perversions of sense, central disturbances are an important part of the disorder, although the local effect may also be important. Tea tasters and expert smellers of essences and perfumes find that alcohol incapacitates them for their specific work, while it may not interfere with their other duties. It is probable that the local action of the alcohol on the throat and mouth is as much responsible for this as the cerebral effects. In 1851, Froelich made experiments on smell, giving 200 cc's of 40% solution, which produced narcoticizing effects in 10 minutes. When tested 10 minutes after alcohol was taken, the subject could better detect pure odors like musk than when normal, but he was not nearly so sensitive to substances which irritated as well as produced an odor as ammonia. An hour after alcohol was taken, the subject found it difficult to differentiate substances with pure odors closely allied, and it required longer to form a judgment regarding a given odor of pure quality. Vapors of ammonia, strong enough to cause frequent sneezing, were hardly noticeable. In the experiments of Kraepelin and others, it was found that the sensation of taste were deranged. The quantity of flavoring substances used in mixtures containing bitters, salts, acids, detected by normals had to be increased from 1/3 to 1/2 after an ounce of alcohol had been taken. The odor of carbolic acid, which was readily discerned normally, was unrecognized at a short distance, and only faintly perceived when brought up closely after alcohol had been taken. The effects on both taste and smell lasted some hours. Touch. The skin seems to be affected by alcoholism next seriously to sight. Common cutaneous sensibility and tactile sensibility are both disordered, sometimes to such an extent as to be, like sight, the basis of hallucinations and illusions, and later of delusions. The exaggeration of sensibility seems to be confined to the skin, for none of the other senses show this phenomena to any appreciable extent. This hyperesthesia of the skin, or the deep parts, is common at the beginning of chronic alcoholism, and at a more advanced stage anesthesia is noticed. Sometimes in this hyperesthesia, mere contact will cause a sensation as of burning, or of a sharp cutting edge, and one case is reported where the patient was troubled with what Fisher called polyaesthesia, in which one point is recognized as 2 or 3 points. In some cases the hyperesthesia is general. In others it is distributed indiscriminately in patches over the surface of the body. These patches may also present the phenomena of hyperalgesia. The exaggeration of the sensibility of the skin probably corresponds to the beginning of the vascular disorders, when the presence of the alcoholic poison in the blood and insufficient nourishment irritate the central nerve cells and cause them to overact. Besides this effect upon the central nerve cells, the peripheral nerve cells and their endings may also become particularly sensitive to impressions. When, however, this tingling, burning, and stinging are attributed to the power of electricity and witchcraft, we must consider the lesions to be more especially of a central character. As nutrition is further withheld from the nerve cells, altered metabolism results, and we find anesthesia and analgesia. This is at first temporary, but becomes more permanent, rarely becoming complete. It is shown mostly in delayed and imperfect perceptions. Sometimes this is observed in the form of unilateral hemianesthesia, or it may be local or general. There may be a numbness or tingling accompanying this anesthesia, which is found almost entirely in the extremities, especially the legs. In addition to the exaggeration and diminution of sensibility, there is frequently noticed perversions of senses, such as formications, sensations of cold, hot flushings, feelings of needles and pins, and tingling. Not infrequently very severe pains and cramps are felt, especially in the extremities, due to neuritis, according to most authorities. Footnote: H.D. Wollaston, Alcoholism, a System of Medicine, all but Volume 3, page 855, says concerning the pains that they appear to be neuralgic and gouty rather than the result of definite neuritis. End footnote. Whatever the cause, they are extremely severe and difficult to eliminate. Peripheral neuritis is one of the common disorders of alcoholism, and much of the trouble with the different senses is due to it. It is found more commonly in female alcoholics, some authorities giving the ratio of 3 to 1. The sensations of temperature are also abnormal. The hallucinations and illusions arising in connection with disordered cutaneous sensations are almost characteristic of alcoholics. Waves of goose flesh suggest snakes, and itching suggest ants, etc. The central disturbances are as prominent here as in connection with the other senses. In 1851, Lichterfels made some experiments giving 40 grams of pure alcohol in 160 cc of water. 10 minutes later he found that the dorsal surface of the forearm cannot perceive compass points until they were 55 millimeters apart, which could be distinguished only 34 millimeters apart when normal. 1 hour after taking alcohol, the points had to be separated 60 millimeters. In 1882, Ridge made some experiments, not using the ordinary asthesiometer, but a piece of apparatus where the middle point between two others was to be determined by the forefinger, passed through a hole so that the points were invisible. The subject himself moved the central point. A dial was constructed on the opposite side, recording the number of degrees of error. The subjects were normal averaged, with 5 trials each, 23 degrees of error. After 2 drachms of alcohol were given, the same subjects with the same number of trials averaged 38 degrees of error. In 1884, E. Kramer made experiments in which he found that on the thighs the sensitiveness of the skin to compass points fell, after alcohol was given, from 4.2 to 5.8 centimeters, and on the anterior portions of the leg below the knee from 3.2 to 6 centimeters. 10 minutes after alcohol was given, the lowered sensibility was noticed. In these experiments we must make some allowance for the flushing of the skin as a result of the alcohol, for hyperemia and anemia of the skin lower its ability to discriminate points. In experiments by Kraepelin and others, the temperature sense was found to be disordered by alcohol. The capacity to distinguish bulbs of hot and cold water placed on the skin was lower, for normally they could be distinguished when only an inch apart, but after taking alcohol they had to be separated by 2 or more inches. Rough and smooth surfaces were also confused. Hyperaesthesia was found to exist in some cases for the first half hour, then anesthesia lasted 1 or 2 hours. The skin sensations were deranged a much longer time than sight or hearing. Muscular sense. The so-called muscular sense, by which weights are distinguished, comprising a number of different sensations from skin, tendons, muscles, etc., is impaired, as are the other varieties and sensations. This may be so severe that the patient is unable to tell his exact attitude, the position of his limbs, or the direction and extent of his movements. A center called kinesthetic is posited by some, and this would naturally be involved in the disorders of the sense. The nature of these sensations is so complex that it forbids any exhaustive treatment of them here. In experiments by Lewis with Galton's apparatus for testing the discrimination of weights, it was found that there was a distinct impairment of this muscular sense in the alcoholic. In some cases, considerable difference in weights could not be distinguished. In Ridge's experiments in 1882, both small and large doses showed an effect upon the discrimination between weights. The average showed that the sensibility was diminished about 1/3 by alcoholic indulgence in amounts differing from 1/2 to 4 drachms. In 1893 to 1894, Jacobs made some experiments in muscular sense and found that small differences in weights were estimated more accurately after a small quantity of alcohol than in a normal condition. This he thought was caused by the paralyzing action of alcohol on one of the cerebral processes involved in the final judgment. He affirmed that sensations arising from the tension of tendons have, as such, no influence on the formation of a judgment of the differences between two weights. He assumed that judgment is formed by mental comparison of the amount of enervation expended in the overcoming the resistance offered, with the time that elapses between the moment of the outgoing muscular impulse and the actual occurrence of the resulting movement. When the factor of time reaches a minimum, the ability to distinguish weight ceases. Alcohol prolongs time, and hence makes discrimination more accurate. Large quantities depress mental functions so that discrimination ceases, and one is not able to distinguish differences between weights. In this chapter on the senses, we have found the sight to be most seriously affected. This is exhibited in different cases by atrophy of the optic nerve and its terminations, changes in the pupils, eye catarrh, and other disorders. Amblyopia is the chief disease, but amaurosis and nystagmus are less frequently present. The results of numerous experiments have proved the loss of function by the use of alcohol. The central disturbances are important in the disorders of all the senses. In hearing especially, the central troubles are largely the causes of any abnormality. Perversions of smell and taste are dangerous symptoms and comparatively common in alcoholic cases. Touch and the muscular sense are also found to be affected. Experiments with all the senses show the frequently exaggerated sensibility with small doses of alcohol when first taken, but a deadening and lack of sensitiveness as the indulgence progresses. End of chapter 7.